Mom, me me ha, ma, ma, da da, had it been a while. Hello, everybody. Hello, gang. Guess I could take this off. Get away from me. Mm-hmm. The fact that I can't search people on here is crazy. I made sure I had I just need to find that last video of his. The second video is I think he made 2 other videos. I mean, like, I have the main points of his in the video that I have, but whatever. I don't know, man. I think he can. Most definitely. Easily. W. Mm-mm-mm-mm-mm. Yeah, I love this life. Being that money, huh? Being night. You think Baron mode over Borishiki or nah? Baron mode Naruto over like Borishiki and Boruto Next Generations, yeah. But Baron mode over like Borishiki currently? No. I think Borishiki currently is above Baron mode Naruto. Can he tank real hockey? Answer, yes. Mm-mm-mm-mm-mm. Yeah, I'm at current Borishiki. Oh, then I think Borishiki currently is above Baron mode Naruto. Yeah. Mm-mm-mm-mm. Like, Boruto and base, like, blitz somebody who's equal to Ishiki. Like, Ishiki and, like, Baron mode Naruto, like, confirmed to be equals. So, obviously. Alright, let's get this fucking started. Also, hello there, Edith. What the fuck? You said host guest doesn't exist. Just send him an invite. There you go.
Yo.
What's good, man? So,
Not
I could
much.
play the videos, and then, like, I could play the videos, and then we can go over, like, why, like, I strawmanned you or whatever.
Well, like, realistically, it's been a while since I've watched the videos, but from what I remember, I would
I
continuously
got the video
repeat
right
my
here.
point.
I got the
Okay,
video right here, too.
maybe we can watch it.
Yeah. Like, here's the first one.
Let's hear what he has to say. For more context, go to the video that is linked within the caption. I explained why real hockey from Luffy would not work on Naruto. Let's get into this. You've completely misused that data book statement. It's so powerful at short range that even if using Naruto's image, this is in reference to how Naruto's arm was damaged after he unalived Kakuzu with the jutsu, and how in Tsunade's own words, Naruto would lose his ability to wield chakra if he continued to use the jutsu like that. So when it talks about Naruto overcoming this weakness, it's not talking about being hit by the jutsu. It's talking about hitting other people with the jutsu without... No, because Tsunade literally says in the scan that you showed that she sees the same symptoms that was on Kakuzu and Naruto, which the Rasen Shuriken attacks the cells in the chakra that is on these cells. Which would mean that Naruto received cellular damage on his arm, and that's what she was referencing to.
It's hard to follow when I can't see the video, especially since like the audio quality is kind of scuffed.
I'm like, I don't see how that applies, but sure.
But I mean, I don't see how that applies. I just said I can barely hear it because like you're playing it on a second thing. Like, you know.
Dude, it's all good. It's all good. I just play it on the speaker. It's all good. I could just play it on the speaker. Fuck did you just connect to? You just connect. Why the fuck did you just? That just pissed me off. Yeah, let me put these Bluetooths up. Yeah, let me use my fault. Had to put that up. But what did you said you had to continuously repeat yourself. What do you think you repeated?
So I think one of the major things, maybe I'm misremembering, and this was more of a Royce thing because I was going back and forth with you and Royce at the same time. But I remember that I had to repeat the whole thing about the difference between damage and AP because I wasn't
Yeah,
necessarily
nah, you
talking
don't
about the
have to
scaling
repeat
this
that to
video.
me.
I was talking about why it's just like a like extremely lethal thing.
Yeah, no, you didn't have to repeat that to me at all. You didn't say that to me. Oh, we were going over I was going over how like he can already tank during egg attacks. And you were basically disagreeing with that.
I don't think I disagree with that. I think what I said, if I'm remembering properly, is probably that it's just a different type of darn egg. Well, yeah, I think I said that, and I also like explained why these darn eggs are different.
No, well, the problem with that is that then even if they were different, one is higher than the other. If I could take a higher thing, then I could take a lower thing, which
Yeah,
is
and the higher
actually
one would
something
be
I said
Rio.
within my video. No, it's not. Is one is an explosion to your organs. Another one is literally like hitting every cell in your body. Why would Rio be above that?
Oh, are you talking about for the Rasen Shuriken?
That
The
was
Rasen
the
Shuriken is a
main topic.
completely
That was the
well. We
yeah.
talked about several things. I don't know how much
That
you
was
talked
the
about the
first thing
Rasen
that you
Shuriken.
attacked.
I might be getting you like mixed up with Royce on that one. But I'll
Most
say this:
definitely.
in terms of Naruto, there's nothing that says he's gonna tank anything to like every cell of his body. The only thing you had was the he can I think his body can handle the freaking Rasen Shuriken now, but that's not about a Rasen Shuriken exploding on him. It's just about him throwing a Rasen Shuriken.
Yeah, okay. So, like I said before, like I already said, regardless if I see it, the recoil that he gets is the same as like he goes against what you call it. The only difference is that he's not encompassing his own body. As Tsunade literally says, the same symptoms that are within Kakuzu are on Naruto. Meaning that the cell like
Well,
the attacks did indeed pierce through his cells. So if he's bypassing this via having a tougher body, that means his body, not just his arm, but his body itself is capable of blocking those needles from entering him. So yes, it would apply to his entire
so
body.
no, the reason why it wouldn't is because there's two major differences between the later on Naruto and the Naruto that's like in the freaking statement, the one that's like fighting Pain. When it comes to Naruto versus Pain, Naruto is throwing the Rasen Shuriken now. He's not like holding it like he did against freaking Kakazu and like it's blowing up on his arm.
That's
When
irrelevant
it
to the
comes
statement
to,
that I presented.
let's look at the statement. What was it again?
Yeah, the statement literally was that he got a tougher body. Like the way that he like bypassed like the Rasen Shuriken like hurting him is by getting a tougher body.
That's cool. I'm just gonna
Regardless.
look it up.
Yeah, which boasts, let's see, Naruto's special trait to the Rasengan, which boasts a great power. Its power is so strong at a short distance that even Naruto, its user, sustains damage. Its lethal weakness, but its lethal weakness, excuse me. But he overcomes it by mastering the Sage mode and obtaining a tough body.
Can you show the statement on screen?
I just read it out, but sure.
I don't know. You know how it is on TikTok lives. People are extremely disingenuous and will show like 1% of the things and like misrepresent the shit out of what they're talking about.
Well, I'm not people, so I'm
Mm,
person. I don't do that. But here's the whatchamacallit. I could grab the actual scan, but this is what I showed on my whatchamacallit. Oh my god. Go the fuck back, bitch. Blah, blah, blah. There it is. But yeah, like Grammar of Doom, but it's a lethal weakness, but he overcomes it by mastering the Sage mode and obtaining a tough body. It's a dull body. It's tough. But yeah. But yeah.
yeah,
It can be
the
used
juices
at
can be
both
used at
long
both.
and short distances.
Okay. And I guess like his body would be more resistant to that.
Yeah, so
But like it's still
that's
only
a
talking
TikTok
about how he.
screenshot.
It's still
I'm
only
sorry.
talking.
This is just for the comments, real quick. Because they don't know shit. That's my video. I put that in the video.
Yeah, it's probably. I don't know. So like, I don't remember the exact order, like who put what in those videos, because we kept clipping our videos back and forth.
No,
But I'll say
I put
this
that
when
in
it
my
comes
video.
to,
I literally I just showed
I'll grant
half the
that.
videos. I put that in the video.
I'll grant that because I'm not trying to like figure out which was like put in by who at which point in time, because like it's your video mixed with my video mixed with Royce's video. Like, but
Yeah.
like I'll say this, that does just kind of say that it's like getting over the weakness of the technique, which wouldn't necessarily mean that he'd be like able to tank it if it hit him.
The weakness of the technique is that he got the same damage or the same symptoms that Kakazu had, which was a cellular damage.
Sure, but
Thus,
to a lesser extent and to a smaller portion of his body.
for a
And
smaller
he
portion of
also,
his body, sure, but it's not just saying, well, this small portion of his body is getting more durable. The entirety of his body, to the point where he could use it in short distance, at a short distance, as stated verbatim. So it doesn't really matter. That just means that the needles, because literally all it is that the needles pierce through your body and fuck up your cells. That would then mean that his body's so durable that the needles can't pierce through his skin to get to his cells in the first place. Right? It can't pierce through his cells, not even his skin. It's pierced through his skin, his cells, in order to get to the chakra neck we're in the first place. Which, if that's the case, then I don't see how that would be distinct from the entirety of the thing blowing up on his body. If the needles can't get through his skin, which is the point of the attack in the first place, then it's not gonna fuck him up.
sure, but like even then, that's still irrelevant to the Riel point because even if I like just fully like don't even go against any of the other stuff because there's like stuff about Sage Mode having like a higher recovery, which could also aid the fact that it might still do like minor damage, but still get fucking healed off by like his combined healing factor with the
I don't remember it saying
Sage Mode
recovery,
and the
but
Krama.
sure.
Yeah.
That's
Well, if you go
irrelevant to
back
the
and
statement
read the
itself.
Fukasaku thing, what's the definition
Now,
of the word tough?
I already said, like, cool, that can be the case. That's just irrelevant to the point. The point was, the
But
statement
like
is that
that
he
would
got
just
a tough body. You said that it could aid it. Sure, it could aid it, but he regenerates after, not during an attack. But it's saying that the way that he got past this is via durability. So bringing up external factors doesn't help your point because these external factors aren't being placed aren't the things that helped him in the first place. Helped him bypass the weakness in the first place. Mm,
well,
mm,
sure. I'll give you that. I'll give you that point, but like regardless, when it comes to Rio, that's just not really relevant because a harder exterior isn't going to help you with Rio. It's just not how that works.
I don't think it's just his body. I think it's overall. If your cells get like stronger, that's just not your cells of your skin.
Well,
That's your general
to
cells.
according to the freaking part one statement by Kakashi during the freaking Byakugan fight between freaking Neji and Hinata, he just can't harden your interior. So like it could still be really consistent that
Yeah,
he has a hardened
Kakashi's just
exterior, but not
blatantly
necessarily
wrong.
not. Why is he wrong?
Yeah, because like Naruto with this logic, then like the Naruto should have sustained way more damage than that of Hinata, if not fucking have died. Because like Hinata gets hit like a few times on her arm, and then once on her chest, and she coughs up blood and is hospitalized because her heart was ruptured. Meanwhile, Naruto gets hit not only in his chest, but
Why was her heart ruptured?
every portion of his body, including his brain, and he gets back up from the shit.
So I have two things. Why was her heart ruptured? I know if her heart was
By
definitely
the gentle
affected.
fist. The gentle fist attacks the
Is it
organs.
stated it was ruptured?
Yes. That's why she
Can
kept
I get that
coughing up
statement? I've never
blood.
seen
They
that.
kept saying it's either ruptured or it's like there was a problem with it. I forgot what it was.
There was definitely a problem, but I don't remember a rupture. I'll
Because she
say
got
that.
hit.
But when it comes to
I'll find the scan. I don't know what it was, but it was
sure,
her heart was damaged because of what Neji did.
yeah, I'll definitely agree. Like there was some sort of like internal damage implied the heart, but like I think the number two thing is that just because you get hit on a bunch of points doesn't mean that it's necessarily doing damage on like the
That's
specific part of the body
that's exactly what
that
that
was doing.
means. What?
So
It's
it's
not only
not
just shown.
when it comes to pressure points, it's not about like specifically where it's being touched, the body is like a complex net. Like the whole concept of like pressure points is that your body's like a concept net, a complex net of like points that all affect each other because every part of your body is like tied together.
Yeah, sure. But like when it comes to the chakra network, as Neji states verbatim, your chakra network is delicately intertwined with your organs. Thus, if you hit something on it, if you hit like the chakra network on your heart, you damage the heart. I'll give you an example. Kabuto, when he gets hit by the Rasengan, he simultaneously sliced through the chakra network that was around Naruto's heart, which literally ruptured his heart. As stated,
So when it
as stated by Tsunade, his heart is ruptured. So it's like if you
so
attack one thing, you're indirectly attacking the other, which is exactly what Rock Lee says. So
well,
yes,
attacking
that's what
one
that
thing and
means.
indirectly attacking the other, that's kind of leaning to the point of what I'm saying that touching one point doesn't necessarily mean you're hitting another one. So like that's the point of Hinata getting hit with like all those strikes and then getting hit right in the chest. Like all those
You're
things were
not
leading up
understand
to
what I'm
like a
saying.
singular effect.
No, no,
I think I
that
am.
can be the case. I'm not saying that cannot be the case, so that's not true. Sure, that could be true, right? I'm saying that, but regardless, if you attack this one thing, you'll still be attacking the organ in question. I even gave you a reference point.
Not necessarily.
Kabuto,
Because especially
Kabuto,
with like the
Kabuto
Kabuto thing, it's
literally
just not the
slices
same.
only through the chakra network on Naruto's heart, and his heart ruptured.
Like regardless, when it comes to like the Kabuto thing, it's literally just not the same thing.
It literally is.
Why is it literally the same thing?
Yeah, because that's exactly what the Witchcraft do. Well, what they do, what the well, what? How can I explain this? What the Gentlefist does, it does three things. Could either A, cut the chakra network; B, stop the chakra network; or B, enhance and or stop the flow of chakra within the
Of
network.
course, yes.
Which exactly what we see him do against Naruto. Naruto literally has no chakra at all after he gets hit by the 64 palms. Right? That's exactly what the chakra scalpel did. It cut through the network on his arm. They cut through the network of chakra on his heart.
I don't know.
It
Maybe
literally
I'm
does the
just
same thing.
misremembering that. Can you show that? Because I don't remember him like specifically being stated to cut through like a chakra network. Because like I do remember him like brooding around inside you with his chakra scalpels, which is how he was like Duranagging Tsunade during that fight. But I don't remember like
That's
specifically
one way to
stating that it
use
cut
it.
through his.
Yeah, he literally says
Yeah,
Kirakuke. I cut through the
Kudokuke.
Kirakuke on his heart, which stops his regeneration. That's why Karamu was like, is it lights out now?
Karama said something during the fucking
Yeah, he
Kabuto fight
was
in
like,
part one.
yeah, like I believe it was like, bro, what is going on? It's going dark.
Can you show that?
Yeah, that's what I was about. That's what I'm grabbing now.
Okay.
This is it. This is the Kidomaru fight. So it's before Jiraiya. Is this? Yep, I found the fight. Now I just need to find the scene where blah blah. I promised. Use the Rasengan. Boom. Chapter 168. Blah blah blah. Let's see. Yeah. Let's see. Tsunade says here, oh no, his heart muscle is torn. It's induced arrhythmia. And then, like he says, I cut off his heart's Kirakuke, the chakra network he heals himself with from the power of Nine Tails. He literally
Hmm.
says that he cut off the chakra network.
Okay.
And via Tsunade's statement, we literally know that his heart is torn. So by cutting the
What
chakra
you said is
network on his
chest
heart,
muscle. You didn't. She said the
heart
chest muscle. You didn't say.
his heart muscle is torn.
You said chest muscle before, and it was kind of blurred.
I no, I kept saying heart. I literally kept saying heart.
I think you misspoke, but okay.
I'll just clip the live later. It's okay. But yeah, um, yeah, he cut off the heart's Kirakuke. thus rupturing the heart, tearing the heart muscle. They do the same shit. So, like I said before, if you attack that specific point of that organ, it affects that organ.
Hmm.
So
It's still just. I still wouldn't say
Naruto
that it's
got tapped in his
necessarily.
brain, tapped in his heart. He got tapped damn near in every portion of his body, and he gets back up from it. By the logic of you cannot train your organs, the same damage that was induced upon Hinata would have been induced upon Naruto, if not even just the same, at a
Well,
higher
listen.
degree. And yet it
Well, like
blatantly wasn't.
what I would say is two things. Number one, that it's still probably, even if he did cut like the chakra network on the heart, it's still probably just not the same as like a gentle fist thing, because the whole thing is like the gentle fist is something that only Hyuga can use, and they're like precisely attacking the chakra network in a different way. So if he's doing it, it's
They're
probably just in a
literally
far more crude way.
what he's doing is just generally attacking it, which is exactly what Neji did when he used the 64 palms.
No, because like the whole thing with like the freaking gentle fist is that it's a more precise thing than like anybody else can do. Like that's
Yeah,
the whole
but
point
if
of
if
Kakashi
you
bringing up
attack
the
multiple points in one area,
it's the whole
if you
well,
attack the general
the whole
area
point
of
is
the
that
point precisely, you're still attacking it generally. It just means that each
so
strike is precise. But
the
generally speaking,
whole
all the hits collectively are in general.
the whole point is that like when the freaking he brings up that the Sharingan cannot see all the freaking chakra points as well. And that's why he and that's why nobody else can use the freaking gentle fist. So what would the point of like the gentle fist be if you can just generally attack it and achieve the same aim?
Because that's a fighting style. That's
Sounds
literally
like
a
a
fighting style
overcomplicated,
itself.
stupid fighting style,
Also,
but I don't know.
I'm like, it can be overcomplicated and
But
stupid.
like,
Cool. But
okay,
like,
yeah,
you can apply
even
that
if like,
same logic in
even if
real
I
life.
give,
Like, I could punch you
even
in
if,
your armpit. I could punch you in your armpit and just know your fucking arm entirely, right? Because there's a point in the armpit. There's a nerve inside the armpit that controls the arm. If I hit that, your arm just goes no, right? But I can also just hit your shoulder very fucking hard and do the same shit. It's just a fighting style. It might seem stupid, but it gets the job done.
I'd say it's disanalogous. It'd be like if you were trying to like hit the armpit, but you could hit the shoulder with like a similar amount of force and then get the same outcome.
Yeah, because of the damage. Not necessarily like one is precisely attacking a nerve. The other one is just you're generally attacking the area, thus attacking the nerve.
Hmm.
So it
Okay.
literally is the same
Well,
shit. He's attacking the area of the chakra. He's attacking the chakra network, but just attacking the chakra network in general of that specific organ. Meanwhile, this other thing is attacking multiple points of that organ. They're both getting the
sure.
same job
But
done. One
like,
is just more precise than the other.
well, when it comes to the Hinata thing with the Neji thing, and when it comes to Naruto, how many of them went specifically for the heart, and how many of them were just going for like multiple different areas?
How it was 64 points. So
What, like
he
64
didn't
points in the
just he
torso?
attacked him multiple times in the chest, attacked him multiple times in the heart, in the head, attacked him multiple times in the arms as well, and the legs. He attacked him literally everywhere on his body, just not every single point, but he attacked him every point of his body.
Hmm. But regardless, I'd still say that Rio is just a higher form of Dirt Egg because it just hits more space with one shot.
Um,
Even if I grant all that, because like we could go all day about that specifically, but like even if I just give you that it's like a knife piercing through it all over, just one like Rio blast is just bigger than that.
one that depends on who. Two,
Well, from Luffy, which is the
if we're
person
going
in
for
question.
Luffy, do you think that like he strikes this thing in question and then like it blows up, like equivalent to like the explosion, like the size equivalent to the explosion that you did to the tree?
Pretty much.
Okay, cool. So what's the difference from that and like when Kakazu gets hit by like the Rasen Shuriken and it makes an entire crater and we see the needle travel across his entire body?
So are you trying to say that it's like an AP based thing based on like how much it destroys? Because
No,
that feat
I
came
said it
up
for good.
to
No, no,
10 level?
no, no. Your argument was that, like, well, your argument was that what you just said was that you think that Rio is still deadlier or lethal because it covers a wider range. So I
Yeah.
then bring up the Rasen Shuriken, which covers an even wider range.
Sure. But like when it comes to like the Rasen Shuriken, it's also more of like a deadly thing inverse to Naruto. So like the reason why Kakazu dies is because it severed his chakra network like all over his body and like all the
And
chakra tubes in between his cells.
what does that do to you physically in Naruto?
It kills you by cutting off like all your fucking organs and whatever. So like when it
What
comes
he'd
to
be
your
doing would
Naruto,
be
your
equivalent to literally severing organs in his body. As I already showed you,
sure,
that's
but
exactly what
like
happens.
that's not something that would necessarily work cross-verse specifically because of the like chakra network thing. But
I mean, like,
regardless,
it's
like that
attacking the
also
cells
wouldn't
regardless.
also can I finish? That was also like something that's going to not necessarily equate to Naruto, especially if you deny the idea that Naruto's even gonna like have his cells bypassed in the first place.
Yeah, his cells got stronger. That's why they're not going to get bypassed.
I would agree on the outside, but like it just you necessarily don't get stronger on the inside. That's the whole point.
But I just debunked that, so you're just
So that's not
backtracking the
so really
deal.
quickly. That's not debunking that. That's just showing that he's getting attacked internally. That doesn't mean that. So like, where's the progression to show that like his organs are harder to damage internally after that?
Okay, so what I was arguing beforehand, I said if your argument is true, that means it's the same damage that Hinata got would be the same damage that Naruto did, but at a higher degree.
Sure.
Her heart got damaged, so she was coughing up blood for months, right? For I think it was 3 months. That was the time skip, and she was still coughing up blood even when Naruto like fought up against Neji. But he's getting hit on his brain, his heart, his he getting hit on his arms, etc., etc. Which beforehand you said that this the X thing would lead to like you said like attacking different points of the body will lead to damaging to a different point of the body. Well, the entirety of his body is getting hit. So at that point, like these symptoms that he was getting hit, not only is he getting hit in the brain, these things that lead to the brain is also getting hit. So it caused even more damage than what Hinata went through. So fuck a damaged heart. He would have a damaged brain, a damaged heart, damaged kidneys, damaged lungs, etc., etc. Right? So necessarily because of that damaged brain, etc., he should have fucking died. If his organs don't get any stronger, if he just had regular human durability, and yet blatantly he did not.
So
So his
what does
organs
any
would
of that
have
have
to
to
be
do?
stronger. His organs would have to be stronger than that of Hinata's. If it was not, he would
W
sustain the
like
same damage.
W assumption. Maybe it's just that the damage is not that extensive.
That doesn't make sense because he was going all out against.
So
He
really
was
quickly,
going out
just
against Hinata. He
because
was holding back against. He was going all out against Naruto. He was holding back against Hinata, and he hit more spots
so
on Naruto.
two things. So there's two major things. One, Naruto has a healing factor, and freaking Hinata just blatantly doesn't. And the second thing is that so yeah, you can't compare one to the other on that. Two, when it comes to Naruto, he's just realistically just like I don't know, like it could just be an endurance thing. That could just be his base endurance for the series. It's like fictional. So even if he is getting like what we would consider a horrific injury, that doesn't mean he should be necessarily dead. Look at when Luffy got his fucking stomach torn open by Katakuri and then fought him for like fucking 3 hours.
There's a difference. I mean,
Why is that different?
there's a difference between the two because he isn't just getting hit in his fucking stomach. He's getting hit with his brain. And via your own argument within your video, if he can't
No,
take a
no, I'm not saying.
Shidori,
Wait, wait.
if he can't
Yeah,
take a
you're not
Shidori
under.
to the
Wait, you misunderstood my argument. I could tell by the way you like responded to that. I'm not
Mhm.
saying that the two types of damage that they took in that instance were the same. I'm saying that you can have superhuman endurance in terms of taking damage in fiction, and that doesn't
That's
necessarily
exactly
mean
what I
that you're
was
not
about to
actually
attack. So you
no.
just cut me off just to say
So
that.
wait,
Oh,
you said
I was
stronger
just like,
organs. Having stronger organs and
I
strengthening
didn't
your
just say
organs is
that.
not the same as having
But
super.
by all means, that's
Was that
exactly
not
what
what
I was
we?
gonna be. That's
Is that not what we
exactly
were
what.
arguing about?
That's exactly what
Like,
I was gonna
what
bring.
were
I
you
said
trying to
that there's
prove
a
in the first
difference. What
place?
I just brought up. Stop. What I brought up. What I just said was that there is a difference. He's not just getting attacked in his chest, he's getting attacked in his brain as well. And with your argument that you presented within your video on how he couldn't take a Shidori to the fucking lung, why would he take damage to the brain?
Maybe that just means that the damage to the brain either wasn't actually like the freaking scalpel cut, or it just means that
Yeah, the damage is different because the character's stronger.
Or it's just like of a higher. What do you mean the damage is different because the character's stronger?
Yeah, damage. Yeah, how much damage you receive is dependent upon the strength of the attack in general.
Yeah, so like I guess like there's one of two worlds. Either when it comes to the Naruto, he's got the endurance to take a bunch of small cuts into like small stabs inside of his body, or not all those strikes are stabs like the Kabuto thing.
That's exactly what the Genofist is.
He's got better, or well, it attacks your chakra points, like forcing more energy into them and doing like all sorts. Like
that's not what they do.
Like,
they don't force more energy into it. What are you?
Well, like they can force more chakra into it, into your chakra points, or like
that's can. That's not what he did.
So block your chakra points.
Yeah,
but regardless, like I don't know.
Yeah. So and when he blocks the chakra points, or when he does this, it attacks the organs. So it's, regardless of how you see it, it's doing the same shit. It's getting the same thing done. It could be a different method. It's still coming to the same conclusion.
If anything, I would just say that the Naruto example just goes to show that like it's probably not exactly what you're saying.
Not necessarily.
Unless you think that Kishimoto has like no internal like consistency.
No,
or
that's
like
not what I'm saying.
Naruto
this is like,
just like
this is running into like so many assumptions. I'm drawing a simple conclusion. I'm using like a deductive argument to draw a simple conclusion, right? Meanwhile, you're saying, well, it could be this, and you're drawing like these different paths. Well,
that's because you're not very specific with your argumentation.
Even without the Kabuto shit, what I was comparing was Hinata's injuries to Naruto's injuries. That's what I was
already
comparing.
told you why you can't do that.
With the Naruto
he's got a healing factor.
With the Naruto injury shit, when it comes to the healing factor, it's minute. Unless he is taking in unless he's literally.
I would also argue that the damage is probably relatively minute.
Unless he fills his body
compared to the
with Kurama's chakra, it is a minute. Small injuries heal faster, right? Or heal in the fight. Like if he gets cut on his cheek, that would heal in the fight. If he gets stabbed in his hand, that will heal in the fight. Not getting punched in the brain and the heart, which his chakra flow itself was stopped. His chakra flow itself is stopped. And as Kabuto states, that's what he did. The chakra in his heart was what he uses to heal himself. Thus, if as seen within the Neji fight, if he had no chakra within his body, other than the Kurama chakra that's literally sealed the fuck away, that he wasn't using at that point in time, then there's no regeneration in the first place. There's no healing factor.
So I agree that. So the reason why I brought up the healing factor is you said Hinata was fucked up for months. Naruto's not going to be fucked up for months because later that day he already got like a chakra stimulus check from fucking Kurama. So like that's not going to be like something that you can really compare in terms of like the duration of time that they were doing.
I wasn't using it as a duration.
I would just say that
nuance.
Then why would you? What is the point of that said nuance? Like bringing that up.
I was granting nuance to whatchamacallit, as I needed to grant nuance for the Kabuto shit. So I was granting nuance.
So why is the nuance like relevant to the conversation?
For there to be a need that was going on.
So like I guess like sometimes.
So
you said
this is like meta debate. Cool. If the nuance is
it's not. So fine, like yeah, let's say that nuance is irrelevant. So when it comes to like the endurance thing, it could just be that Naruto just has better endurance than Hinata. Like just naturally. That doesn't mean that he can strengthen his organs. As I brought up with the Luffy example, you can just have like a certain level of endurance.
I've already attacked this point. Now you're just going circular at this point. If he cannot take an attack to the lung, with your own logic, if he can't take an attack to the lung, why would he take attack? Why would he take attacks or be capable of taking attacks to the brain, the lungs, the heart, to every organ in his body? Why?
Because one spread his fucking lung open. Like, yeah. One was like a much larger area of damage.
It's not a larger area of damage if the entirety of his body is being attacked.
In terms of like a singular, so like, what do you think would be more devastating? If I pricked your arm like 1,000 times with like one needle, or if I stab you in the chest with a kitchen knife.
I don't think that's applicable at all.
I'd say that's exactly applicable,
No,
and
it's
that's why
not.
he reacts so differently to each of those two things.
No, it's not, because Naruto's not just getting hit
That's
in his arm; he's
probably
getting hit across the entirety of his body. I keep telling you that.
okay. If I
So
let you
like
lay
it'll
on
be
like
like
a bed
this:
of
if I
needles,
continuously poke needles, like if I poke your brain with the needle, your heart with the needle, your lungs with the needle, your arms with the needle, and I poke and I poke your legs with the needle, would that be more dangerous than me stabbing you in the lung? Yes, because
depends on how deep it is.
your brain, your heart, your lungs, all of that's getting damaged. If you poke a needle
So
through your brain's gonna bleed out, and it's gonna cause something called aneurysm. When your brain
yeah,
bleeds,
sure,
that's an aneurysm. So it's gonna literally, you're gonna
sure,
die, right? You're gonna die off of that, or you're gonna be heavily injured off of that. Let alone
sure,
your
but
heart,
like,
your lung, let alone
well,
literally every portion of your body. And with your own argument, like I said before, your
sure,
own
but it
argument,
depends on how
you said
extensive the
that
needle damage is.
what acupuncture is that it attacks certain points of the body to lead up to a different point of the body and cause damage there, right? He's doing that while simultaneously attacking organs directly. Thus, the damage would stack even higher. So yes, I think that getting attacked across the entirety of like each organ in your body
Well,
being attacked, and the things that are leading up to that organ being attacked would be greater or more lethal than getting stabbed in your lung.
well, back onto that point. Like, if we're gonna talk about the like, it can lead up to a different amount of damage. That actually like kind of leads to the point of each strike wouldn't necessarily be that damaging because Hinata, after taking numerous strikes to her arm, can still lift her arm. Can she not?
Yeah, on the arms, sure. I'm talking about the entirety of your
Sure,
body, including your heart.
sure. But like, if it's severing like the fucking chakra network and like destroying like her muscles from the inside, she shouldn't be able to lift her arms after
It's the
numerous strikes of
organs,
like a
not the
blade going
muscles.
through.
It's the organs, not the muscles. It's
Are you
delicately
gonna tell me that
intertwined with the
chakra doesn't
organs.
flow through your muscles?
It's
Are muscles
delicately.
not fucking organs?
You don't understand what I'm saying. You don't understand what I'm saying. When they was referring organs, if you actually paid attention to the panel, they showcased the heart and how it's delicately intertwined with the heart. Not the organs as in your skin and your muscles. Organs as in like the stomach, the kidney, the heart, the brain, those. That's what they're
So
referring to. It's
you
delicately
know in
intertwined
the
with those. So if you
you know
affect
in
those,
the
if you affect the chakra network on the heart, you affect the heart itself.
it's between your
If you affect
cells.
the chakra network on the muscles, you're not going to affect the muscles.
You have chakra tubes in like your fucking like all your cells. That's the whole point of
That
the
doesn't
Rasen Shuriken
attack my
thing.
argument.
So you kind of does. You're trying to make it seem like there wouldn't be anything in the skin or in the muscles when
That's
I'm
not what
pretty
I
sure
said
like
at
yeah
all.
your
It's fine.
skin your skin. Okay, can you repeat what you said about that thing? Because I feel like
I
that's
said that it's
like directly the implication there.
delicately intertwined with your heart and those types of organs. It's not delicately intertwined with your muscles, meaning that if you attack the chakra network on your arms, in your muscles, you're not going to be affecting the muscles. But if you attack the chakra network in your heart or your stomach, you're going to be affecting those organs.
I'm not sure if that's necessarily the case.
Well, I don't know what to tell you because that's literally what's stated, and it's shown. They show a diagram for it. And then
Can they?
when his
I don't think
palm
that's
hits
literally
his
stated. Can we
chest,
pull up the diagram then?
yeah, I
It
got you.
should be in like chapter 88.
Yeah, I got you.
I'm pretty sure it just says that attacking them just leads to like a lethal something.
Even though I've already proven that if you attack the chakra network of the organs, you attack the organ via the Kabuto shit. But sure,
I just like even then that's still shaky because of the Kabuto thing. The Kabuto thing is literally a different technique.
the argument is that if you attack the chakra network, you attack the organ, regardless of it being a different technique or not. If they're both doing the same shit, they both will have the same result.
Not necessarily because they're doing it in completely different manners. So like, let's say
If
I
I shoot you in your heart and I
dismantle a
stab you in your heart, the same result's gonna happen. Your heart is fucked up. Your heart is damaged. If I punch your heart directly, and you stab my heart directly, It's doing the same shit. It's doing the same shit. It's still damaging your heart. Your heart's still gonna be
I
fucked up
think the
after that.
problem is you're assuming that it's going to be so similar that it's going to be something like a shot versus a stab.
I
I
think
think that's one of the
regardless,
bigger
there'll be
problems with like the
heavy
Naruto
damage
community in terms
regardless.
of scaling is like the oversimplification of things.
You think I'm oversimplifying it? How am I oversimplifying it?
Because I don't think that it's necessarily going to be like a shot versus a stab.
You gonna explain, or you just gonna say I don't think it's like that?
I got to look back at the gentle fist. As far as I remember, not every single attack necessarily does damage.
Yeah, when you're referring to the arms and shit, as shown. But once he literally hits the heart, immediately when he hits Hinata's heart, boom, she starts coughing up.
Why didn't he just go for the fucking heart in the first place?
Because he didn't want to do that in the first place? What?
What do you mean he didn't want to do it in the first place? Then why did he like fucking gouge at her heart? Question mark.
Yeah, he didn't want to do that in the first place. But then he goes
Why
on to do it.
not?
He goes on to do it because he didn't. Because he thought she was gonna give up in the first place, but she didn't. So he said, "Fuck it, I'm gonna attack your heart now."
He just fucking. I
He
don't
didn't
know.
want to
At that
kill
point, he
her.
just fucking
He
hated
didn't
her.
want to kill her beforehand, but the fact that she didn't give up pissed him off. So he hit her in the heart. It's kind of weird. I also don't think cause equal correlation. The Kirakuke is a kind of network of energy lines spread throughout our bodies in much of the same way as our human circulatory system. It's like a system of vessels that carry chakra throughout our bodies. Like passageways for chakra? Yes, and it's delicately intertwined with the organs that manipulate chakra. Then they show this. They show the heart. Attack the Kirakuke, and the organs will suffer as well.
That
Then,
doesn't mean that attacking like the point where the organ is means you're gonna hit the organ.
that
That's not exactly what that means. They say the
if we're talking about
Kirakuke, they
one
don't say
prick,
like
if we're talking about
attacking
one prick,
where.
sure. Let's say that, even though I disagree with that. Let's say one prick, sure. But multiple fucking hits to the chest, yes. It's exactly what happened to Hinata.
That's just like I don't know. Have you ever seen that one scene in Kung Fu Panda where fucking Snake is dealing with fucking Poe's back and sticks a single needle in and like fucks with his face muscle and like it looks like he's making a face at Tigress?
Oh yeah, that was like Praying Mantis doing that.
Oh, it's
Yeah,
pretty
but
it's not
that's
that.
entirely different. He's affecting the
Why is it entirely
he was
different?
affecting the nerves, not the circulatory system. That's
Sure,
entirely
but like
different.
when it comes to that, like I think of pressure points, fucking acupuncture. The whole point is that you can fuck with completely different parts of the body by hitting whatever. So you can't just assume that when you hit a specific point, you're gonna necessarily hit that point of the body.
Sure, sure. But an acupuncture point, if you, I hope you understand, and I forgot what it's called. It started with a D, but whatever. When you're doing acupuncture points, you don't affect like if you press a certain point in the body, it depends on the version of point of fiction. If you press a certain point in the body, it's not gonna like make your heart blow the fuck up or anything like that, right? You'd have to attack somewhere in the heart. Give you an example, in fucking God of High School, you attack near the heart, it
You
blows up the fucking heart. The pressure point towards the heart, you press it, it blows up the fucking heart, instant death, right? So if you're pressing different portions of the body, yeah, it will lead to some form of injury towards the heart, towards the heart, but it's not significant enough. If we're talking about nervous system acupuncture points, then no matter what you're gonna do, you're not gonna actually damage the organ, right? You probably
so
seize the organ, stop the heart. You probably stop the heart or stop the functionality of the brain or some other portion of the organs, but you're not going to damage them. Meanwhile, as stated, the chakra network is like akin to the circulatory system of the body, and so and as stated, if you attack the chakra network, the organ will suffer. And then we see Kabuto and Neji hit the heart, and the heart suffers damage.
so really quickly, I say just like when it comes to fiction, it's just like a situation to where it can just be whatever the author decides. They just do whatever in terms of like, oh, I touched this point and now this point is gonna suffer. look at fucking Kenshiro. A lot of times he just hits like a bunch of points on somebody's fucking torso, and then like everything explodes out of their fucking head. Like it's just
Yeah,
not going to
that's
be
because that's because of
necessarily
an
the same.
entirely different thing. That's another thing that's entirely different. What he's attacking is not the physical body. He's attacking a metaphysical construct within the body called arcane points. That's what Kenshiro is doing. And if you affect these points within the body blows the fuck up. Just like
I'd say that
just like
that's
stated in the
pro-
beginning of the Kenshiro, the Fist of the North Star.
I'd say that's probably a lot more comparable to a chakra network than the other two things.
No, because the
It's
effect
like
is
a thing that
different.
like pumps because it. Well, the point of the effect being different, that's just like the fictional medium. I'm just going through like in fiction, like the whole concept of pressure points is if I hit something, the place that I'm hitting isn't necessarily what's being affected. That's the whole point.
Yes and no. Not necessarily. Like I said before, even in fiction, I literally gave you an example. I dead ass gave you an example. In God of High School, you
So
press the pressure point on the heart blows up. There's another one. You
that's
press pressure points on the arm starts bloating the fuck up. Right? So it's
that's
like,
very nice that there are some
yes
examples, but that
and
doesn't mean that it's going to
no.
work that way in every situation.
I
So
never
like
said
I
that.
just say that we. So I just say that there's no information to say that that's just necessarily how it would work in most cases.
I never said it was going to work in most cases. I literally just said yes
Well, then
and
I guess
no.
there's not much information to say that it would work that way for the
But
Naruto
in
situation.
Naruto, I gave you 2 points where this works. We see
Well, one
Neji
wasn't even a
hit
gentle fist user.
We hit Neji. Regardless, they're doing the same shit. I keep saying this. Backtrack of Doom.
It's not the same.
But
It's similar, but it's not the same.
I said they're doing the same shit as in they're attacking the
It's
chakra
a
point.
similar thing, similar to like how
Cool,
I'd say
similar. We could go with similar. I don't care.
a
Cool.
brick fit, a brick
Cool,
tile
cool. We could
fist,
go with
a
similar. We
brick
could go
tile
with
fist
similar.
is like similar to a brick tile fist is like similar to like a frog strike, but like neither of these two things are like at the same level of potency as like Rio.
That's what's currently in question. I don't know what's going on here.
But like they just clearly don't explode inside
That's
of you, tearing like massive holes in your body.
yeah. They
Well,
don't
well, like,
need to. You're just saying the
let's
Rio
let's
itself is
stay on that
different
other
from the
point, and then we
others.
can go back there later.
Yeah, like you're just saying that the Rio itself is different. If it attacks your general body, that's what we're talking about the organs in the first place. If it attacks your general point, and I say that this other thing attacks your general point, and all the characters doing is like making his cells stronger, that's like bypassing this thing, which I don't understand why the chakra
So
network
like,
would only, even though like Sage Mode amplifies your body in general. I don't know why we'd say that it's specifically the skin
well, your chakra.
in general. Yeah.
Yeah, so it's gonna amp like your chakra and your chakra reinforcement in your jutsu, but it's not necessarily gonna amplify your insides. So
That doesn't
like
make sense.
just because you have a higher field of chakra like protecting the outside of your body, that doesn't necessarily mean it's gonna
The
protect your
reason
organs
why his
better.
body's getting stronger is because his chakra is becoming stronger. That's exactly what the natural energy that
Sure.
implements into your body does. Thus, if his chakra is getting stronger, if his chakra is getting stronger, making his body getting stronger, and this is a part of every single portion of his body and every single cell, then everything within his body would get stronger. Unless for some
So
unknown
like
reason, like only his skin would be getting stronger.
I would so like they say specifically that you cannot strengthen your
That's
organs.
what's in question.
And that's actually well it's also like reinforced with the it's reinforced with the well most of the things you brought up have just been talking about Naruto's endurance, never showing that he could strengthen his organs, like showing his organs
So,
being
but that
stronger from one
was what
point
was
to
also
the
in
other.
question. I
Well
brought up
like
like
endurance and like strengthening your organs are just not the same thing. But regardless, like when it comes to
yeah, I said I never said they were the same thing. I don't know why you brought up
well
that. That
then
was
why were
another
you
thing.
using those
Yeah,
endurance
I
feats?
said that that's a question. It being endurance feats are in question. That's what I just
They're
said.
just endurance feats? Like I don't know, like
Yeah, that's what's in question.
until you
It being endurance feats.
until you can prove that it's anything more than him just like tanking it and regenning later, like there's no
Yeah,
reason
yeah.
to
Regening
to assume
later.
he's getting stronger.
Ah, the argument
What?
is really simple, right? If his heart is getting fucked up, right, and his brain is getting fucked up, and his kidneys are getting fucked up, but the argument is, well, he can't even take lung damage. Why the fuck would he be enduring?
Well, that's because the lung
Why would
damage
he
is
have it?
extreme, like far more extensive.
That was also in
So,
question.
what's better, having a small hole in your heart
The backtrack of
or
Doom.
having a
Circular Doom.
massive heart? or having a well, like this is the
That's
whole
also
topic. This is the entire
disingenuous
topic.
again. Once again, like I said before, going in circles to just bringing up an old point that I already debunked.
I'm not
That's
like
disingenuous.
you didn't
That's
debunk. We've been
disingenuous and
talking about what we've
disanalogous
been
because
talking.
you're
We've
not
been
just getting a
talking.
hole in your heart.
But
Every single
ignorant.
point of your
Let's
body
not
is
do this
being
like
damaged.
man to man. We both know that we've been going back on it. I never agreed to anything that would debunk that point.
Bo, you don't have to agree to something in order for it to debunk it. That doesn't matter. One, I don't know
Then
why
what's
you
the
brought
point of
up
us
man
even
to
speaking in
man
the first
as if
place?
you're the one who kept backtracking. I kept calling out it to backtrack before I attacked the argument. But we're not. It's not me and you
So, like,
going back. You go back, and I tell you what I already said.
so like I heard what you already said. I'm just telling you why I don't think it really answers the point.
By repeating yourself.
Well,
Yeah,
like I repeated myself multiple times in terms of like telling you like the final like that's part of like the premise of like the argument. But like when it comes to me responding, I generally respond first to why I think that this doesn't necessarily work, and then I loop it back around to the main point. So it's like all
that's
like
exactly what I
consistent
said.
with like my logic.
Yeah, but it's not because like the argument you try to use the same analogy that you did
I'd
before,
say
and
it
I
is quite
explained why it's
consistent.
disanalogous. It was like, yeah, which one is more lethal? Take it a stab to the chest or take it a hold to the heart. I explained why that's disanalogous because you're not just taking a hold to your heart. Every single point of your body is being fucking damaged.
Well, like even that is still questionable just based on the whole thing with the freaking pressure point thing that we brought up, where how like just because you're striking a particular point doesn't mean you're
Yeah,
necessarily
then
doing damage to that point.
at this point you would have to prove that attacking like other portions of the body within Naruto or other pressure points within the body within Naruto then attacks the organ, affects the organ. You'd have to prove that.
No, they just say that the Kakume attacking the Kakume. They didn't say like anything about a specific organ. So
They
like if you
literally
agree that
said
those parts,
attack the
if you
organ,
agree,
attack
if
that
you
can
say so.
um
You
so
say
like
attack it. It says attack the Kakume and the freaking organs will suffer. It doesn't
yeah.
say attack the
So
organ.
that's
Like
just
it is
like that's
indirectly
just being
saying that
once again
attacking the
being
Kakume
disingenuous.
is attacking the organs. It's not. So like
Once
if I attack
again
the
just
Kakume,
being
it's attacking the organs.
disingenuous. Yeah,
How is
you're
that
just once again being
disingenuous? That's just
disingenuous.
literally
I'm
the
about to explain
concept of
why.
pressure points.
I'm about to explain why. Right? Like also that just loops back to it being dependent upon the fiction, but by all means. Yeah, like I was saying before, it was in context to the organ that there being like the chakra network being delicately intertwined with it. And they weren't saying that like, yeah, you attack your hand, the chakra network on your hand, your heart gets fucked up. They were referring to the chakra network on your fucking heart. That's why I keep saying this beforehand. When Kabuto attacks the chakra network on the heart specifically, the heart gets fucked up. When
Yeah,
fucking
but
when Hinata is getting stabbed in the what you call it, when Hinata is getting stabbed in her arm, her heart like across her arm, like her arm is filled with these like attack points. Her heart isn't fucking fucked up, but when he attacks her heart is fucked up.
so like when she gets her heart attacked, there's also a
No,
point
it's
that he
not her
gets in
heart.
her
My fault. It's her
shoulder.
stomach. It's her. Yeah, it's her stomach. I'm looking at it right now. It's like throb,
So
and it's her
like
stomach being like rearranged.
sure, but
Not
like
even just her stomach. What the fuck? It's showing her stomach and then
he's
like some
also
more shit.
he's also like putting his finger in her like fucking arm. Like if I can pull it up.
Yeah, I know. I'm seeing it right now. She put his finger in her arm and then attacks her like I'm not gonna say then attacks, but like also attacks her like chest.
So like why is he if he's already got his hand on her stomach attacking like where you believe to be like the most important part, why does he even bother
It is
attacking
the
the
most
armpit?
important part. I mean, like I gotta say the same thing about what he does right afterwards. If he's already attacked the
I
heart,
don't know.
why does he then go on to attack the arm again? Like
Because
a
the arm
choice
is
that Lincoln
important to
makes.
like the points that he's
It's not a
hitting.
necessity.
The arm like is important to the points that he's hitting. Like I don't know. Like
That's what's in
that's what I
question.
would assume. That's what I would assume from why he would bother doing that. But I don't know.
That's
Maybe
currently
maybe
what's in
Kishimoto does
question.
things for maybe Kishimoto does things for no reason.
You see, you throwing up Occam's razor. See, at this point, I just thought Occam's razor because, like, your argument is like assuming a like a multitude of things. Well, my argument is just drawing the simplest conclusion,
Well,
right?
like
If he attacks the
you're
heart,
just
and then we
like,
see this other thing attack the heart, or he attacks this organ directly, and then this other thing also attacks the organ directly, then we could just draw the conclusion of like if you attack the organs directly, it fucks you up. Not if you attack this different part of the body. If you have to
so
assume all
I
these different
disagree with
points,
the
all
Occam's
these
razor
different
thing
points
because,
for
as we
use.
brought up, like the concept that this is based off of is not that simple. You're trying to fit a square peg into a round hole.
Cool. This circular again. What like we already agreed to the fact that it would be dependent upon the fiction.
Well,
I
like
brought up a
it seems like I'm going
I brought
circular,
up a
but you're the one who's not properly attacking the point.
what?
You're not properly attacking the point.
You you just said before. You just said you just said that. Well, that doesn't make sense because that's not how that's like acupuncture points is not that simple. That just runs back to what we said beforehand, how we agree that it just
Well, like
depends upon the
that's
fiction.
why I repeated myself because you went back onto something that was relevant to what I said. Repeating yourself in a debate isn't necessarily a bad thing. If we are having like a conversation
You don't have to.
and
You
you
don't
are
have to
saying something
explain
that
that
you
to me.
believe, can I finish, please? Can I
You don't have
finish?
to explain
And you're
that to
saying
me.
that
I
some, and you're
understand.
can I please finish?
I'm
And you're
telling you,
saying
I
that we both.
understand. There's
Can I
no need
please
for you to
finish? Like
explain
no,
a
no, no. Like
point.
so, if we're going through something, and
He's
I
going to
believe
explain something that's
that you're
irrelevant.
not really. Okay. What am I saying? Can you like summarize what I
I'm
was about to
saying
say?
that it's irrelevant. I'm like, sure, like, there's nothing
Why
wrong
is
with
it
you
irrelevant?
repeating
Do you even
yourself.
know what it was?
Hey, man, what was it? I'm trying to tell you it. Hey, do
So
you
what
know what
I'm
it
trying
was?
to say
Why did you ask the
is
same
that
question
when
twice? Now I'm gonna explain it to you.
okay, I
All
don't
you're
know
saying
if you're
is not
gonna
like
if you're gonna
repeating your
like do
point
this
or
talking over
reiterating.
me thing, if you're gonna do this talking over me thing, I don't know, like
It's not that
I don't
I'm
know.
not, it's
Are
not that
we
I'm
are we
trying to
trying
talk
to be
over you.
productive or
It's not that I'm trying to talk over
and
you,
why is
even
it
if
every
the
time that
argument
I
has been
speak you start
productive.
speaking?
I, I'm telling you that you're saying a relevant point because I understand that.
Well, if it's an irrelevant point and you understand it, can you summarize it before continuing?
Can I repeat it to you? Is that what you asked?
Sure. Yeah, repeat
Yeah,
it. Repeat
cool.
what I was going to say and like make sure and make sure, yeah,
Yeah,
and
all
then
you was
like
saying,
continue
all
on
you
where
was really
you're
saying to like dumb it down or like paraphrase it. All you was really saying that there's nothing wrong with like reiterating an argument. If you're reiterating an argument, you're making sure like the person in question understands it, or you're explaining why the person in question is not attacking the point.
Yes, pretty much. Like
Okay,
I'm
cool.
trying to like
So,
reiterate to show why you're not really attacking the point.
all right, cool. Why am I not attacking the point? Go ahead.
The reason why you're not necessarily attacking the point is because, as we already brought up, just the thing when it comes to fiction, the whole I think the whole concept of freaking pressure points is that it doesn't necessarily need to attack the point that it hits. Just because you have specific examples of it attacking the points that it hits doesn't mean that it's always necessarily going to attack those points. Because obviously it'd be easiest to write it so, oh, it's just right here, obviously where it would be. But there's also like situations where that just wouldn't necessarily be the case.
Okay, which I've already attacked this point beforehand. I said, sure, that can be the case, but there's also instances where that is not the case. So at that point, there will have to be some form of evidence of that being the case within Naruto, which there is not.
So like, what about when his fucking daughter like hits him in the chakra point and he's just like fucking out all day after just hitting him in his stomach?
He hits him in the core. He hits him right in the stomach where chakra comes from. As we see from Naruto when he's fighting against Neji, we see chakra pouring from his stomach. So the reason why he gets knocked the fuck out, even though in real life you can knock somebody out by punching him in the stomach, the reason why he's knocked out is because the core of his Tenketsu, the core of his chakra network, was shut down. That's why you didn't see like Kurama get affected.
Well, that's only in the anime. In the actual manga thing, Kurama just wasn't there.
Cool. But yeah,
Well,
that's
like, I
why
don't
he
know.
gets knocked out.
No, I guess he would hit him in the stomach. But regardless, I just think that when it comes to like the chakra network thing, you can't just like say, "Oh, it's just this way," because we already been. It's already like numerous examples of like the same concept being done, and like in terms of that
Other different
concept,
things.
it just wouldn't.
Yeah. In other
Yeah,
animes and other shows
in
and other
terms of that concept,
mangas.
is just portrayed differently.
Yeah, we've already agreed to. That's case by case. It's dependent on what you call it. I gave you like for example, in God of High School, it doesn't work like that. If you like touch the arm, like if you use Nabang Chimryu on the arm, it's not gonna affect the heart. It just bloats up the fucking arm. But if you touch the heart fucking blows up, right? It's case by case. So if it's case
Yeah,
by case, if you're saying that it's the case, it would be like it could be the case or whatever, whatever. Within Naruto, you'd have to give some form of evidence of that to back that argument up in the first place. Which I don't know how you're gonna do that.
I would just say this is just like worked into the concept itself.
That's what's in question.
I could look up. I could look. I could just look up stuff about IRL pressure points. One of the
Yeah.
biggest things, like even in real life, because like some people genuinely believe that if you hit certain points on the body, that it can like affect other things. Like there's like a bunch of weird ones. Like apparently, if you hit the bottom of your foot, like it makes you like shit, or some weird shit like that.
I understand that, but this I'm not gonna
So like
keep
that's like
reiterating the
why.
argument.
So like you would
You
agree to that
agreed that
then.
it's
So like
case by
that's what I'm
case.
saying.
You
I would
agreed
say,
that it's case by case. I said that it's case by case. If it's case by case, you have to apply. You have to have evidence within the series, not its concept, but its
well, like the
series,
evidence
because
is
its
like central to
concept is
your claim, so it'd be
interpreted
your.
different way. Since its concept is interpreted different ways, you then have to say, okay, what within the series that we're referring to showcases that it's this way as well. So once again,
I
you
also
still
would.
have to provide evidence within Naruto that proves that point to be true.
Well, like I also wouldn't say that it's being necessarily interpreted in different ways. I just said there's probably just different types of chakra, like different types of pressure points. So, like for example, we've already brought up that there are some that wouldn't be, but like that wouldn't be exactly affecting the place where they're struck. But there are others that would exactly affect the place that they're struck. I think it could just be like a
Case in point.
variation in like what?
Case in point. If there's
What do you
different
mean case in point?
variations, the variation that you're, regardless of how you see it, you're still running into the fact that you're still running into a burden of proof. If you believe that like this concept can still be applied to what you call it, where you could attack, like you could press somebody's like foot, you could make them shit, or you could press somebody's like you could press somebody's wrist and affect their lung, right? Then you'd have to have some form of evidence within the series. Sure, it can be sure it can be the concept that it's inspired by. It doesn't mean it's a 1-to-1 ratio or 1-to-2 ratio.
Sure.
That'll be your burden to prove.
I would agree. I don't know if it's necessarily like my burden thing because like in terms of like us arguing, it's really your point that he was hitting all those places. So wouldn't you have to like prove that it's actually
Yeah,
hitting all
and
those places and
I
doing damage to all
granted.
those places?
Yeah, and I granted evidence for this. I said the
What
whole what
evidence?
you would call it. I said the for example when it comes to Um, I said, for example, when it comes to fucking Kabuto, he hits her in the chest, he hits her in the heart, he slices fucking
Naruto in the
the
heart.
chakra network in the heart.
Yeah, the back of the heart.
Naruto's heart is torn. When Neji hits her in the fucking organ, then his organ is fucked up. Then her organ is
So
fucked up.
like,
Hell, he like right after we know that it's not the dots on his arm on his arm that's fucking up her organs because right afterwards she gets tapped in her arm again and she's that like her body isn't further fucked up. Like she doesn't cough up more blood or anything like that. It's specifically when her organ is attacked directly by the gentle fist is when she starts coughing up bloods and when we see the organ shit. So based off of that abductive argument, we'd have to say that it's via him attacking the organs via the gentle fist directly versus him attacking the arms. So with the Kabuto shit and with the Neji
so
shit, we'd have to come down to the conclusion
my
of
issue with that is that when it comes to the Kabuto, I think the Neji thing is particular. Well, I already said like I don't particularly like the like Kabuto example because it's a different technique and it would necessarily probably work very differently. That's why they say the whole thing about like the thing Hyuga not being able to use a non-Hyuga not being able to use the technique. But like when it comes to the point of all these different characters attacking the yeah, I would say that when it comes to him attacking all the different points on Hinata's body, it wouldn't necessarily not be the same thing. So like if he's attacking the points on the arm, it could lead up to like the final strike on the heart. Similar to like with the Kenshiro example earlier, how Kenshiro hits like a million points on your body and then like has your head fucking explode. All these things could do like cumulative damage. Actually, no, like Rock Lee himself literally says that the damage is cumulative.
yeah, and I already attacked the point I said when referring to other points of the body, not the heart, not the organs. So
So
back
why
to
wouldn't that just build up to? I would actually just go with my point of like it's building up to the final strike that like
yeah. That's why I
was done with the
reference.
organs.
That's why I reference. Oh shit! Hold on. Puzzle. Where the fuck? Oh, which of these objects is sweet and juicy inside? Whoa. Pause.
What the fuck?
Fucking puzzle. Anyways, back to what I was saying. Yeah, that was referring to. That doesn't refer to the organs. They're not saying gradually the organs get fucked up. This damage would be gradual, right? So I think that's entirely different from attacking the organs directly. As I stated beforehand, as I already stated, like literally right before you said that argument, right? When if this is the case that attacking the arm would lead to further damage to the organ, then we would have seen further damage to the organ right when Neji like attacks the arm again right after she coughs up blood, but we don't.
Not necessarily because cumulative.
It's specifically when he attacks the organ directly. That's when we see it.
I'd say not necessarily because it's cumulative. So you said it specifically says when you said when you said it specifically says when they attack like the particular point, it's gonna do damage.
I said it's the organ. The organ damage is shown when he specifically attacks the organs.
Yeah, but I just point back to the damage being cumulative. It probably just like was just higher when it hit the organ in that particular case.
All right, cool. If you pour, let's say that there's a gallon of water and it's completely filled, right? The gallon's completely filled. If you pour a pint of water inside of that, what will happen?
It'll overflow.
Okay, cool. Now let's say you pour another pint in it. What will happen?
It'll overflow.
Okay, cool. So if it's gradual, regardless if the damage is already shown, regardless if it's being gradual before or after, there'll be more damage that is shown to the organ, and yet we do not see that.
So I would say that is just not analogous, because like if it's like a cumulative thing. So he says two things. It can be he indicates that it could be cumulative, and he can also says that one strike could be all it could take. As we see with like specifically the Himawari thing, just because the damage gradually builds up doesn't mean that the damage is necessarily going to be equal every time. So like trying to compare it to something that's just going to instantly overflow is just not necessarily right. That's one of the biggest problems with that.
The argument, okay, I don't think you even understand
what I was saying. Can I give a more analogous argument?
I don't think it was analogous. You just didn't really understand what I was saying.
Well, I'd say sure, it's analogous because it's like
you're referring to it like
breaking
before,
the
sure, it's gradual when we're talking about before the damage is being shown. Right, but I bring up the reason why I bring up the gallon shit.
Why is it only
because the damage already hits significantly, as we literally see her organ throb as she coughs up a pool of blood. So she already hit the top. So if you hit her even more with your own argument, if you hit her even more in these points that would be gradual, that would then mean that there's more damage that will happen. Thus, there'll be more that'll overflow. That means that the damage that she already has will overflow. And we do not see this overflow.
Not necessarily.
Damage. What?
Because if it's a cumulative thing, that doesn't mean that it's going to do the same damage. Especially, that's why I brought up the idea that it's cumulative and the fact that it could only take one blow to finish. It's a thing to where think of it like, let's say you have a glass and you're filling it with rocks. Versus the difference between pouring in a handful of sand versus throwing in 10 rocks.
I don't think so. So you're saying
you can fill the glass with both.
Are you then saying that it's force dependent?
No. What I'm saying is that depending on the point, especially with the the Himawari example, when you're saying it hits like the particular point in the belly button where like the chakra is like produced.
Oh my god, that just
could be like it could be that there's just like a far greater extent to damage depending on the point and depending on like
that just
the set of points.
My point.
How is that?
Okay, if it's specific spots that hit the whatchamacallit in the first place, if it's specific things like if you attack a specific point, that's what hits the whatchamacallit in the first place, then that would then mean that other spots are more sensitive than the other spots in question, right? Cool, which would be the organs, right?
That's not necessarily the case. You're just assuming that.
Stated that it's the organs. It's literally stated.
It's not stated. All it says is that they're intertwined with the organs, and that attacking the kakume
Delicately.
will affect the organ. Yeah,
Delicately intertwined with the organ.
delicately,
And then we
delicately
see
doesn't mean
we see the chakra
that the
network
organs
literally
are the points.
surrounding the organ.
That doesn't mean that the organs are the points that like you hit and it just fucks up like the entire body.
What? That doesn't make sense.
What do you mean that
I
doesn't
hope
make
we
sense?
understand.
It's not a one-to-one thing. You're just assuming that. You're just literally assuming that.
I'm not
Provide
saying
evidence. Provide stronger evidence for that, or just like drop the point.
Oh my god, my brain. Okay, so
No, you're just trying to fit a square peg into a round hole again.
No, we're not. That's not the reason why I'm doing this. Ew. So it's really simple. Hold on. Okay, it's really simple, right? If they're saying that like one attack is all that's needed, or it's gradual, it'd be multiple attacks, right? That means that there's something, like I said beforehand, that means that there's some things there's some spots that are more sensitive to the other spots. The fact that you attack the core of the chakra fucks up the entirety of the network would prove the point that if you attack a certain spot in the network, you're gonna fuck up the entire network in the sense of like there being sensitive or delicate spots. I'm saying that this will then tie in with the chakra network being delicately intertwined with the organs. And then
I don't think that's what that means.
Then we see chakra networks being intertwined with the organs. So my question is this, right? How could I say this? How could I go this? Oh, he's gone. Hold on, I'm gonna wait till he comes back. All right, he's back. So, what whatchamacallit should I use? Oh,
So delicate can just mean very fine in texture or structure or workmanship, which is what I would say like they're probably getting at. So it's delicately intertwined, as in they're like a bunch of small. Because intertwined would like refer to like the structure of how it like connects to the organs. So if it's delicately intertwined, it's referring to all these like tiny. Yeah, it's referring to all these tiny string-like points that are all rooting into the heart and all of that.
Okay, cool. So that unironically, if it's tied directly to the heart, and then it's confirmed that if you affect the chakra network, you affect the heart. That then means, unless you're attacking specific points, which he didn't attack specific points, which is what you do when they're poking. That's when they're attacking the specific points, not when they're literally palming your ass. That's a general area, right? So if the character in question is palming said area, they'll be attacking the general chakra network of that organ instead of just attacking several specific points with their fingers. As in like the chakra, they don't just feel chakra in their hand, but how can I explain this? When they're fighting when the two are fighting, they showcase a difference between having chakra across the entirety of your hand and palming with it versus having chakra in your fingers and poking with it. As we see like when Neji like hits her like pokes her fucking finger, there's small points that appear on her arm versus there being chakra across your entire hand. Because what the Gentle does, what they do with the Gentle is they create small needle-like constructs right in front of their fingers to then poke through the whatchamacallit. Obviously, that wouldn't apply to the entirety of your fucking palm when you're coating it in chakra. Thus, it would make zero sense for us to think that like he's just poking holes into the heart instead of attacking the general fucking area of the organ.
That would work in that particular case, but like in terms of the case for Naruto, he didn't do the palm strike thing for Naruto, did he?
No, he attacked the general area regardless.
So he attacked the points, which is just the different thing.
Yeah, he attacked the general. There's a difference between the two, right? I'm saying that there's a difference between
and that's why I'm saying that you wouldn't necessarily compare Hinata to Naruto in this case.
Okay, I'm saying that there's a difference between just poking once or a few times versus literally poking the general area. They're both getting the same job done. They're both poking the chakra the chakra network just in different fashions. But since they're both getting the same job done, the same effect would occur. Unless you think that
So
unless you think that like the effect of attacking the general points in the area specifically versus attacking the general points of the area in the hand via the hand is somehow different. Which I don't know how you're gonna prove that.
well, I just argue that when it comes to the point thing, it'd probably be like more similar to the cumulative thing that we were arguing about versus like the thing that's like spreading through and shockwaving like a bunch of the different organs and shit.
Okay, why?
Because when it's attacking particular points, like it's attacking it's attacking the kakume, but like when it's going through like the general area, it's like attacking like the whole fucking body or like the whole like,
Nope.
area that it's trying to slap.
They're both attacking the
Why?
Kirikaku. They're both attacking the chakra network. It's literally stated that
Sure, but like one's a lot
both
more
portions are
direct.
attacking the are attacking
But like,
both portions are attacking the both portions are attacking the chakra network. If you're saying what exactly what I said beforehand is that the hand is just attacking the general area of the chakra network. Well, that's what the 64 palms does as well. But it's just that each strike is more precise. But the conclusion, the result of attacking all of those strikes is attacking the general area. That's why when we get an X-ray vision of Naruto, we see no chakra in Naruto's body because the generality of his points were attacked.
so like, I can agree that they attacked all the points, but the problem with that is like when it comes to attacking particular points via the chakra, via the fucking chakra needles, is like what I would argue just like the cumulative damage would be. So like when they're doing the cumulative damage, they're it's the sand in the jar, like for my analogy earlier. And when they're going for like more specific things, it'd be more like the rocks. But regardless, like
Okay,
it's
what's the
going to
result
add
of
up
the
to
sand and
some.
the
It's
rocks
going
being
to
inside of a? What's the result of the sand and the rocks filling up a glass jar? What's the result of that?
well in the freaking in the case of this analogy, it would be an organ being damaged to some extent.
I'm asking about like what's the? I'm talking.
So like
Okay,
you mean like
so the
so you
same
were
result.
you were
So
asking
like
about
I
it
said,
in
that's
like
what you
in
just.
applicant. So I said to some extent, but like
Okay.
when it comes to like pouring more sand into the jar, like you could pour a little bit of sand in the jar, and that doesn't mean you're necessarily gonna get like the same effect as if you threw like a fucking boulder in the jar. So
Yeah,
like
I don't. I don't.
when it comes to pouring the sand in the jar is gonna be like each of those individual strikes are leading
Wait,
up to the
wait.
damage.
I think at that point we're just being wait. So we're pouring versus throwing rocks in it. That's already disanalogous because that's the reason why
Well, like it's talking about
the
taking up
reason
the
why the
space.
glass jar would then break via the rocks is not because you're just putting rocks in it. It's because you're fucking throwing them versus you just pouring sand. If
So
you keep
I was
throwing
saying throw
sand at a
like
glass jar, the glass jar is going to break. If you throw rock at the jar is going to break. The same thing's going to occur.
so when it's not about breaking the jar, it's about like adding them to the jar to fill the jar, similar to your water analogy. But I would argue that this is a lot more analogous because when it comes to the water analogy, you're just talking about it being overflowed with every shot. When while I brought up the like cumulative thing, it's more of it getting drip fed rather than it necessarily being like a huge sum of water or a huge rock every single time.
One, my water analogy was referring to when she was already coughing up blood. So that's one. But two, when referring to your rock
Well, like
analogy,
that's why I
right?
brought up the sand versus the rocks.
When referring to the rock analogy, right? Um, if the glass breaks, well, why is the glass breaking because of the rocks?
It's not about the glass breaking. It was about it filling up. Because, like, I think, yeah, when you said her throw it in there, I wasn't talking about literally throwing it because obviously it would break. The whole point is that you're dropping it into the jar to like fill it up in the same way that you would with
Sure. So you're just saying
the water analogy, but the rocks are just going to take up more space. So that would
cool.
be
That just means that it gets to the
yeah, that
same
would be the
conclusion.
greater.
It just that what you're saying is that because what you're saying would then be saying that like just the rocks get to this conclusion faster. You're not saying that the conclusion would be different. You're just saying the conclude.
Well,
You're not saying the conclusion would be different. You're just saying that they gets to the conclusion faster, which I could agree that it gets
Sure,
to the
but like
conclusion
really quickly.
faster. It's still the same conclusion, so it doesn't matter.
Really quickly though, like when it comes to the like conclusion getting met there faster, that would be with the better chakra points versus the lesser chakra points that would lead up to the same thing. So you said why when she got hit in this arm did she not just spew up a lot more blood? That's why. Yeah, I'd say that was just her adding more sand, him adding more sand rather than him throwing in another rock.
Okay, yeah. If you throw in another rock, the rock won't fit. It will just fall out the jar since the jar is already filled, right? So, but just like how if you pour more sand into a jar filled with sand, the sand's just gonna fall out instead of just staying in there. Which goes to my
Well,
analogy. It goes with my
depends
argument
on
about her. She's already spilling up blood, thus the filling of the jar being completely filled. So if you stack more damage on top of that, more is going to happen, and yet it did not.
so it could seem like nothing did, but if I throw in a 2 inch wide rock and then I pour in like half a teaspoon of sand, that doesn't necessarily gonna get that much closer to filling the jar.
The jar's already filled.
Well, the jar being filled with her it would be her being defeated. So let's say
Nope.
we have
She
so
was
what is
literally
the jar
defeated
being
right
filled in
there.
this
Right
case?
afterwards, they jump in. Like literally, she was defeated right there. Right afterwards, they come in. They literally come in and stop her because they confirmed
Or
that
like
Hinata can't fight. They cannot. She cannot
the
continue to fight. She was already beaten.
sure sure let's say that, but like in terms of like what I'm getting at for the argument, being defeated or the extent of the damage. Let's say the jar is full. If you, I think, let's say the jar is nearly full because like she's not dead, but like she's like progressing to like the end of her life. If you pour a little bit of sand on top of the rock that's nearing the rim, that's not really going to make it overflow. It's just going to like progress closer to the jar being filled, but not necessarily fill the jar. And that's like with the whole cumulative thing versus the rocks. That's why I use that analogy versus like the
They're not
water analogy
referring
because
to
with
like the
water
death
it's
of the
going with
opponent,
water
they're not even
with
referring
rock.
to the death of the opponent or the complete incapacitation of the opponent. They're referring to the damage towards the organs or the damage
Well,
in
that
general.
wouldn't necessarily apply to like the analogy because our analogy is a lot more. It's going to be a lot more flat because we're that's not necessarily the thing that we're controlling for. What
I
I'm
don't know who
talking about is
he
like
is.
the progression of the damage during the freaking gentle fist rather than the actual like point at which he's defeated.
Now,
So when you brought the reason why we brought these up,
my
okay, you
argument about the analogy literally was referring to the damage taking place, not the damage not the damage accumulating to the point where she fucking dies or is completely incapacitated. My analogy was that like my analogy was basically saying that like the more with your argument, the more she's poked at, the more damage stacks up until the damage is actually shown. Not that the
sure,
damage until like the damage fucking kills her.
sure, but then I guess like we could say it's like the way that my example for the rocks would be more analogous would be it could appear a lot bigger once you throw a rock in there, but then if you throw a little bit more sand in there, it is bigger. There's a larger amount of like mass inside of the jar by me adding a teaspoon of like fucking sand in there, but it's still not going to progress nearly as much as the rock. So it doesn't necessarily need to be that visible. So like let's say you had a jar full of these rocks and the sand and you left and I like poured a teaspoon of sand into there, like you couldn't necessarily tell the difference, right?
Um, if you pour a teaspoon of sand and it hasn't reached the conclusion yet, meaning that the damage hasn't been shown, sure, it wouldn't seem like it was a difference. If you drop a
Well, that's the
pebble,
point.
if like the jar is like halfway full or like full or like 1/4 full, and you drop a rock inside of like the rock filled jar, sure, right? It would seem like a major difference because you dropped a new rock in it, right? But I'm saying I'm disregarding that because I'm not referring to the points before she starts coughing up blood. I'm referring to afterwards, which, like I said before, with my analogy,
Sure.
I'm referring to the damage accumulating to the point where we see the damage actually take place, which is her coughing up blood. Thus, If the jar's already filled, meaning that the damage is already shown, if you add more water or more sand or more rocks, the rocks won't be able to fill, so they will just spill out, meaning that you'll see the rocks that are outside the jar because they couldn't fit inside the jar. I'm applying the same logic to
Well,
Hinata. She's already showcasing this damage. If she was damaged further, by if like she's poked once or two or three more times on the arm, there'll be further damage that is shown because it cannot fit within the jar.
so while she's greatly damaged, and I'd agree with that, I would say that when it comes to pouring more sand, the sand could slip between the cracks in the rocks and appear to not be that much more like freaking mass in the jar. It
Then the
doesn't
jar
have
is
to
not
have
filled.
like it doesn't have to have like a massive effect like the last one did. It doesn't have to be visibly like way different when she gets a little bit more damage. It could just be a little bit more damage, but since she's relatively far more damaged, it's not really going to make much of a difference. If you get shot in your chest
Yeah,
like
well,
8 times and then I prick you with a needle after, are you really going to notice the needle?
am I really going to notice the needle? Am I going to notice the needle relative to pain? No. Is it going to be shown? Yes. And I also think
Sure,
that's
but like it's not
analogous
something
unless
that's external. That's the point.
it's not something that's, what do you say?
So when it comes to like the gentle fist is internal. So let's say it is making it worse by him doing the one more attack. That doesn't necessarily mean that it's necessarily going to be strongly visually shown. It could just be the case that that happened, and then there's just like more damage, but not so like not significantly more damage to the point where it's going to do anything that would like severely fuck her up.
Okay. Well, the problem with that, which is like I said beforehand, is that we're saying that these things lead up to the heart. So regardless of you saying yes, this would occur regardless of how you see it. If I hit you with a bat over and over again and caused your brain to bleed, and then somebody slaps you, regardless, it will cause more bleeding to the it'll cause more bleeding to the brain, so more would occur. There'll be this effect would show regardless if it's minimal or not, unless it's like a small ass percentage, like so small, or like so small that like the damage wouldn't show, which I disagree with that heavily. Then it makes zero
I
sense at
would
all
say
to say that, like, yeah, while like the damage already hit the limit, if you add more damage onto it, it doesn't mean that it's automatically going to show. You have to fucking win.
I would I would say that
And I
like
also agree
the
beforehand.
I would say that it being like a cumulative thing, like and like the numerous strikes he took, that would just like all go into that idea because that's like the whole thing that Kishimoto's showing. He's showing that it's not always just like the one hit, and he's like literally telling us that multiple hits will build into like a greater amount of damage. It's not, and that's why it's like the gentle fist. You're not necessarily going to be bleeding and fucked up from every like one hit. It's that these are going to accumulate into something that does far greater, far more lethal damage later on.
If we're
So
referring,
like if she's already fucked up, like you're not really going to necessarily notice one more point.
yeah, I mean, like that's what. Like I keep saying, you're referring to the beforehand, before the effects actually
No,
show.
I'm referring to the
Like,
after part.
no. Your argument automatically does. If it's gradual, that means it hasn't reached this conclusion in the first place. It's the whole point of
Sure,
something
but
that's gradually increasing. It hasn't reached the conclusion, right? Thus, if it has reached the conclusion, any further damage would stack onto the previous damage. This would be shown.
so I would agree with stack onto the previous damage, but do you think that it would do like exponentially higher damage? So like let's say I hit a particular point in your body and then that leads up to tearing like your fucking lung or whatever. Do you think that if I hit another point, it's going to just automatically make a much larger gash in your lung, or does that mean that it would do like freaking similar damage to like the first one that didn't do much to you?
If I already reached the limit and the next attack in question still leads to the point that we're the organ or the gash that we're referring to, yeah, you'll see more. Like if you like gets like a cut in your fucking stomach and I punch you in your chest, more blood's gonna come out.
I
Or if
think
I
one of the
slap you in
biggest
your
problems
chest,
is
more
you're
blood's gonna
looking at
come
it
out.
like I think the problem is you're looking at it as like a limit to how much you can take of X rather than like this is something that will build to a certain point to where you're taking a certain amount of damage.
I'm saying it's a limit
So like
limit
it's not
towards the
like
organ. I'm saying it's a limit towards the organ in question. Once you affect that organ to a certain limit, it's going to showcase these signs. If you add on more, it's going to continuously showcase these signs.
Sure, but that doesn't mean that everything is going to be like as massive as the last hit that it took. Like, so if you get like a gash in the lung, that doesn't mean that the next one's going to make a bigger gash in the lung. The next one could just be building to a next hit.
Mm, I don't. That's entirely different. Because
I think
unless
that's
we
probably what they're
that
going
no, it's
for.
not. Because if you get a gash in the lung, if you get a gash in the lung, are we doing like one attack or multiple attacks? What are we doing?
So let's say it takes like fucking seven,
Take seven to get a
something
gash
to
in the
that extent.
lung, and then if you take seven to
I would
gash,
say that it's like
if it's seven attacks and then you get a gash in your lung, and then he adds another attack onto it, yes, it's going to cause more damage. You're going to see the damage.
so.
The damage is now
I wouldn't.
visible. You're coughing up blood. You get hit with another attack. That force is going to stack up and make you cough up more blood. That's
Well, it's
exactly
not
what that
force
means.
stacking because it's not like a power dependent thing, but like I would say that these things just break.
It
So
is
there's going to be a
power dependent.
gradual breakdown. There's going to be like a gradual breakdown based on like what happens with the gentle fist. So
Yeah, but
as
she
you
already
go
hit this
on,
breakdown.
so as you go, so once she hits the breakdown, so do you think that you can only attack one organ, or do you think that like you can only attack one organ one time, or do you think that there would just be different
Yeah.
amounts of
Okay. Wait. That
effectiveness?
doesn't even,
So like
that
just
doesn't
like with
necessarily. That doesn't
the
necessarily. That's irrelevant because your point was that like the points that he put on the arm led to this specific organ damage. So if he continuously does this, it'll be leading towards this organ by virtue.
Yeah, sure, but
All right.
what I'm arguing
Cool.
is
So
that
if
it's going
he
to be since it's a cumulative thing. Even if he hits like a one more or two more or three more points after, it's not necessarily going to be as effective as like the biggest point because there are more and less effective points.
That's not what the argument was. And nobody's saying.
That's
And
what I've
I
been
was.
arguing this whole time. Maybe you didn't express yourself very
Wait.
well.
That's an irrelevant point. Nobody's saying that it's as effective. What? I kept saying
Well,
this. Not. It doesn't
so
matter if it's as effective as.
what you're
Hmm?
arguing is that we should be able to see the damage. What I'm arguing is the extra damage on top of what has already been done shouldn't necessarily be so great that you would necessarily see it.
Yeah. Well, that doesn't really equate to what you
Well,
said
that's like
before.
kind of what we've
It
been
said what
arguing
you
with.
just said is like it's not going to be as great as the last attack. Those are two entirely different points. Nobody's saying that it's
So
as
when I
effective. You're saying nobody's saying it's as effective. It's just saying that you would see more damage.
Well, as great is referring to like how much damage. Like it's gonna
Yeah.
do big damage because great means like it like invokes big or strong or great or something. Like I don't know,
And
like so, like it has
yeah,
like whatever. Like
but as
so
once you
like
put
what I meant
as
was
at it,
like
you're
the
saying that it's similar,
amount.
if not the same. Which nobody's
So
saying
I'm
that it's
saying that
equal
it
to.
won't be similar as so like what I'm saying is that it won't necessarily be similar because it would do like it'd probably be more like a lesser strike rather than like a major strike
Sure, it
because
can be a lesser strike. I'm saying regardless, you'll still see more damage.
I'm saying that that's just not necessarily the case because as we see with like the lesser strikes, like there's nothing that says that once you've already taken damage that every lesser strike is going to do more damage in terms of like being like on a similar scale or causing like a massive effect on top of what has already been done.
It
It
doesn't
shouldn't
need.
let it shouldn't
That's the art. I keep. Okay, it doesn't have to be on the same scale as the totality. I'm saying you will see more regardless. More and being the same or similar to the totality is two entirely different arguments. That's why I kept saying if you pour a pint of water in a already filled gallon, you're going to see the water overflow. Sure, you're not going to see a major overflow like if you're continuously pouring water in it, but you'll still see an overflow. You'll still see the water fall out. If you put rocks in it, you try to put more rocks in an already totally filled jar of rocks, the rock is going to fall out and you're going to see the fall. A rock is going to fall out. You're going to see the rock outside of the body, outside of
well
the jar. I'm applying the same logic to her. Regardless if it's minor or not, you would still see more damage as it would cause her to cough up more blood.
so the problem is that you're assuming that the damage would be to an extent that it's something that you would actually be able to see. So like if she's already so damaged that like let's say like it's just like with the gunshot example. If you have a gunshot and I stick a needle into like one of the gunshots like less than a centimeter deep, that doesn't mean it's necessarily going to do any damage. Like it's not gonna do like super significant damage that you see.
Okay, if well, even though I think that's like disanalogous, if we go off of like gunshots,
I said
if you shoot me with a gun, right? If you shoot me specifically in the heart with a gun, boom, bullet goes through my heart, and then you pierce my heart with a needle, my heart is going to pump out more blood. Regardless of how minute it is, it's going to pump out more blood. You will see
sure,
more
but that
blood
wouldn't
come out.
necessarily be noticeable. That's the point.
It will be noticeable. You'll see more heart.
Why?
At first, you're seeing the flow. You're going to see the flow come out, and then you're going to see the flow increase once you add more force onto it. The reason why
So
it's
do you think
flowing
that you
out
could?
is because of the heart. The reason why it's flowing out at first was because the force of the heart, a heart beating continuously, even after punctured. Since it's flowing out more blood, once you apply more stress onto it, it will pump more, thus pour out more blood.
I don't believe that you'd be able to see the difference between like how thick is your average needle. So like I
How
don't believe
thick
you'd
is
be able
your
to see the
average needle?
difference.
We could
But
go like a toothpick. You
sure,
still see
like
more
whatever.
blood.
Like
It's
I don't.
gonna pour out. It's
So like
literally
look,
gonna
look, look.
pour out. You're
I
gonna
don't
see.
think I don't think that you'd be able to necessarily see the difference between somebody bleeding out from a 1 inch hole in their body versus like a hole that's less than a millimeter.
Less than
Like I
a
don't think that
millimeter.
you would necessarily see. I don't think that you'd necessarily like see that very well, like or be able to tell. So like they're
If you compared it
even
to,
though
yeah.
like you're definitively bleeding at a
If you
higher
compared it to,
rate.
yeah, it would be like the pool of
You're
blood outside
defin-
your body would be larger. But
Well,
you
that's
could
the
tell
point that
this
I'm making with the
difference.
Hinata part. Just because she's more damaged doesn't necessarily mean that it's going to be at a rate that you can really see.
I mean, like in your argument against that is that I don't believe that this would be the case, and I'm explaining why it would be the case because it will be one pool would be
Well,
larger than the other pool. If one pool is larger
that
than the other
assumes that
pool, then
there.
yeah, you can see that there's a difference between the two.
Well,
I
that
don't think
assumes that
that.
they would be like completely separate things. The point of me bringing up the
No,
needle
it's
thing is
not.
to just so that just so the point of me bringing up the needle thing is to just so there are different types of bleeding, not bleeding, different types of damage and different levels of damage. And
No, I
if
understand
one
that.
is already there and they're like attacking the same point, it's not necessarily going to be seen through the other one. So if there's more damage being done to the heart via like another point, it could completely blend in with the other stuff, or just not even be like
Yeah,
go noticed.
I don't think a needle's addition would be that small. That's the problem. Especially if it's poking out of a new hole. If the blood is poking out of a new hole, then there's a separate portion that the blood's going to escape. So the blood would be noticeably larger.
I think it would be larger, but I don't know how much noticeably larger. Because how would that tiny hole be massive? I don't think that tiny hole would make like a very significant difference next to like a 1 inch hole of blood
Yeah,
that already
enthalpy.
has like blood pouring out of it.
Yeah, enthalpy. It's like if you cover like a water hose with your finger and make the hole smaller, the water will flow out faster because the hole is smaller. It's placing more pressure on the specific thing versus the majority. So yeah, it most definitely would be it most definitely would be noticeable. You'll see either A, the blood pour out faster, or B, you'll see the blood be larger. The blood pool be
Well,
larger.
it would be larger certainly, but like you wouldn't be able to tell that difference. It's not that
It's
significant.
just
So
really
like let's say you have a water hose and I stick a needle into the water hose. You might not even notice like how much the pressure's gone down.
I might not notice how much the pressure's gone down. Yeah, I would.
Like if it's just dripping from a needle like I shoved in there.
If it's just dripping, then that's entirely different. But if you poke water in the water hole and it's as it should be, as there's the water coming out. I'm not gonna say high speed on some speed of sound shit, but like water's rushing swiftly out of the water towards the hole of the water hose. Yeah, you'll be able to notice that the water came out because now there's like now the water is focusing on a new entry. Now I will say the only difference between the two is the fact that the direction would be different since it's not flowing in that direction of the water hose. Sure, sure, you could say that it'll be like sure you could say that the flow could be minute off of that alone. I don't think that's applicable. I don't think that's applicable to the argument here, especially since it's not like the it wouldn't be like a it's not like akin to like a heart wouldn't be akin to a water hose. If you shoot a heart and then you stab a heart with a needle to the side, it's gonna and then you're gonna see the
Well,
blood pool increase.
well, then I guess this would be more analogous. So let's say I stick a needle into your water hose and like it goes all the way in. Like this one's a clean break. It's gonna like create a small stream, and it's like a really small needle. But then like I take an X-Acto knife and I scoop out a chunk right next to that. Like the water is going to pour out. You're not
Right
really going
next
to
to it,
notice the difference.
before it, or like and
Even if
behind it.
yeah, even if it's before because like it would have to
If
be
it's
before it,
before
or
it,
else
it's
it
not
just
even.
wouldn't
It's
work.
probably not even. It's probably barely gonna even. No, it's not even gonna reach the fucking hole. It's not even gonna reach the
I'm
needle.
saying
It's
before.
gonna gash out to the
Well,
side.
so
If we're
when we
saying
say
after,
before,
then
you also
sure. Like in comparison to if we're saying in comparison to two, one is insignificant, one is the other. Sure, but you will still notice that the water is larger, the pool is larger here.
not necessarily because it's gonna because like we both agree if you get shot in the heart, like if it's not fixed like really quickly, like, it's gonna be like a
It's gonna be a
large percentage
pool.
of it's gonna be like I feel like you could bleed out like 30% of your body, like all the blood in your body in like a minute or two. I don't think that a much smaller hole is necessarily going to cause that much more damage to the point where it's going to actually matter.
It's not that it's pouring out. It's not that it's like more damage. It's the fact that there's a new entry, thus there will be shown to be more damage in the sense of bleeding the
Like
fuck out. And if we're
I
referring to
don't think that the
things
bleeding
like,
would be that
if we're
much
referring
greater.
to things like pumping blood towards like like give you an example. If let's say that like, because what happened is like it was either stomach or organ or her lung. They didn't really specify. No, it was her stomach. Yeah, her stomach got ruptured. Like it got fucked up and then like blood came out then like she starts spitting out blood. If I like flick it, if I flick or if I slap her fucking or her stomach after that, more blood's going to rise up. Like she literally stopped. The problem is after that she just stopped. Like there's no more blood coming up after she gets back up. Not after she gets back up, but like when she like coughs up blood, and then like she throws out a punch, she doesn't cough up even more blood when she gets poked. She beforehand before she gets poked again, she stops completely. The blood stops completely. So if she getting pressed again, and then the force is being added to her stomach yet again via your argument, then we would see even minute amount of blood come out her mouth again, but we don't. Unless we think it's
So I
so
think
minuscule to the point where you wouldn't see it at all, which I think you could agree that
yeah.
like if like you start a water hose and then you stop a water hole, if you like not even that if you like how do I say this, if like the whole knife gashing the whatchamacallit, if you gash a little slit in the water hose and water come out and then you seal it up right afterwards, then you poke a hole into it with a needle, you're still going to see water come out. That's still going to be noticeable. And yet,
I
like,
don't think it'd
she
be
stops
noticeable because of like how
bleeding,
much
and then
more
she
would be
gets
there.
poked in her whatchamacallit. As she stops bleeding, she gets poked in her arm, and she like the blood stops. Not the blood stops, but like before she gets poked, the blood just stops.
Is it shown to stop?
Yeah, let me see. Because if I'm wrong, then you can have the fact that I was wrong with like the blood stopping. I'm pretty sure the blood stops.
I'm pretty sure all we see is like there's like an impact of like
There's like a
the
cough of
organs, and then we
blood.
don't really see.
There's like a cough of blood, and then like we don't see more blood until we don't see more blood. We just see her say "ha," and like when she moves, the blood on her lips like come off. He dodges it. He dodges it, and then pokes her arm again. Let's let's show this. Even like literally, even afterwards, like the whatchamacallit, it just stops completely. Like when we see it like dry. Hold on. We see her like shit dry right here, and then we see like here, like literally, it was just a momentary burst of like blood. She says, "Ha!" When she's moving to strike, but she knows she's striking because he literally goes to dodge from point blank range. The blood just comes off when she's moving, as it should be, and then he dodges it, pokes her arm, and then we don't see more blood. If we're saying that like these is what gradually made this thing, which I disagree with entirely, then regardless, you would still see like after this poke, there'll be more fucking blood that comes out of her lips, regardless if it's
I just
minute or
feel
not.
like
But we literally see it dry up.
I would just say that when it comes to like the pokes, it's probably so minute on its own that it's not necessarily going to like rip it open.
One,
Like
two,
just by
three,
doing
four,
one more.
5. He landed 5 strikes on on her arm. I think like a 6th strike was still showcase damage.
Well, like the fact that it's cumulative makes it like more complicated. So like the palm strikes seem to be like what does the lion's share of the damage.
You said what?
The palm strikes seem to be what do the lion's share of the damage.
When she attacks like the organ specifically? When he attacks the organ
Yeah, he does.
specifically?
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm like, that could be the case. That just kind of proves to a point that if you attack the organ, if we're saying that like the damage beforehand was minuscule, the pokes were minuscule beforehand, but then like one smack to the organ caused this thing to happen, that means that the pokes beforehand didn't really do shit. It was the organs getting hit.
Well, that's not what that means. That means that it did more, but like, that doesn't mean that the other ones didn't do anything.
I'm not saying
It's
that it didn't
possible
do
that like
anything.
he
I'm
could. It's
saying that
possible
like, it
that
would
he
just
can't
be
even do that
minuscule.
with it.
Especially
It's
since the
possible
fact
he,
that like it's really like if it was like I don't even it's if it was significant enough, we would have seen signs beforehand. If it was
it's possible
if
that he
the
can't
pokes in
even.
the arms were significant enough, we would have seen signs beforehand. And we do not until he pokes until he hits the organ specifically.
It's possible that he can't even like blow her organs up without doing those first.
It's
At
pot.
least not with.
I don't even what.
So like he starts out the technique by doing that, and then ends up doing the other thing. So like we don't even know if he would be able to do one without the other.
Because he did this extra things beforehand.
Yeah. Is
Okay,
that
so if
insane?
attacking the chakra network in the organs leads to this X thing, then this wouldn't be a gentle fist excluded thing. This would be in general. If you attack the chakra network or the organ or the body, then it fucks up that organ, right? So if a character attacks the chakra network or the organ or this thing, then logically speaking, the damage would be applicable. It wouldn't be this technique specifically. It will be an overarching thing. So
Not
he attacks
necessarily, because
he
like
doesn't
as
just
I said,
attack a point, he palms the area itself. So he's attacking the general fucking area of that organ.
well, after like hitting numerous points that would lead up to said damage.
Yeah, no, I'm saying that like if there's an instance, that shows a character attacking the general area of an organ and fucking up that organ without attacking other spots, that means the same conclusion would be applied to anything else that does it. And it's not meaning that it wouldn't be necessary for a gentlefish user, meaning that it wouldn't be necessary for a gentlefish user to attack a specific point, specific points of the body, then the organ to do so. They can just attack the organ.
I wouldn't say so, because when it comes to the gentle fist, if we see it be like an accumulative thing, and we see some things not be accumulative things, that doesn't necessarily mean that like just because one isn't necessarily cumulative, that doesn't mean that all wouldn't work.
That only applies when they're attacking a specific point instead of the general area, which the general area is them palming the character. The point in question would be them poking the character, like what Neji does. So, like I said before, regardless,
So I
if
guess
they're
that would just
palming
like
the general
debunk
area,
Naruto's like.
if they're palming the general
I guess that
area,
would debunk Naruto's feet.
Not necessarily, because that just goes back to what I said. He
Because
attacked
it would be the
generally everything.
ineffective thing. So like it would
What?
be the ineffective thing. What do you mean? So like if you're gonna say that like the palm strikes are going to solely do it by themselves, and that the individual touches that the individual times that he was tapped by Naruto during the or Hinata during the like 64 palms or whatever he did to Hinata's arms, that would just mean that when it comes to Naruto, those things didn't necessarily inflict organ damage.
I don't agree with that at all. Especially
Then
since,
how do you
especially,
reconcile having one point but not the other?
yeah, because that kind of generalizes the 2 points. And the reason why I'm saying that is because one character is specifically getting hit on her arm, then her organ, meanwhile the other character is getting hit on everything, her organs, his organs, limbs, etc., etc. So he is attacking the general area with Naruto, just in a different method. Meanwhile, he's not doing that against when he's poking Hinata's arm. He's not doing that. He only attacks the general area when he hits the organ.
I would say that if it's like doing the points versus doing the palm strikes, if the palm strikes are the ones that like directly show it, then I would say that when it comes to the hitting a bunch of points, that doesn't mean that they would necessarily do very significant damage.
If you're hitting a minute amount of points, but 60 fucking 4 on organs and everything about your body to the point where
So
your
like,
entire chakra network shuts down as shown, yeah, it most definitely should.
well,
That's a massively higher degree.
we already agreed that they're cumulative. So the point of what I'm saying is, if he's hitting a bunch of points, it doesn't mean he's necessarily doing damage that's like super significant on each point. It means that it's like an accumulation of damage that's going to hit through like all over the points. That's going to be
Yeah,
fucked up at the end.
that's when one is not attacking the organs. Two, they're not attacking enough chakra networks either. Which, as we see, he is attacking. Like he attacks so many chakra networks, the chakra network entirely shuts down. Like when there's a visual of like Naruto's chakra, we see that there's no chakra there. So he significantly affected Naruto's body. It wouldn't be gradual in this sense when he uses the 64 palms.
Well,
Blatantly,
like
because it's blatantly shown not to be.
I'd say that'd be the definition of gradual, because if he's gonna hit him 64 times before this happens, it there'd be no reason to assume it would have done it from the first strike.
That's not what I'm
Gradual means
arguing.
that,
I'm talking about the conclusion.
so that means that not every single point did the outcome, so
Phrasing.
that would make
My
it a
argument
gradual
is that
effect.
the conclusion was not gradual. Sure,
It would
4
have to
strikes
be in
can
the
be
Naruto
gradual.
case.
I'm referring to the conclusion
Well, the
as we
conclusion would have to
see
be
the
gradual,
conclusion.
because if he's doing multiple strikes to a conclusion, it would be a gradual process.
Yeah, to the conclusion, not the conclusion itself. You're just saying that it'll be a gradual process towards the conclusion.
Oh, so
Sure,
wait, you're
but
going
we
back to the
see the
damage argument?
conclusion.
Oh yeah, so okay, so we're going back to the damage argument on like whether or not it should be a super effective thing once you've already hit like a certain level of damage, right? That's what you're talking about, right?
Sure.
So when I say that, all that I'm saying, I think the way I would argue is that it's gradually building up to a new spike of damage, rather than
Based off
like
of
it
what?
necessarily be, because we don't see Hinata like burst open like the second time we hit it. Like I'd say that's a lot more consistent than saying that it doesn't do any damage. I think or to hit a bunch of different points. What would the point of like the 64 palms be if you only needed to hit one?
Nobody's saying that you need to hit 1.1. The strawman to do. Two, um, my argument is that the conclusion showcases X. If he hits all of these points, it'll be equal to an X other thing that's doing the same shit but attacking smaller points. Attacking like a minute version of points. Like with Kabuto, he's only attacking the heart, the Karakuke of the heart, right? Versus Neji attacking every single portion of the body. Even when Neji fought up against Hinata, he was just striking the arms and then hit one strike in the chest, right? And then we see the coughing up of blood and her stomach gets ruptured immediately, right? Thus, if the damage is that immediate, This would still apply to Naruto as well. The problem with is he's not just getting hit in his chest. He's getting hit in his brain as well, his legs, etc., to the point where his entire chakra network's shut down. The conclusion
So
is not just gradual to is not gradual at that point.
So what I would say about that is it is definitely a gradual thing because it's leading up to the conclusion with several strikes. But with the final strike with the Hinata thing, Hinata was hit with a final strike, which was an open palm strike, versus like a bunch of the minor strikes that would do the more gradual damage. That doesn't mean that like any
Okay,
of these strikes did anywhere near a
I have a
similar
question
amount to
for you.
Naruto.
I have a question
But
for you, right? If hitting 5 points of the body causes like the arm to bloat up, and I do it in one go, why wouldn't it do the same if I hit 5 points of the body one at a time?
because when it comes to the chakra point thing, well, when it comes to the concept of pressure points, just different points in the body are just necessarily going to do different things, and there's going to be different like effects from having them pushed.
That's why I granted a specific scenario. If I attack these 5 points of the body, right, and I do it in general with one attack versus doing it one by one, why wouldn't both go to the same conclusion?
Because when it comes to like, it's just a much more complicated like thing than that. It's just the whole thing with the when it comes to like the gentle fist, it gradually does a certain amount of damage, and then like we see that it does a lot more with with the slaps. So we don't necessarily like. I would say that it's not
Because it's
necessarily that
attacking a
just
general
because you
area.
hit
When you attack
just
a
because
general
you hit.
area, you're attacking more points. Thus,
Sure,
it's
if
doing the
anything,
same thing, just at a faster rate.
well, if anything, if you wanted to say that like the freaking the general chakra slap would probably just hit more points than any of the 64 points that he hit on Naruto
That doesn't
because
make any sense.
there's going to be a lot more than 64 points in the chest.
You would have to prove that? What the fuck?
So
There's a
they
reason why
say
it's 64
that there's
palms in the first place.
let me look it up. I'm pretty sure when it comes to like the chakra holes,
Yeah,
the
you'd have to
chakra.
like. I hope you understand. Like, there's
Yeah, let me look back at the
364
thing.
points to the body, 364, 365 points to the body, right? I hope you understand. You'd have to prove that the palm is hitting more than 64 points.
So if it's going to spread out to like the whole stomach area, that would be it hitting more than 64 points. I gotta look back at
If
the chart that Rock Lee gives
the
us.
stomach is the only thing that's being affected, as we literally see the stomach like throb. So why would it go out through the entirety, meaning that it'll affect the kidneys, the pancreas, etc., if it's only affecting one area?
Can you repeat that? My freaking headphones said battery low.
Yeah. If I don't think it'll go out through the entire stomach region versus just the stomach organ, meaning that he's only attacking the points in the stomach organ. Since, as we see, instead of the general area being affected, it's just the stomach itself, the stomach organ being affected. There's literally there's little organs around. We see organs in the scene. We see organs literally squashed next to the stomach, but only the stomach throbs and then the coughing of blood. It can't be the general stomach area if it's only attacking one point of the body.
If it's the general stomach, that would just mean that for that particular point or that particular strike, it was only affecting that part.
Right.
But like let's look back at
Cool. So
the
then how
diagram.
do you
Let's
prove
look
that
back at
he's
the.
putting how do you prove that he's hitting more points than the digital the 64 palms?
I was gonna look back at the diagram. I'm looking back at the diagram given by what's his name by freaking the diagram that's imagined by fucking Rock Lee during the Hinata fight. So I don't know. Maybe I'll like abandon the maybe I'll abandon the freaking he hit more point, and then say these points are probably more effective because we just see more from Hinata.
That's what's in question, though. So they're just going circular. Because my argument, literally, my argument is that because they're both doing the getting the same, reaching to the same conclusion in terms of the gentle fist, then with the argument of if the argument is they can't train their organs, meaning that regardless of who you are, y'all would all have the same level of durability in terms of the organs, then that would then mean that what happens to Hinata would happen to Naruto, but at a way greater rate. As he's not just getting hit,
Not necessary.
he's not just getting hit in the arms and in the chest. He's getting hit in the chest, stomach, legs, arms, shoulders, head, etc., etc.
Well, not necessarily because it just does different things depending on like where you hit.
If I'm hitting in the same areas as the person beforehand and even more, why wouldn't it be doing the same thing but more?
For like a very similar for a very similar what you call it a very similar example when it comes to like acupuncture, they have to go in a particular order. They can't just shove random needles in random points.
Okay, but my question that doesn't really attack my question. Let's say that you like press like 5 points. I'm gonna ask this again. Let's say you press 5 points and it like makes you cough, makes your opponent cough up blood. But then I do the same thing, but then I also attack or like point 50 around like 50 more points than you as well. If 4 of those points already caused that said damage, and I point even more to cause more damage, why wouldn't it be then doing the same thing that you did plus more?
I'd say that it really depends on the importance of the particular points because there are just more and less effective points.
The point of acupuncture point is that every point of the body is connected. So if you attack the palm, you attack the heart. If you attack et cetera, you attack this other portion of the body. Thus, if I'm attacking literally every point of the body, every general point of the body, I'll be able to reach the same conclusion. If not even the same, I'll be hitting a greater conclusion than what you reached, since you're only attacking 5 points. Unless for some unknown reason the palm strike and the arm strikes is more deadlier than the arms strikes, legs strikes, pelvis strikes, head strikes, and the stomach strikes and the chest strikes that Neji pulls off when he goes against Naruto. That wouldn't make any fucking sense.
It could just be that it just works in a different way depending on how you just attack the points. But even then, like let's say
He's attacking
the
them in the
same
same
amount
way.
of damage. Let's say the same amount of damage was done to each of them. I'd say that the amount of damage is still just going to be greater with Rio, which is the whole thing that like the entire conversation was like based off of. And I'd say it'd be a lot more similar to something that was done via the Chidori rather than something like the Gentle Fist. And I'd say that this would necessarily just be a smaller amount of damage.
It'd be a smaller amount of damage. Okay. Because the range.
Yes.
Okay. Do you
Because
know
like
what? I don't know why you're comparing the Gentle Fist to the whatchamacallit, as if I was using the Gentle Fist to compare it to the Rio. That wasn't the point of the Gentle Fist.
I'm
The
pretty sure that
point.
was the initial point in
No, it
like
wasn't.
the
No, it wasn't.
original
The
series
Rasen Shuriken was
the
for that
original
point.
series that we went back.
The Rasen Shuriken was for that point. I brought up this point to prove that they can improve their durability. So if the
Well, that
same
you never
damage is
showed.
being, hmm,
You never showed that.
that was the point of this argument, which I just told you. This is the point of this argument was to
But
prove
like,
that they can
what point
improve their
actually proves that?
durability.
Can you like
Now,
go
if they
Can you
have
go
these
through
same,
like the
if Naruto has
premise premise
even
conclusion?
greater damage, if Naruto has even greater damage than that of Hinata, and yet is still okay, other than like him holding his fucking stomach, even though he got struck in his brain, meaning that his brain would be damaged. Even though he got struck in his heart, meaning that his heart would be damaged. Every portion of his
Not
fucking body.
necessarily. Also, like probably like to lesser extents, like as we already brought up, but like I'll say this,
The
as I
thing that
already
I
said,
debunked.
my reply about the Luffy thing like 2 hours ago, with Luffy being able to just take more damage than like other characters, that would just like answer that. So in terms of him being able to like be better after taking more damage than Hinata, that would just mean that Hinata has lower endurance for these sorts of attacks. That wouldn't necessarily prove that he can strengthen his organs like you
If
set up
me
to
and
do.
you get punched in the face with the same amount, if we have the same durability, if me and you get punched in the face, if you get damaged like bruised by that punch, I'm also getting bruised by that punch, right? That's the same damage will be occurred, right? Cool.
Sure.
So if I'm getting punched not just in my face but in my fucking brain, right? If I get bruised in the cheek by that punch, then guess what? That then also means if I get punched in my brain, which is more sensitive than my muscles, my brain would bleed, and we would see signs of this. The same logic applies to the gentle fist, which is attacking the general area of the brain.
So
Thus,
I
if
disagree with that because it's not a force based thing.
it is a force-based thing,
Why is it a force based thing instead of
because
just
they're
being an
pushing this
overall
chakra
damage?
inside of you. That's generally dependent upon pushing something is dependent
I
upon
thought you said
force.
that I thought you denied that earlier. But like
No, I literally
regardless,
said
I
it is
just say
force
that
based.
the whole point of it just not being a force based thing, they're attacking the inner workings of your body rather than. So I wouldn't say that there is absolutely no force because that wouldn't be true because obviously there's going to be some force of the chakra moving in there. I'm saying that the force that it outputs is not dependent on the force. I think the damage that is done is not dependent on how much force is put into the body because it's attacking the foundations of like how you work versus like
The
destroying
chakra
you like
network
with
has
raw
its own
force.
set of
So wait,
strengths.
can I like let me give my like perfect analogy for this.
I understand
So
that. I
let's say
understand
we're
the
talking
point.
about
I understand the
let's say
point.
we're talking about a computer. If I
Right,
like
right.
attack the if I attack like the fucking computer via a virus, it would be different or it would be different than attacking it via a baseball bat.
Think.
Like
Um, sure, obviously, but one, the virus, there's no force there being applied.
so like
That's
let's
one.
say it takes a certain
Uh,
amount of force to push the button to like upload the virus into your
that
computer.
is entirely different. Entirely
It's not
different
entirely different.
because
He's like they're
button
attacking
and
like
what the button and the virus itself is two entirely different things because you're just implementing the virus inside of it. But the virus itself, you had to compute and you had to work in order, or somebody had to work the excess of their own force of the virus in order for their virus to take place with X, Y, and Z. Meanwhile, pressing and shutting down a chakra system is dependent upon force because pressing the chakra points needs force as there's chakra density, how dense chakra is. Thus, you must be strong enough to force the button to shut off in the first place in order for it to shut off. So it
can
is
you
force
show
dependent.
that like being stated anywhere in the story?
That there's chakra density.
No, that would be something that could prevent you from like you'd have to put like a certain amount of force if somebody has more chakra
If
density.
there's weight or density to chakra, obviously more force is needed. I don't need to showcase it if there's
Well,
more force
no,
is
no, no,
needed
no, no,
here.
no, 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 no. I want you to prove that that's like a necessary like factor rather than it just being like these are weak points of the body, which is like the entire point of the gentle fist, and
That's
that's why Kakashi said. And it's like
mm,
my interpretation is far more I think supported by the series, especially with the statement by Kakashi that you cannot protect your organs via
yeah.
chakra.
One, that statement is good. That statement. Oh my God, that statement is what's in question. That's one. Two,
Well, like
what?
yours is trying to
You're
like
not really
directly
bringing up
deny the
any
statement.
other pieces of evidence that proves that claim. You're just saying, well,
I want you
back
to
to the
bring up
Kakashi statement.
Well, like I want you to prove the claim that having more chakra, like more dense chakra, is going to make it harder for you to get gentle fist Durned.
Sure. And the reason for this is because the chakra would be stronger, have more weight to it. Thus,
Prove
force
that
is
that affects
needed.
it.
Huh?
Prove that that's like a factor that affects the gentle fist.
You're pushing it inside of the body. Do you think push? Wait, wait. Do you think? Wait, wait. Do you think without pushing the chakra inside of the body, the Jitsu Fist would still work?
No, but like really quickly, what you're saying, like what you're saying, what you're
Oh,
saying is like, let's say you go to the gym. Let's say you're gonna like training to get into like knife fights, and then you're like training like a bodybuilder to put on as much muscle mass as possible. I'm like, what the fuck are you doing? And you're like, oh, I'm putting on muscle mass because it's gonna make me harder to stab.
it would. What the fuck? It
It would make
literally
you.
would make you harder to stab. That's how that works.
So like that
Just
doesn't
there's
mean you're
more
gonna be
mass. There's
immune
more
to being
mass. There's more
stabbed.
energy that's needed. There's more mass. There's more energy that is needed for the knife to push through. That's how kinetic energy
Sure, but it's
works.
not good. So like let's say like that. Let's say that's even a thing. There's nothing like there's never anything that says like there's anything that's like you're gonna necessarily gonna be able to like take any of the
Do you
gentle
know what
fist
an
attacks
inference
because your
is?
chakra is so.
Do you know what an inference is?
I don't care about your inference. I want like a statement.
Yeah, so you don't need a statement. That's not a necessity. That's not a condition that I need to meet. If there's an inference, if I can draw a conclusion based off of two things, then the conclusion can be so. Unless you have some point within the series that showcases otherwise, or a statement that
I
showcases
would just say
otherwise, I
that the
can use
statement
an
in question
inference.
is what did. I'd say the statement in question debunks you.
Yeah, that's just going circular because that statement is in question.
So really quickly,
You can't debunk me with
You're
something that's in question.
you're ignoring a blatant statement. You're ignoring a
No, I'm
blatant
not ignoring
statement
it. That's in
otherwise.
question.
Of course you're ignoring it. You're saying he's wrong. And you're inferring a reason why he's wrong without any direct evidence. You're literally just denying
Yeah,
the
I don't
story.
need
You're just saying
direct
not to what.
evidence. That's what inferences are
Yes, you do need
for.
direct evidence,
No, I don't need the
especially
direct
when there's a
evidence
statement
as in a
that
statement of,
especially when
yeah,
there's a
you can
statement that
take
goes
this because you're
directly against
stronger.
you.
I don't
Especially when
need
there's a statement, especially when there's a statement that goes directly against you, you need direct evidence.
that
I do
statement
not. I'm
is
not
in
gonna.
question.
I'm
If I'm
not.
saying the statement is, you're just going circular at this point. If you're saying, yeah, well, this statement proves you wrong. Well, the statement that proves you wrong, I'm saying is wrong. So you're using the thing in question to debunk. You're
But like,
you're
you
using the
haven't even
thing in
proven
question
the
that
statement.
I am trying
You
to
haven't even
debunk
proven the statement wrong.
my argument. So once
So
again, like I
like,
said before,
you haven't. Yeah,
I'm just
you never
using a
debunked the
deductive
statement.
argument. I'm using a
You never debunked the
deductive
statement
argument.
though.
I'm
But you
using
never debunked the statement though.
yeah, that's what I'm doing currently. Anyways, back to what I
So
was
like, you're
saying.
failing.
That's you can think that. You can think that. You can think that.
If
You can think
anything,
that.
if
You can
anything,
think that. Now let me get the point out. You
this
can think
all
that. You
just
can get the
led
point
back
out.
to
Now,
it just led
that,
back to your point being wrong.
no, it didn't, because you just led back to the thing in question. You've been going circular. You've been
So the
begging the
reason
question
why
the
it goes
entire
back to
time.
the thing in
Now I'm
question
going
is
to
because
go back to what I've been trying to say, and I'm not going to keep
things that are
meditating
blatantly
you
stated in the story.
on
You're trying to
if
deny
you're
things
right
that are
or if I'm
blatantly
right.
stated in the story to rewrite history and make the story what you want it to be.
That's
so
not what
that
I'm
your characters don't have
doing.
a
If you
weakness.
just let me
That's
finish,
literally what you're doing.
You're not accepting an inference. The whole point of a story is that you could draw inferences. What the fuck are you talking about?
I
It's a
want
narrative.
actual.
In narratives, you
I
can draw
want actual
inferences.
evidence.
They don't have to
So
spill it
there are
out. It'll be
reasonable
like saying
inferences
that
to
we
be
cannot
drawn.
it'll be like saying that we can't take foreshadowing into question. We can't see that foreshadowing is true because we're not told that it foreshadows it. What? That's the
So
whole
like,
point of
there are
inferencing.
reasonable inferences to be drawn, and then there are unreasonable inferences to be
Why
drawn.
is what
If
I'm saying
you're
reasonable?
inferring, because like I'd say that it's directly going against like that explicit statement, and also goes against like other statements. And it also goes against
dude.
it.
I can't. We just gotta drop conclusions, bro. We just need
It goes against.
We just
It
need.
goes
We
against
just. I'm not gonna keep doing
It
this.
goes
'Cause you
against
just,
other statements.
what
It
other
goes against other
statements?
statements, like the frog strike statement, where like it
The
attacks
frog
somebody
strike
with like a
statement
stronger.
didn't even fuck with the frog strike statement. When he used the frog strike, it didn't internally fuck up, even though it literally traveled and hit his organs. It didn't fuck up the Son Goku's organs. It just pushed the
It
needle
was
out of his
he
body.
didn't attack his organs. He
Yes, he
attacked the
did.
needle.
The
No, he
needle
didn't
was on
attack
the
the organs. It was
The
on the
needle was
outside of his body.
inside of him.
It was in his
What
fucking
are we talking
fur.
about?
It was in his fur and skin. He was slapping the fucking thing out.
It bypasses those. It literally travels through your body. It doesn't just
It
stop at
traveled
one
through.
point.
It traveled through his flesh to push something out of his skin. He wasn't aiming
Frog
at his
strike
organs.
travels through your body, not just your flesh and
Sure.
skin. Cool. Did that mean it
Sure.
would be hitting more than just his flesh and skin? And yet he was unfazed.
He was on the inside of his body. Do you remember the scene at all? Do you remember that Son
Sure,
Goku
cool.
swallowed Naruto,
Sure,
right?
cool. I have a question for
He
you. Why does
swallowed
Frog Strike
Naruto,
mean?
and the way that he
Why,
used it in
why does
series, so
Frog
like
Strike mean
we
that
know
it
what
will
the
affect
Frog Strike does.
anybody? Why does Frog Strike?
What?
What infers that Frog Strike would affect anybody within the verse?
Because when you it's said to be able to bypass those with like a tough exterior. So when a freaking
Okay,
character has
why
like
does
a
that mean? Once
stronger
again,
exterior than the other.
why does that mean that it'll attack anybody? I mean, hurt anybody within the verse?
I didn't say it would do it to anybody in the verse, but why wouldn't some characters be exempt to being attacked by Frog
Okay,
Strike?
so because like I said before, chakra enhances every portion of your body. Literally, once your chakra gets stronger, you get
Well,
stronger.
not your organs.
But yeah, that's what's in question right now. Now I'm gonna go back to what I was
Well,
trying to
like
say beforehand about the chakra network,
you're like
right?
history
If
revisionist.
if you need to push your chakra, literally, it's pushing your chakra, pushing the chakra network in order to shut it down. If that is what's needed, and the chakra has weight, that means you need sufficient force in order to do this thing. Otherwise, the chakra network or the chakra of the character would not be affected by it. As force, you can't move a tree because you don't have enough force. But if you did have enough force, you could move the tree. The same logic applies here. If the chakra weighs too much, you wouldn't be able to move the chakra. Thus, you wouldn't be able to shut down the chakra. So,
No,
since the
W
character is literally
assumption.
pushing the fucking object in question, they'll need enough force to do so. So, unless you disagree with chakra having weight, which I could prove that right now, that it does have weight.
Yeah, with the Minato statement, yeah, I know, but like regardless,
Not even just the Minato
like
statement, the Orochimaru statement as well.
Orochimaru had one too.
Orochimaru literally says that his chakra is so dense. And density implies mass. You can't have density without mass.
Sure, but like, yeah, whatever. I still say that like nothing says that can give you a resistance to the freaking.
I just explained why.
Gentle Fist. I
just explained why.
Gave me your assumption. You just gave it.
No, it wasn't an assumption. So it's
so like really
it's an
quickly,
assumption. Wait. Do you think
can I give you like an example?
Do you think needing force for weight is an assumption?
So you're assuming that it would even like interact on that level, but like regardless, when it comes to the just because you can infer something doesn't make it necessarily true. Do you think that
you'd have to debunk
if a character like Aokiji were if a character like Aokiji were to be frozen, were to freeze Naruto, do you think that Naruto would be able to use any chakra?
Yes, he was already frozen and still used chakra.
Well, no, he was coated in ice. So like if he was truly frozen,
that's what frozen is. That's what being frozen means.
There's a difference. Well, you and I both know that there's a difference between having like a sheet of ice on your body versus like all the water inside of your body and all of your cells being frozen and stopped.
That's inherently what happens.
That's
literally what happens via the second law of thermodynamics. It's vice versa. Cooler things conduct heat. Hotter things conduct heat. Cooler things. They attract each other, right?
Sure.
So if there's this hotter object, it will attract towards the object in question. Also, like chakra, like your physical body and your chakra are two entirely different like sets of matter, right? So if you freeze your physical body, if you freeze his physical body, most definitely he'll be able to still use chakra because he doesn't need to move his body to manipulate chakra.
Well, like one portion of your chakra is the fucking cells. It comes from your fucking cells. So if like all your cells are just locked up in fucking ice, that doesn't mean that you'd necessarily be able to still use chakra via those parts of your body.
That's where the production of chakra comes from. If you freeze your organs, if you freeze your cells, there'll still be, unless you already ran out of chakra, you would still be able to utilize your chakra. Your chakra would still exist.
So, like, the whole point is like, we're not going to take any random inference to just mean that.
I'm saying, your inference doesn't make sense. Your inference doesn't make sense because there's a distinction between the physical body and the chakra in your body, right? They're blatantly different. They have different states of existences. One is metaphysical, the other is physical. Thus, if you freeze this physical object, it wouldn't hurt or it wouldn't like do anything to the actual object in question. It wouldn't freeze. Like if you freeze the organ, you would not freeze the chakra network. What?
I don't know. Well, okay, I guess like that wasn't the best example, but regardless, if we're going to compare it to anything,
You're not
like
just doing anything.
it's
That's
like
just like
it's
a
like
straw
it's
man
like if
again.
it's like if I was gonna try to argue that Luffy isn't affected by water because there's like a couple fucky situations where a character is able to like
Well, I'm
move
not
in
just
water
drawing
even
from a
if they have
couple
like a fucking
fucking. I'm not just drawing from a couple fucking funky. Jesus, I need water. Situations. I'm drawing a conclusion based off of any like the
I would say so.
prominent factors within the verse. So that's one. Two, is what I'm doing is akin to like what we see within Bleach. So when Yuha's first introduced, he tries to say his name and it's just covered in black. And the only person in the verse, in the entirety of the verse, that manipulates darkness and takes away identities and names is Ichibei. See, an inference would be we see this guy's the only guy in the verse, Ichibei, who could take away names, etc., etc. He covers the thing in black to do so. We see black on the name of Yuha, thus this must mean it's Ichibei who did this to Yuha. That is an inference. It is a logical inference there, right? I'm applying a similar concept. I'm applying a similar concept here. If force is needed to push weight or affect weight, and if the thing is too massive in weight and you have an insignificant force, then the thing in question would not work. Gentle Fist works as
So
pushing chakra into your body forcibly. Like it negates,
so
it bypasses your skin and your muscles and your bones to attack the organ or attack the chakra network forcibly, right? Thus, since they're pressing this thing via their own force, and this thing would have weight, you would need force in order to affect it in the first place. Like if Karama
so
had a
I
human
think what
body, Neji wouldn't be able to do shit to him because his
I
chakra's too
already
heavy.
said that you need force to do it. I just said it's not necessarily force dependent.
That would be force dependent then. By
So like
definition, that would be force dependent. If you need force, like dependency and need are synonyms to each other. If you're dependent upon it, you need it. If you can't do this
regardless,
thing without it, you need it. If you're dependent upon it, as in you
I don't
cannot
know if
function
that.
without it, you still need it. They're synonymous in this context. Thus, needed force and force dependent would be synonymous.
Like I guess, but like the way that I'm looking at it, so as a force dependent thing, I'm not saying like okay, I'm disagreeing with the idea that you need equal AP to a character to fuck up their chakra network or anything of that sort. The
It would
whole
be
thing that
relative.
I'm talking, I don't think you necessarily have to be relative, but like regardless, when it
Why?
comes to because that's the point of it being a Duraneg, you're not damaging the outside body.
I mean, like,
I think like
I
I
don't
would agree
think
to speed,
Dureneg
but
in general, I
I
don't
don't
think
think that you
Dureneg
need
in
a
general
certain.
works like that. It feels like conceptual Dureneg, sure. Like everybody, like if it's conceptual Dureneg, sure. If you could erase the concept of
Depends on the
somebody, it
Duraneg.
should work on anybody. Unless the verse has Hack's negation, it would work on literally anybody, regardless of who you are, right? Like it wouldn't work in Bleach because they have Hack's negation. It wouldn't work in God of High School because they have Hack's negation. You could say that it arguably wouldn't work in Dragon Ball Z or Dragon Ball Super because they have Hack's negation. But generally speaking, in verses like Naruto and arguably One Piece, or like other verses like Shaman King, etc., etc. If you have things like conceptual manipulation or conceptual erasure, that would be basically an absolute ability within the verse, right?
No, because One Piece like is a lot more in the like former than the latter. One Piece works a
That's what I
lot
just
more
said.
like
Arguably, I don't know
no,
why
no,
I'm not
no.
gonna
Like
argue with you on it.
well, like
Sure,
it's
you can
not
have that.
arguable.
Cool,
It's not arguable. That's like objectively wrong. But like
cool,
regardless,
cool, cool, cool. Freezing. You can have that. It could be Hack's negation
but
within One
regardless,
Piece. I literally don't care. That doesn't debunk the point.
let's say because like we both agree on this. There is some level of force required. I just don't think that the characters would necessarily need to be relative to do that because that's the point of attacking with the gentle fist rather than like just fucking punching somebody. Like
Yeah, yeah. When you're punching somebody, you're not affecting their chakra. You're affecting their physical body. Like I
But
already
like
did. I
that's the
already
point.
drew a distinction
It's a
between the two.
Durineg.
Right?
It's go
Yeah,
like
yeah.
that's the
It's
point.
during
The
it by
point is that
attacking this thing. If this
you're going around the corner to do damage instead of doing it like the conventional way. That's
okay,
like why it's a
cool.
Durineg.
Wait, no, I understand that, but that doesn't debunk the point. If this thing
So
in
like, well,
question has a
like I already
set,
said,
if,
like
if this thing in
my
question
whole point
has
was
its
just I
own
don't think you
set,
need to be relative.
if this thing in question has its own set of durability or weight, then it would need force in order to do anything to it. Stop muting him, Oxide. What the fuck is wrong with you? Anyways, if the thing in question, don't mute him. Don't do that anymore, Oxide. I'm only gonna say that once. Uh, I'm not trying to have that label on me. But anyways, yeah, if the thing in question, like I agree that it'll be Duranev, right? Cool. But if this thing that they're supposed to be attacking has a set of durability to it, then logically speaking, to affect it, it will be force dependent. Like your organs have a point of durability. Not any point of force, not any amount of force is going to be able to damage your heart or damage your stomach or your liver, etc., etc. A certain amount of
Sure.
force is needed to bypass its durability or to damage it. The same logic applies to chakra, as it's literally confirmed multiple times. This chakra has weight such density to it. Thus, you
Yeah.
will need a proportional amount of force in order to affect it.
So like I already agreed to that, and I was trying to push past this point because we both agree that some level of force is, I think, is necessary. Where we disagree is that it would have to be relative to the person it would have to be relative to the person that you're attacking.
That's
So like, I
how.
don't think that I don't think you would need to have relative AP to somebody to damage them via the freaking dental fist.
Well, the problem is the chakra is what you're only that strong via your chakra. Thus, your chakra would
That's
scale
the only.
to. Thus, your chakra would be scaling to you, if not above you. As its potency and its density, the whole point of it being so potent or so dense is to increase your overall stats. So, if it scales to you or above you, obviously you will need relative stats in order to do anything to it.
So I disagree with that because when it comes to chakra doesn't inherently have like a certain level of power, a certain level of
Yes, it
potency
does.
or whatever.
Yes, it does.
So
Yes,
when
it
it
does.
comes to a character, so the problem with that is, do you agree that a character's like the potency and like the AP of somebody's chakra can be dramatically affected by the change in chakra shape, a change in chakra form, and a change in chakra nature, or like the level of chakra control that you apply to
Can
it?
you enhance the energy? Sure, you can enhance the energy.
Sure. So it's not necessarily going to like equate to anything that you would necessarily do with your chakra.
If you enhance the energy, yeah, then that means that the enhancement of the energy would have to scale to the person in question.
No,
If you're
because
not relative
that's the
and then
point
you
of
enhance your
enhancing it.
energy, if you enhance your energy enough, sure, that energy would still have to be relative in order to do anything.
Sure, but what I'm arguing is that that's not going to be scalable to the character's like abilities. But even if we can just like
Sure.
agree to disagree on that, like
No, no, no,
okay,
no, no.
oh,
Sure, it could be.
Okay,
It could be.
I'm glad you agree with that. It's
No,
just
no,
like
it's
that
sure. Hold
wouldn't
on,
be
wait, wait,
like
hold on. I'm
it'd
just
be kind
granting
of.
nuance. Let
I
me
guess
grant
at that
nuance.
point
Let
it'd
me
be
grant nuance.
meaningless.
Hold on. Hold on. I'm granting nuance here, right? Sure, the enhancement can be greater than the character in question, and the character in question doesn't have to scale to the person in question, but the enhancement does, as that's the thing that's affecting the character. If he makes an attack stronger than its own self and it scales way above him, and you're saying, hey, he's going to apply this to the character in question, even though I don't know how you're going to prove that's what Gentlefish is doing, but by all means, if we're saying that's what Gentlefish does, cool. The person in question doesn't have to be as strong as their opponent, but their attacks does.
No. Well, like okay, here's the thing. When it comes to the gentle fist, the whole reason why I didn't want to get bogged down into the potency thing versus like the force thing is as I think as we've seen in the series, it's not like a thing that's if you have like a large enough wall of fucking chakra, like you can well like okay, when it comes to the amount of chakra that you have, or like the potency of your chakra, like inherently in your body, is not going to scale to anything that you necessarily do via a jutsu, because you can have jutsu that vastly outscale the user, and you can have jutsu that take up larger amounts of chakra. When you control the jutsu,
Kind of proving my
when you
point.
control the chakra, when you control the chakra, you can have like exponentially greater output than like the
That's my
amount that
point.
like
That's the attacks that I'm
so
referring
so
to.
yeah,
So
so you wouldn't be able to scale a character's like chakra density to how much force that they would be like putting out there, because you'd have to
if
go off of like feats via jutsu that would necessarily scale.
Okay, that's my argument. If we're saying the character doesn't scale this way because the attacks do, cool. That means the attacks would have to scale to the opponent, as these attacks are what
No.
is being used to affect the opponent, to damage the opponent. If the attacks are not strong enough to damage the opponent, they're not going to damage them.
So the reason why I'm bringing that up, I brought that up, is because of the difference in like how much chakra control can affect something. So we agree that Sakura at the beginning of Shippuden didn't have like a crazy amount of chakra yet. Yeah.
Chakra control just ties into potency. I hope
Well,
you
that's the
understand.
point. So your inherent chakra, like in your body, the amount of chakra in your body isn't necessarily going to scale to like that chakra doing anything.
Never brought up
That's the
anything
point.
about the amount of chakra you have, so that's
Well, then
irrelevant.
it's going to.
That's why.
Well,
That's
like,
why I kept bringing up density.
well, like
Density and
the
amount
amount,
are two entirely different things.
the amount, like how much you have, like all these things are just going to be completely unquantifiable, especially in like
Not
in regards
necessarily.
to
It's like I said
pretty
before,
much,
the density of the character,
especially in regards to.
unless you are enhancing said things in a specific point, the density of the character's chakra scales to the character themselves. So unless you or the attack
I
scale
disagree.
to them, you wouldn't be able to affect their chakra.
So the reason why I disagree with that is because when it comes to the chakra that's just resting in your body, it's not necessarily going to equate to whatever the jutsu does, whatever your jutsu can do,
That's not
because
what
it's
my
just not
argument
something.
is. I'm not saying
So,
it does. I'm saying the character's resting body has a weight or density to their chakra. Even the
well,
mental
fine,
statement that you
you
said
could
that you
say.
brought up, the mental statement that you brought up wasn't referring to the chakra of a tailed beast bomb. It was referring to the chakra he literally snatched out of Kurama's body to cut Kurama in two. It
Okay,
was referring to his regular resting chakra. It has weight to it. So
sure then.
I'm saying the resting chakra within your body has its own. The resting chakra within your body has its own density, and in order to affect the character's chakra, your attack or you has to be of said level or relative. Otherwise, it wouldn't affect it.
Sure. Well, sure, but then I just say that it's like a generally like unquantifiable thing. But I'd also say that like the Himawari example just goes on to. Yeah, I also the Himawari example just goes on to make it seem that like it also wouldn't necessarily scale to like the chakra density. Do you think that there's any like reasonable reason she should be able to affect Naruto, let
Yeah, they
alone
can
fucking
weaken
Kurama
themselves.
as a six?
Yes, they can weaken
I mean, they can
themselves.
weaken themselves. Why is he
Yes.
weakening himself?
Because he's not doing anything. He's not attacking anybody. He's chilling with his. He came home to see his
So
daughter and he came home to see his daughter and his son. There's no reason for him to
I
be
disagree
out
with
his.
the
What? Go ahead.
I disagree with the characterization of him weakening himself. I'd say this is probably more of his baseline ability.
Okay,
So
you
like
disagree. Grant like the explanation as to why.
so why would he make himself necessarily lesser than, instead of just going back to his natural baseline? Like I don't know. I feel like assuming him like intentionally
Because
like
he
making
doesn't
himself.
need this superhuman strength in his regular,
I would
degular
argue that.
life where it's peaceful. They kept saying
I
this
would
is
argue
the
this.
era of peace. There's no need for this large amounts of strength or his baseline strength. His baseline strength
So
is enough to eviscerate a fused Momoshiki. Why the fuck does he need that to talk to his son or to do
so
office work?
I would argue that like his baseline strength would be more equated to like what happens with his office work and the things that he'd be using against Momoshiki or Pain or any other character when he's like enhancing himself via chakra in combat. Like I would say that that's like more of an enhancement of the self rather than
What the
like
f-
his baseline, the
what the fuck
baseline
is a
durability.
baseline Naruto without excluding battles?
So
What would
like
that be?
there's a base, probably a normal human.
Okay, then that means he lowers himself. Thank you. What is going
Not
on
lower.
here?
It's not.
That's
It's not
enough
him low.
justification.
So like,
And
it's
the,
not. It's
the,
not a. It's not. It's not lowering himself. It would just be him like naturally without enhancements. But regardless, like,
I don't think they
why
don't
would
enhance their natural.
why would
Wait.
why
What point in the series showcases the like without Caesium 2? Because like he gave Boruto enough chakra to like eviscerate Momoshiki in base. That wasn't like Kurama or anything. We didn't see no Kurama surge of chakra or anything like that. So we know that was just base Naruto's
Mhm.
chakra. That was just a base Naruto. Cool, right? So what showcases that you just enhance your chakra willingly, right? In the sense of you like in the sense of like a chakra controller, et cetera, without like being able to lower or increase your power level.
So I would say that with the Tsunade and Sakura thing, like that just goes to show that like your chakra control is also your chakra control is like one of the major reasons why characters are
Disanalogous
superhuman.
to the
Why is this
bone.
disanalogous? I would
Yeah,
say that
it's disanalogous because
every
their
every
chakra
character, they're
control
doing
has
that
to
to a
do with
different
them
extent.
imbuing chakra. Their chakra control has to do with them imbuing chakra to a specific point to have a massive output, right? Which is basically enthalpy. The greater the pressure and the smaller the volume, the greater the energy amount, right? So
Is that
that's
not what they
entirely
do in
different
combat
from
like all the
your
time?
resting chakra when you're fighting being this level. Because not everybody does that. That's rare. Naruto doesn't even fucking
So
do that shit.
so well, like I've heard, like okay, not even gonna get into that point. Like my whole thing is that when they do that, they're just doing what everybody else does to an exponentially greater level because they have far greater chakra control.
Okay, then you're just saying that he can increase his power level and decrease his power level. Cool.
So that's for the
My argument is that when he walks around
combat.
in his peaceful ass village, when he's just walking around, he's not the
Well,
same degree as he
no,
is when he is fighting. That is my argument.
like I would agree in terms of his physicals, but I wouldn't say that, like the
Talk-
resting strength of the resting strength or potency of his chakra would necessarily be that
That's
different.
exactly.
I'd say
I mean,
like
like then you would then be drawing a
when
distinction
it
between
comes to
chakra potency. For some unknown reason, you would then be drawing a distinction between chakra potency and physicality in terms of stats. So why?
well,
Why are you
yeah,
drawing a
because there would
distinction?
also be because there's the X factor of chakra control, as I brought up with Sakura.
Yeah, that's oh my god, what is going on here? That has nothing to do with chakra density of a resting chakra. That has to do with you controlling your chakra to a specific point to fight. So you then be going back to them fighting. There he's resting,
So,
chilling out. There's no fighting here. Thus the chakra
well,
control point is irrelevant.
that's the reason I'm bringing up the chakra control thing is because I think your attacks can have greater potency even if your chakra on average is less potent, because we would agree Sakura's chakra
It's
is less
irrelevant to
potent
the
than
point.
Naruto.
That's irrelevant to the
Well,
point because we're talking about a Naruto
I'm
that's
saying
not
that
fighting. We're not talking
I'm
about a
just saying
Naruto
that
within a battle. We're talking about
when
Naruto
it
just
com-
walking around.
when it comes to the whole like point of him his chakra potency, I'm just saying like it's just going to be a generally unquantifiable thing. But
Okay.
regardless, we're going in circle.
I have a question for you real quick.
We're
This
going in
is
circle.
gonna solve everything. This is gonna solve everything because you unironically did concede before. But this will just let me know if you actually
You know
noticed
what?
that you conceded or not.
On
Who
what?
is weaker, Naruto just walking around his village peacefully, or Naruto fighting Momoshiki? Which one?
Naruto walking around the village, but that's a different thing
Okay,
because like
cool. That means he
it's
then
not him.
lowers himself. If he goes
So
from fighting at this level to then being at a lower level, that automatically means he is lowering himself.
So I wouldn't say that it's him. So you're saying lowering because and lowering is kind of like a weird implication on what we started on. What I said is that he's not weakening himself like he's Superman and like this is his baseline power and he's going down to like the mortals and shit. Like when it comes to them enhancing themselves via chakra, it's like they're just going to be basically like a normal person, probably greater because like they're fucking fictional characters and they're probably going to
And
have
then
like
they rise
weird
up
feats
and then
even
they rise up to this higher point, right?
Yes, when they're in battle,
Okay,
which would be
cool.
them
That is
strengthen,
called
which would be
increase.
them strength. That would be them
That is them.
strengthening. That would be them strengthening themselves, like before, like going back to living in like
Okay,
going
okay.
back to living
So
and
if they go
going back
back,
to
if they go
going.
back
Can I
from
finish? Can
fighting
I
to
finish?
them being a
So
regular
like,
human, what is that?
so that would be them going back to their baseline.
That would be weakening. It's the opposite of strengthening. They're going back. I don't
So
even think that's
you're
the
saying
baseline, but by all means,
weakening.
that's
Well,
them weakening
that would have to
themselves.
be the
If
baseline.
they were
The
at,
baseline
even
would
if
be
regardless,
natural.
like for example, Goku, if he goes Super Saiyan in a fight and then he goes back down to base to chill out with his family, that's still weakening. It doesn't matter, regardless of how you see it. Regardless of how you see it, that is weakening by definition.
So like
It
it
is the
is
opposite
weakening,
of
but like
strengthening yourself.
I'm changing like so. The reason why I took a issue with the whole thing in the first place is the idea that like he's making his chakra weaker. I'm not sure if his chakra
Chakra
like
potency
density
dictates
necessary.
stats. So
I
yes,
don't.
he
I
would.
wouldn't say that his chakra. I wouldn't say that his chakra density or potency would necessarily get stronger in combat. I'd say that it could just be like a thing of his chakra control.
Yeah, his chakra control is what helps him increase or decrease his own chakra potency. Unless you believe your argument was then saying that the enhancement exists, but the decreasing of said enhancement does not exist. Which
So
there's no way
that
for you to fucking
doesn't
prove
mean
that. Not
that
going.
that doesn't mean that I'm not arguing that like he can't decrease once he's been enhanced. I'm just saying like he's not weakening himself, like lowering himself to something that's like beyond what he is. He's rising
Chakra
up to a
potency
certain level when
dictates stats, so he would.
he's rising up to a certain level when he's in combat. It's just a different thing. But like
Okay, cool. That's still
when it comes to his chakra that's flowing through his chakra network, I I don't think that anything necessarily says that his chakra flowing through his network would necessarily be different while he's just chilling like on the street
yeah,
versus like in a fight.
the chakra potency scales to the character. They don't just activate, they don't just like, let me connect my chakra potency to my stats. No, that's an inherent property. The heavier the chakra is, the most dense the chakra is, the stronger they are, right? Thus,
Then
if
why do they need to learn chakra control
why do they need to learn chakra control for what? For
to
jutsus.
fight?
For fucking jutsus. It's specifically for jutsus. To be
To
diverse
also
in
increase their
combat. Even when
and to
Kakashi even
also and to
confirms,
also to
Kakashi
also
confirms
like
that it's like for the diversity of a fight. If you don't have this, you'll be diverse enough to fight against other shinobis. It's specifically
well
for diversity and to enhance
there's
their own
also just
strength.
to I was about to say, okay, there's the like important point, the enhancement of their own strength. So like they enhance themselves via their chakra control, but like I don't think that their potency of like the chakra flowing through their regular body would necessarily change.
Their chakra potency scales to their stats. So if
Not why.
why? As we see multiple times, the stronger a character becomes, the greater their potency becomes via the effect of said attacks. Like for example, a Sakura, like just getting her fucking chakra back had like everybody had like Naruto and Sasuke fucking shaking in her boots, and even Naruto says, "Yeah, she could one shot me." Right? Versus a
Wait,
Sakura
can you pull up
before.
that scene, please? Because like
Yeah, I
I
got you.
remember he was shaking because she fucking blew up the ground, not like anything to do with
No,
her
that was
chakra
no.
potency.
She got her chakra beforehand, and then he started shaking when she gets her chakra
Yeah,
back.
I'm pretty sure
Changed her
like the
stats to
exact
10
thing
10.
Naruto's like is like the exact thing that Naruto said was, I better stop acting like an idiot around Sakura. She's gonna kill me or something like that because they had like the whole fucking Jiraiya Tsunade thing going on.
Yeah, but that was when she punched the ground. What the statement that you're referring to is when she punched the ground. Beforehand, when she gets the symbol on her forehead, she says, I'm back at my prime," or something similar to that. And then once she says this, once the shit comes out, they start shivering and shit, and they turn around to see Sakura. Let me grab this real quick. Fucking chapter this is. This is Naruto and This is not Naruto and Sasuke. This is Kakashi fighting who? Yeah, this is what you would call it. It's when the Ten Tails arise. So, it's after this. Okay, wait. right before this one too. Let's see. Blah blah blah. Yeah, here it is. Let me zoom this bitch in. Ooh. Yeah, she gets her symbol back. Haruno Sakura, you are also the fifth Hokage's disciple that did not reach full capacity and can finally unleash it. She goes for a punch, and then as before the punch even lands, literally he shivers, and then the punch lands. And then as the punch hits the ground, as she hits another point, boom, then he goes on and says it. Oop, I am never ever talking back to or crossing Sakura again. She'll turn me into dust. So the shiver, like I showed beforehand, came before she even landed the punch. She didn't even land the punch yet, and he shivers because he has danger sensing.
So like,
yeah.
What about that means the chakra potency? Like I don't know. That just means he's afraid of Sakura because she just got a power up.
Danger sensing kicks in. The power up entails strength, right? Her chakra, the reason why her chakra is so becomes so strong via the Byakugo seal is because the Byakugo seal channels chakra into a small point and then releases it, which via enthalpy, like I said beforehand, that increases the energy or the strength of said thing. So she gets stronger because the potency of chakra gets stronger, as shown. And the reason why I showcase the shivering point is the drawback towards the danger sensing. When Naruto senses something that is a danger to him, thus it must be able to affect him or hurt him for it to be a danger to him. Otherwise, it wouldn't be a danger to him. Like, for example, like if a fly jumps on your body and bites you, that's not really a danger to you because it's not really doing anything to you. Like, it'll be like, ow, a little bit, but it's not really doing anything that will, like, really do damage to you. But if, like, for example, somebody runs up on you with a knife, right? You'll be able to sense this danger sensing because this could actually damage you. This could actually pierce through you and do actual harm to you, right? So that's why I brought up the whole shivering shit. And then like he confirms this statement further on with the it'll turn me into dust thing. Versus like a weaker
that's
character.
What he said about the punch.
Versus like a weaker character when like Sakura is like punching like Sakura's doing things like punching like the iron sand pillar and shit. And when she punches Sasori, both three weaker objects or weaker characters, she could barely damage Sasori. But later on, she's stated to be able to one-shot Naruto and even like make Naruto shake and shit, make his danger sensor activate. So blatantly, the potency of her chakra would have to increase, which by virtue, her stats increased. I'll give you more instances of this being a case as well.
I would say for the specific Sakura example, like with the 100 healings, like you can argue maybe like the density would increase, but like the whole thing is that she's got a higher volume of chakra because she's stored up the chakra over time.
Yeah, that's one of the things. It's a higher volume of chakra in a specific point. The seal on her forehead is where all the chakra is sealed in. So it's a higher volume of chakra in a specific point. Via how enthalpy works, that's going to increase the density of it. Via how mass and density works, that's how going to increase the density of it, thus increasing the strength.
Well, like they're taking it out in installments. It's not going to be all that chakra. It's not going to be all that chakra at once. So like the way it works when they use chakra enhancement is per each application of chakra, they take some amount of chakra and then that amount of chakra just burns out. And then like they have to like produce more chakra.
Wait, which portion? I disagree with this. What version of like enhancement are we referring to? We're referring to the iron diamond shit, the iron skin shit that like Kakazusa does? Because sure, that does that. But like the Raikage shit? No, it's not a specific point. It's your overall body.
So it can be your whole body. So like I'm not talking about like the enhancement, like just increasing your durability. I'm talking about the enhancement in terms of when they do an action. So do you remember back in part 1
to a specific point?
Naruto is training with
rarely anybody does that. I know what you're talking about. You're talking about like when they control chakra and they imbue it into a specific point.
So like even if it's not like a specific point,
potency. That's still dependent upon potency.
even if it's not sure, but like yeah, even if it's not like even if it's not a specific point, let's say it's in the entire body. Whenever you do an action via your chakra, all that chakra is used up. In the case of
The,
Sakura,
what
she could
action
just
are
be
we
using
referring
a
to?
massive any action. If you like cast a jutsu, or if you try to strike somebody or enhance your physicals to do this, that, and the third. Like you know how sometimes they'll do throw up a fucking hand sign, and then they'll put chakra in their feet to like run faster, and that's like how they do fucking body flickers, similar to like fucking Soru or Flash Step in like Bleach and
The
Naruto.
chakra is wasted. I mean, like if we're talking about the ones that literally
Yeah,
like
it's used.
spew into a certain point, where and spew into a certain point, sure. But like if I enhance myself and all I'm doing is like punches and kicks,
Yeah, the chakra
no.
is wasted. That's how it's described. You want me to pull that?
Like
Get
not in
notes?
specific point, not to specific points. They're referring to like when you're shooting out a jutsu. You're talking about the Ibisu statement. He was referring to when
They
you're like
literally
shooting
say
out he was referring to like when you're shooting out a jutsu. That's why when you're just throwing, he literally says,
so.
Ibisu literally confirms when you're doing taijutsu, which doesn't use chakra, you're only wasting stamina. You're not wasting chakra. So when they're throwing
That's
out
wrong.
punches and when they're, that's literally what he says.
No, you're that's verbatim wrong. So what he actually says is that chakra. I think he says taijutsu doesn't necessarily like require like taking away from your chakra. But what he actually says is that you can still enhance it via chakra. And then they say so like Rock Lee using 30% of his chakra in a kick. Even though they also say that these are not literal numbers, because of course they're not going to take up 30% of their chakra and waste it all in one go, because that would be like asinine, because they could not fight for as long as they do if they did that.
Yeah, and when he was talking about like Rock Lee throwing a kick, he said him throwing a kick doesn't take chakra, it takes stamina. He'll be taking 30% of his stamina, and he says you can convert stamina into chakra. Let me just grab this what you call because
Oh, you have it?
he's explaining this.
Oh, okay.
He was literally explaining this to like Naruto. When Naruto like I think it was when Naruto confronted what's it called? Fuck, what's his name? Damn, Konohamaru. It was something like hold on. Yeah, let me grab this real quick. Alright, cool. Mm, let's, let's read this out. Now let me zoom in. Yeah, first, when the character uses taijutsu, the control of the stamina is very simple. There's no need for any hand poses, nor is there any need for chakra, although there are some exceptions. Only the stamina naturally needed for that particular martial arts skill is consumed. And they show it here. Stamina, and then he throws a kick, 70% stamina goes into taijutsu. So like I said before, when they're throwing punches and kicks,
Okay.
that isn't a, chakra isn't a necessity. Chakra doesn't get wasted. Stamina
Oh
is.
no, I agree.
So
But I'm just saying, like, whenever you do an action, holy shit. But yeah, whenever they do an action, um, with their chakra, it just like the chakra itself is just consumed. I
Um,
guess.
yes, I mean like that should be obvious. Like if they use chakra, the chakra's going to be consumed. That's just how energy in general works. Um, but if they're throwing like punches and kicks, like for example, if like he enhances it, if like Raikage enhances himself, which it's stated that he increases his chakra by doing so by carrying, his Biju levels of chakra, right? Like his
Mm-hmm.
chakra is no longer getting like his chakra is not getting wasted when he throws punches and kicks. His stamina is. But if you like, for example, like if we're going with Sakura, who imbues her chakra into like she imbues chakra to a specific point, and then like punches with it, that chakra that she's imbuing that could be wasted, sure. But
Yeah,
regular
but it
punches
says
and
it's
kicks,
not
no. Like
necessary.
Naruto, just like Naruto in his case in two form, when he punches and kicks, he's not wasting chakra. That's not what wastes
Well,
his
I guess.
chakra.
Well, I guess it's not wasting his chakra, but I guess I was wrong about that. But like, it's still taking from the same pool of stamina.
No, because stamina and chakra are different. You could just convert your stamina
So you
into
get your
chakra, but they're different.
well. I know it's different, but it's drawing from the same pool. Like your stamina comes from
No, they're not.
your chakra. Your chakra comes from your stamina.
No,
Look at
not
the full
nearly. No.
look at yes inherently. Go look at the rest of the
Yeah,
thing.
let me just go back to this real quick because he says you can convert it into chakra. Let's see.
So like they show it going from the stamina tank to the chakra tank, and after it goes from the stamina tank to the chakra tank, then it's used in the jutsu in the third tank. But
From
sometimes
there,
when you
it's
just use it,
necessary to control the chakra according to the amount that is needed. And then he shows the you talk about this one. Let's see. However, blah blah blah. That chakra. Yeah, you're referring to this right here. Because that's why they say that, like, if you have they showcase, hold on, which one is it? Do they show? I think they show it in the panel after this. But like they literally say you can have 100% chakra, 100% stamina. But you're talking about this. Of course, the energy needed, energy used for taijutsu, for the taijutsu ninjutsu or genjutsu is explode and will disperse. In other words, think of it as stamina 0% and chakra 0% means you die. From you're talking about here though, where they showcase this, which they're not saying that this right here is stamina. They're referring to the how much chakra is being used when you use a jutsu, as they literally state. Built up chakra 30%. Bushin no jutsu uses 10% of chakra.
yeah, because this is where they're talking about like the efficiency that he can use like
Yeah, when
a
they
shadow
use
clone. But
chakra.
like really quickly, we all agree like on the top at the right, that is the stamina bar,
Naruto, in
right?
a state where he built up his chakra to 30% from his stamina, the remaining stamina 70%. That's what I was saying beforehand. You can turn your stamina into chakra. You don't need it to, but you can do this. They're just saying that you can turn your stamina into chakra.
Sure, but like if they're both drawing from the same pool, like they both
They'll only be drawn
draw
from the
from the
same
same.
pool if you literally pull it from your stamina. That's not a necessity.
So like that's how they fight. That's why
No,
Naruto gets strong. Yes, that's
I
how they
just
perform superhuman feats.
not because of their stamina. No, it's because of their chakra potency.
So when they put stamina into stuff, it's the same as when they put chakra. Like
The
it's literally
stamp
just them.
no.
Like so,
Mm,
why do Lee and Guy get stronger when they use the eight gates?
chakra potency, as it's literally stated, your chakra it releases more chakra.
That's increasing your chakra volume. More chakra would be the volume. It would be denser if it was potency,
Not
wouldn't it?
inherently, no. But sure, we could say chakra volume too. Cool. I don't think that's exclusion. I don't think there's exclusion between the two since we see them get stronger. As in the other as instances that I brought up, where the character's potency gets stronger, therefore they get stronger, just like proves the point. It could be volume and it could be volume and it could be potency.
It's genuinely like it could be both depending on the situation. It's just a far more complex. That's why I have a lot of problems with trying to like compare chakra pools and do other things like that because there's a lot of different factors. It's not a simple one to one thing.
It's not a one-to-one thing when you start enhancing it. That like your argument just like is predicated off. Well, you can enhance it. Cool. We're not talking about enhancing it. We're talking about just the thing that's resting in their body. It has their own weight. It
Sure, but you
has
can't.
their own density. It has their own strength. Right? You
You
can
can't.
increase it, sure. Nobody disagrees with that. But I'm saying that them themselves, their chakra potency, how strong their chakra is, scales to their strength.
You can't scale it if it's not like you can't scale it if you're not going to scale it to when it's being used and increased.
Yes, you can, because they don't punch. Every punch and kick that they throw isn't like them imbuing chakra specifically to their fist. You think Sasuke, when he's like clashing with Naruto, is imbuing chakra specifically into his arm?
Wait, when Sasuke is fighting Naruto, is he imbuing chakra specifically into his arm?
Yeah, when he like clashes, that's what I'm
Probably.
specifically saying. When he clashes with Naruto, when both of their arms literally clash together when they're in base, when Naruto is in base, do you think that they're like imbuing chakra into that?
Probably.
And
That's
based off
why.
of what?
So like
Based off of
So
what?
you know how Naruto and Sasuke, like, well, you know how Kakashi gets
Oh,
massively
you better
faster when
fucking
he.
not. I'll take your mind. Stop. I already told Friesen that we was gonna have this conversation. Don't you fucking dare. But go ahead, Friesen.
So like you know how freaking Kakashi gets way faster when he's using, what's it called,
Shidori?
freaking Chidori. Yeah,
Yeah, yeah, yeah. I
I would
understand. I
say
already
that's like
understand that.
indicating.
That's
Yeah,
irrelevant.
I'd say that's indicating that like his entire body is being affected by the chakra, and like is
Sure,
being filled with
that's
chakra.
irrelevant to the point.
Why is that irrelevant to the point?
Because the point of worth referencing is somebody who's not using a jutsu at that time. Sasuke, when he clashed with Naruto in the Fight of Valley, when Naruto was just in base, he wasn't using Chidori or anything like that. They just ran up on
Oh
each
wait.
other and clashed arms.
Okay. I thought you meant okay. You're talking about the final fight at the beginning. Okay,
Yeah, that's the only
I
time they've ever
misunderstood.
done that.
I thought you were talking about when they do the Rasengan clash.
No,
So okay,
I
if we're talking
literally
about,
said their arms when their arms clashed together when
yeah,
Naruto's
they're
in
probably
base. I said, I don't even know how you got that conclusion, but all right.
yeah, they're probably just enhancing themselves similar to like when they're, so like the way I see the way they use their chakra in combat, it's like when they're using their chakra cloak, except it's just not visually shown. Similar to how like some people would argue, like, the statement
That's
of
something that we already
when
agreed
they're,
to. That's something that's just
what
backtracking
are we
because we already
disagreeing
agreed
on?
to that. We
What are we
agreed to like
disagreeing on then?
we already. I'm saying that like I don't know why you're bringing up something like this when it's irrelevant. We agreed that like the like versus you in a fight versus you just being chilling the fuck out in Naruto are two entirely different factors. You in a fight is stronger than you chilling out within the verse. But like if you're saying that it's akin to them like using the chakra enhancement, when they use chakra enhancements, it's confirmed their chakra gets stronger. So you would inherently be conceding to that notion that your chakra can increase in levels. Your resting chakra in your body can increase in levels and decrease in levels.
Well, like the whole point that I always brought up was like it'd be unquantifiable. Like if you could increase like the potency in your body rather than like what you're rather than just increasing the potency for said action. So like as it flows through
What?
your body, it's not
Nobody's.
so
I
like
don't give a fuck about
so there's
quantification. I
gonna
care
be
about
so like there,
qualification.
so when it comes to the gentle fisting, the reason why I didn't like the idea of like it being a force thing is because I thought you were gonna try to like equate it directly to AP, which I don't think that that's how it would ever necessarily go because when they do an action via their chakra, it's just gonna be like different than your
That's
chakra
heavily
just sitting
dependent
in.
upon if they're
It's gonna be
focusing a shit ton of
different.
chakra. If they're focusing a shit ton of chakra to that point for the needle, which is not confirmed at all or stated at all, so that's most definitely not the case. Then that's what increases increases their attack. But all they're doing is just making an extension of their own fingers or covering their hand in said chakra. That they're not
So
enhancing it at all. So it makes that's why I
so
say that the
that
enhancement point is irrelevant because they're not enhancing themselves when they use gentle fist.
so that would be a thing with the yeah, that would be yeah, the problem with that argument is when it comes to the enhancement part, I'm not
Mm-hmm.
complaining about like them like getting stronger when they're enhanced. I'm saying that you can't really quantify the chakra potency. So just because they're like coating themselves, when they coat themselves in chakra, you agree that every action that you do in some regard is going to need some sort of chakra control if you're using chakra, correct?
Um, Unless we think to keep it up, keep the ability up. No, I
I
think
would
it's
say
like a
that
switch. I think
that's
it's like a
wrong.
switch. I think it's like a switch on and a switch off. You turn the enhancement on, it stays on. You turn it off, it turns off. Unless you reach to a certain level of chakra, unless you really reach to a certain level of chakra volume, to the point where you can't use jutsus. Like for example, like Sasuke, he reaches a certain level of volume, his like his Tomoes and his Renegon just decreases, and then like his Sharingan like fades away, right? So it's like I don't think it's you have to have a certain level of chakra control to keep it on. It's just a switch on and switch off. It'll automatically
So
do it.
I
It'll
would say it's
automatically do this
both.
thing if you don't have enough volume, or you could just turn it off if you wanted to. If you want to.
I would argue it's both. So one of the reasons why it's like a thing of how much chakra, there's the amount of chakra that you generate via your stamina. Then there's also like you doing said action, and then there's also the potency of like you doing something else with it. So like if you're gonna create a jutsu, there's gonna be the change in your chakra form and then the change in your chakra nature,
I
which can also
understand that.
which
Yeah, I just don't think
so
that's
like I would say
applicable. I don't think that's applicable to like having the chakra. Like unless you're referring to like short burst
exactly.
enhancements. If you're referring to short burst enhancements, like for example the Rasengan is just stated that you need it like when you have it in your hand, it's just stated that you need this constant compression of chakra. That's confirmed, right?
Yeah, I agree.
Same with like the Shidori, as we literally see when you're when like he like when he's unfocused when not Naruto when not even Naruto when Kakashi's unfocused and he tries to summon the Shidori just fades away, right? Because he didn't have the proper chakra control. I agree with that. When it was a short burst, like attacks, like offensive attacks, like that. But if we're talking about, like for example, the KCM, or like the KCM or the Sage mode, or things like the Raikage's Lightning Cloak, or like Naruto just having a chakra cloak on him, or like Tail Jinchuriki having a chakra cloak on them. No, I don't think that needs chakra control for it to consistently be on. I think it needs chakra control to activate. I don't think
I'd
Naruto
say
when he was
it's
fighting against. I don't think Naruto when he was fighting against Neji was consistently controlling his chakra, controlling Kurama's chakra to keep it inside of his body. I don't think he even has that level of chakra control to do that in the first place.
I would disagree because okay, here's the two things. I'd say at that point in time, he's not just controlling Karama's chakra; he's controlling like a much smaller amount of Karama's chakra than he would have been later on in the war, or any other point where it's like established that he would have grown and gotten more chakra control. But in regards to them like constantly doing like chakra control, I would argue that similar to the like Sakura and Tsunade thing, they're not doing something that nobody else can do. They're just using like a much higher level of chakra control. I would argue that everybody's like that's enhancing themselves with chakra, which what I would argue is pretty much everybody all the time in combat is just using that same technique just to a far lesser extent because they're more like chakra control. Like no, they just have like far less like skill via chakra control than them because that's like the
Yeah.
whole thing.
I don't think any of what you just said really attacks the point of him using chakra control to consistently keep this thing on. You just said, well, it's not as difficult
No, I
as
already
this
said I
other
agree.
thing. It's not an impossible thing. So, like, all I'm really saying is that, like, I agree that chakra control is needed to activate it, just not to keep it on. That's one. And two, this is really like irrelevant to the point because even chakra control, like I said beforehand, is just enthalpy. It's just compressing chakra to a specific point to increase the output. That's what even the literally when you the I could grab like that's exactly what like the Rasengan is. They explain it like it's explained and
I'd
everything.
say in
The
the case
Rasengan is spiraling chakra that's compressed for maximum output. They say that Kakashi says the same thing when it comes to Sakura's not even the same thing because she did not spiral into chakra in her fist, but he says virtually the same thing when referring to Sakura's punches when they're going
he
into the
just says
bell
that it
test for the
requires a lot of
second
chakra
time.
control.
So
I
it's
wouldn't
just
say
like
that's necessarily the same.
yeah, I'm saying all I'm saying is like that still depended upon how the strength of the object was in the first place because it's just enhancing something that already exists. That's why like it's basically just like multiplying or adding five onto a pre-existing number. Like if I'll give you an example, if Madara's the strength of Madara's chakra just pre-existing within his body is 1,000, and Sakura in like beginning of Naruto or Shippuden, the strength of her chakra is like 100, and then when she imbues it into a specific point of her body to enhance the output, it's multiplied by five. It'll still be lower than the resting chakra within Madara's body, so it's not really gonna do shit.
So I would agree that that's a possibility, but like when it comes down to it, that's the whole reason why I didn't like the idea of like going through that, and that's why I initially like got rid of like I disagree with the idea of it being like a force based thing because like I didn't want you to equivalate it to like an AP thing because I don't think that you can like without like making huge assumptions like equate the density of somebody's chakra as we would define it like to somebody's AP or durability.
What the fuck? What the fuck contradicts that?
So, as I already said, when it comes to the Sakura thing, with her increasing like the AP of her punches via her chakra control, that wouldn't scale to like the base chakra that's flowing through her body necessarily.
Yeah, that doesn't
And yeah,
contradict the argument. What? I asked what contradicts the fact that your chakra potency resting in your body scales to your own stats. You're bringing up something that is excluded from that.
there's
That
just
doesn't contradict it. That'd be like
because
saying, yeah, man,
every
ki
action.
within his base, Goku's ki within his base doesn't scale to his physical output because he can enhance it with a Kamehameha. No shit, he can
So
enhance it with a Kamehameha. That doesn't dictate. That doesn't like disprove the fact that chakra resting in your body scales to your punches and kicks without enhancing it via like chakra control and building it to a certain fist. It
so
doesn't.
when it comes to that in particular, it's like um it's basically a thing to where the amount of chakra that you have is something that no, it's basically just going to be like you can only quantify the enhanced versions of this of said character's chakra and not like the base chakra. You'd never get like, oh, this chakra at its base is so strong because every time they're going to do something via their chakra, it's going to be something that's going to be it's going to be like
Nope. I don't
drastically
think the
increasing
regular
that aspect of the
shinobis.
chakra.
I don't think the regular shinobi when they're punching and kicking, which especially since it's stated to be fucking rare, thus the majority wouldn't be doing this thing if it's a rarity. I don't think
They're
the
definitely
regular
not doing what
shinobi.
Sakura and
Uh,
Sa.
yeah, Sakura
They're
is the
not.
rarity. What?
Well, they're definitely not doing what Sakura and Tsunade are doing. So like I compare it to the difference between doing a one arm push up versus doing a push up with both your arms. So like I'd say they're all doing push ups. It's just they're just doing a much more refined version of a
Hold
push up.
on, I understand, but I'm saying that like, I, it's just not something that's really truly applicable. If you're how the fuck chakra control itself is basically like manipulating a minimum amount of chakra and to a point where you're increasing the effectiveness of the output of said chakra. If you're applying this concept to the entirety of your body, that's not chakra control because you're not manipulating the minimal amount. You're manipulating all of it. Like that doesn't
So
really apply to the logic. That can't really. They're not the same at all. They're not the same concept at all. If you're manipulating the entirety of your body, you're not really like increasing the output of it. Like for example, like when it comes to the Raikage is not manipulating the entirety of body to increase his output. Right? He's changing the property of his chakra to increase the output, as it's stated by Kakashi. Your jutsu itself, you're changing your chakra nature changing your chakra into a chakra nature makes the chakra stronger. Like that's what the Raikage
hmm
is doing. He's just changing his chakra nature of his body of his resting chakra to then increase the potency of it, right? But like versus like this, that's an entirely different concept than I'm imbuing chakra to my fist to increase the output. Those are two entirely different things. One is using enthalpy as the concept, as the baseline concept, while the other one is using the conversion of elements. Those aren't similar. The only thing that would be
so
similar is controlling of the chakra, which that would just be a
I'd
hasty
say
generalization.
so I'd say that when it comes to them controlling their chakra to do any sort of action, because like there's times where it's like you're controlling your entire body. Well, like I would even also like reject the idea that they're not like enhancing their entire body via chakra control, since like every time somebody gets a power up and we can see them using their chakra, like they're enhancing their entire body to fight. Like the the eight gates, the freaking Naruto cloaks. The
Yeah, those are the active thing to do though. That's entirely different from what you do
yeah,
in your
sure.
base.
I'm saying that that's what they're doing in base. They're just not showing it to you. Similar to like
There's
in
nothing
One
that
Piece,
confirms
how
that. Nothing. There's not
that's
even
why they.
there's not even an inference
So
that you can use that confirms that.
yes, there is. So like, have you
Okay,
heard
what
of
inference?
You ever questioned why in part one Kakashi had them run up a tree, and then after that Naruto had like superhuman feats against those bandits?
Um, because of the chakra control. You in
Yeah,
that same in the same whatchamacallit, he literally was referencing manipulating this minimum amount of chakra for a maximum amount of output. That just goes
sure.
against your point. They
But
were
like that
referring to the
just goes to
totality of
show.
the body.
Well, he made them holistically stronger by showing them the fundamental of fighting with chakra control. I'd say that that perfectly demonstrates what I was talking about.
That's entirely different from what you're saying. Yeah, yeah,
Why is it
manipulate.
entirely different?
That's
I'd
it
say that
because you're
in
saying that
combat they're
they're
just always
controlling the
enhancing
entirety
themselves,
of
like
their
even if it's not
chakra.
shown.
Hold on, wait. No. What your argument was that they're controlling the entirety of their chakra to enhance it. That's entirely
I
different
don't think
from
they're using the entirety.
So you don't think that they're controlling the entirety of their chakra. So how are they manipulate? How is the chakra potency they're resting in their body? How is that not even how is their physical body not just like them boosting up to increase their leg speed, right? Which is what body flicker is. You increase your speed by like putting chakra into your legs, thus increasing the output of energy, thus
Hmm.
making you faster. How does that translate over to like characters just regularly like blitzing, like for example, my guy who's shit at chakra control, right? Or shit at ninjutsu, looking at Sasuke and just blitzing him. Why would that apply there?
Yeah, I would just say that that's him using his chakra slash chakra control, and then like him having like a stronger body. So like it'd be like a Yuji and Yuta situation. To some extent, he's stronger than a normal person via like all that training that he does, but then like that kind of supplements his weak chakra control to an
Yeah,
extent because he's like getting a bigger multiplier. But
this
like
doesn't
that
make
doesn't mean that
sense
you can
because that's
compare the
exactly what he
multiplier
doesn't
from one to
do. They
another.
even reference that that's not what the characters do. Ibisu literally brings up Rock Lee as a diagram, and they showcase like stamina is what's being used. He's not using chakra. So like if that's not in character for Mike Guy to boost his speed via chakra if
So
he's not using the gates.
when it comes to
So
stamina, I feel like you could reasonably make the inference that like stamina is just like the so like they'd be talking about like the physical stamina you'd have like in your body, like the calories, and they're talking about that, and then they're comparing that to like because they said that you don't necessarily need to use chakra, but like you would agree that when he's using something like the primary lotus or like any of the lotus techniques, whenever he's like
no, I
using
think they're
the
consuming chakra because they open the gates. Primary Lotus is
yeah,
confirmed to use the first gate. But like when he's
but
using
like
like Shadow Leaf, the Shadow Leaf technique that he used on Sasuke when he kicked Sasuke in the air and he was right behind Sasuke, that doesn't use chakra. You're literally just
yeah,
mimicking, as it's confirmed to do. You're just mimicking the movements of the character in question. So,
sure.
I like things like that doesn't use chakra. So my question to you, at that point, why would like Mike Guy be using chakra if he's just in his base? Why would he be using chakra to
I'd
blitz
say
Sasuke?
I'd say despite being inept at using chakra control, he'd still be doing it to some extent. Like even if he's not like
I'm not saying
great
that
at
he
it,
doesn't. I'm asking you, why would he be doing it in an instance of blitzing Sasuke?
because I don't know. Like, why is that even relevant to the argument?
Yeah, okay. My argument is
I'd say
that
most likely, like if we're just like having like a subjective thing to where like I would give you like my base opinion, like the most honest way I feel about it. I'd say
no,
that they're
that's not
doing
what I'm
like a
asking for.
superhuman thing, but like yeah, I don't know what
Don't mute him.
I don't know
Chill.
why it's relevant.
Heavenly, I'll let you up after I'm done talking to Freezing. But just for clarification for the chat, I told Freezing before I even started live, we can run the topic. We can literally run the topic. I'll go live and we can run the topic. It's a 1v1. That's why I'm not letting literally anybody else up because it's a 1v1. But anyways, that's what I was saying. The whole point of me bringing that up is to like confirm that like when it comes to like the characters in question, they don't need to imbue chakra into a specific part of their body to be way faster than this other character. Say the resting chakra in their body can just be that strong. I mean, that strong, thus buffing their stats. Thus buffing their stats so they'll be faster than X, Y, or Z or stronger than X, Y, or Z.
So why is it more likely to be just the resting chakra versus like him just using like body flicker or like any other technique?
I don't think you could name me a singular time he uses body flicker. He uses like chakra. He literally they use their own, like for example, even with Rock Lee, right? Which Rock Lee's supposed to be the replica. Rock Lee's literally supposed to be the replica of my guy. Even with Rock
Mm-hmm.
Lee, he doesn't use body flicker. He uses his own speed. That's why when he takes off the weights, he gets faster, right? It's him using his own raw speed. He's not using, unless it's like literally a technique that uses chakra. Like for example, primary lotus, which is confirmed to use chakra, his base, he's not using it. Especially since like a lot of the times when they're using body flicker, when it comes to like at that point in time, there's some form of like indication of this being the case. But there's none for Rock Lee, there's none for Mike Guy. In fact, Mike Guy and Rock Lee are an inept at are inept or like bad at chakra control to begin with. So it literally makes no sense for him to just, but for casually speaking, because he smiles after like blitzing fucking Sasuke. It literally makes zero sense narratively speaking for him to be using body flicker at this point in time.
So I would say that even if he has bad chakra control, that doesn't mean that he wouldn't necessarily have like what is super basic, because we can still see that he can walk on water, which is and like walk up walls, meaning that he'd be like at least better than Naruto and Sasuke. So like he'd be above like the like he's not gonna be so horrible that
That's
he
not what
can't
I'm
do
disagreeing
anything via
with.
his chakra.
I'm like, that's
Hmm?
not what I'm saying though. That's literally has nothing to do with my argument. Sure, like he can still manipulate chakra. I never disagreed with him manipulating chakra. He got past like the Shinobi Academy, so obviously he can manipulate chakra, but he's still shit. I'm not saying he's
Sure,
so
I'm
below
just
the
saying.
bare minimum that he can't do the basic shit. He obviously can. What?
So like that's why. So like why would we assume that it's his chakra density instead of him just using chakra control
Like I
like
said before,
everybody
there's an
else?
inference. There's some form of instance or indication of him being him using like characters using that within the verse. There's some form of indication of them using it when body flicker is for example, like when how can I say this? When like Obito like disappeared, Kakashi asked like a Aburame clan member, where did he go? Did he use body flicker? And he said, no, if he used body flicker, I'll be able to tell where he went. Cause like, and then like with the the Raikage, even with the Raikage, C literally says he's using body flicker. Like there's references. Shisui, he's using body flicker. Like there's references. Even there's even like shown signs within the what you would call it, there's even signs within what you would call it that they're using body flicker. Like fucking Gara just disappears. There'll be a wind twirl. There'll be a tornado and then leaves and shit like that, right? Like my guy just disappears.
So like I don't think that just because there are indications means that it has to be indicated every time. Sometimes the author is just gonna assume that you're gonna like read between the lines and understand, like make a
Yeah,
reasonable
yeah.
inference that
Read
the
between the
character is
lines
probably
based
just
off of
enhancing
like,
themselves.
but that's off of like existing evidence of that scene. That's what inferences are about. You use what you observe what's happening within the scene to draw a conclusion. If there's nothing that
Sure.
helps you draw that conclusion, then we cannot draw the conclusion.
But like why do we draw the conclusion that it's just his chakra potency rather than his chakra control?
That's the most likely conclusion, and that's the most basic conclusion.
Why?
It's the most
I'd
basic
say it's more
conclusion,
like
as it doesn't run into other assumptions that just like the narrative like showcases otherwise. Like I said before, there'd be indications of this being the case. If there's no indications of it being the case, we throw it out the window. The most basic assumption
so
is that raw stats is being used.
So I disagree. I'd say that the indication would always be on the side of chakra because one, even if he does like have a problem with using like ninjutsu, we still see he has like other chakra control feats, like being able to walk on water and do other things. He might not be as great as the next person, but like he can still use these things to another to a greater extent than like these Genin.
Yeah, that doesn't really that doesn't one like go against my argument. Two,
It
like I
does.
said in the panel, no, it doesn't because like within OG Naruto, every time they use body flicker, even in the data book for OG Naruto, they refer to like there's a tornado whirl, and then there's a tornado whirl, and then there's like leaves that are left behind, and then there's like some form of or there's some form of like statement of the character using it in the first place, right? Like we see this with Gara, we see this with Gara. I think we see this with Rock Lee when he uses the first gate against like Dosu. We see this with like Kakashi and a multitude of other members of the members within and OG Naruto. And yet when Might Guy is just standing there looking at because I could show this. Literally when Might Guy is like standing there, he was talking to when he was talking to Rock Lee, he just disappears. He's just gone. And he just smiles right behind them, just chilling there. Like, but then I could show you the indications. It's all good. Like literally when like Rock Lee, not Rock Lee, when like Gar was on a tree, like there's a whirlwind that occurs. When like Haku is on a tree, whirlwind occurs, he's gone. Right? It's like I think the same thing happened with Kakashi as well. Let me grab this shit. Hold on. Blah 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 blah. Is it before this? Yeah, it is before this. I don't give a fuck about none of that. Like here it is right here. Like Gar's like chilling on a fucking tree, talking to them, and then holy shit. Then when he disappears, boom, a whirlwind and there's leaves. And then the same shit is like shows for like Haku as well. Hold on. Let me grab that as well. There's just multiple indications in the whatchamacallit that showcase that these characters are utilizing body flicker. But we don't see that at all for my guy. Is
I
this
would say that
when this
like
is when they chill out?
yeah, I would say that they don't necessarily have to indicate it because like I think that they just have to like I don't know. Do you think that if a character is moving fast that they would necessarily be using body flicker to an extent? Or do you think that a character would just
Not
be like
inherently, no,
having to
which is my
specifically be stated?
that's literally my point. But here's another time. Like Haku
Well, then I'd
literally
just say it's
just
probably a different form of chakra control. I'm trying to look back at the when Sasuke comes back after like for the second round of the Chunin exams
there's like a
because
whole there's a literal whirlwind around.
yeah, I got the well yeah, he was using body flicker there, right?
Yeah, because of the whirlwind. That's the indication of it them using body flicker.
Well, yeah, I'd say that like I'd say
We
that in that
don't
case
see
he's
that.
probably just doing the I'd say that it probably just doesn't have to happen because like the whole thing of him using body flicker there is right then he's like just copied Rock Lee's taijutsu and like he's got Lee's speed. So like if Lee's a character that uses body flicker, then I think it's reasonable to assume that
Which he
Might Guy would
doesn't,
also use.
unless he used primary Lotus. He doesn't. Like, there's not a singular instance where we see him use body flicker at all in the entire series.
And
Stop
then like
muting him. No, I'm kidding.
yeah,
He
did I
keeps
get muted?
spamming.
Help.
He keeps spamming, even though like I told him like why nobody's getting let up. But anyways, yeah, it's just like if it's consistently shown, you're saying, well, it doesn't need to be shown, then you're going with the minority. We'd have to go with the majority versus the minority. Like you wouldn't stop like driving in a car just because there's a 20% chance of you getting hit. Or you wouldn't like stop taking a plane just because there's a 10% chance of like the plane crashing.
Sure. I don't know.
Yeah.
I'd just say that like I don't know. Even if it's not specifically body flicker, I'd say it's probably just some sort of chakra enhancement. Because usually that's like what's responsible for some sort of like superhuman thing. Like look at Jirobo having his like insane feats of strength, or
Yeah, that's an
Tsunade,
overall body
or
thing.
like
That's an overall body chakra enhancement, which chakra overall increasing your chakra's body. If it's an overall chakra enhancement, then the strength of your chakra is increasing. Like even when a byproduct of fucking Raikage enhances his chakra. He literally enhances his chakra to Biju levels of strength. And like it's stated, whoa, his chakras reach Biju levels of strength, and then he like blitzes the fuck out of Sasuke. Sasuke goes from being relative with a Chidori in hand to then like getting blitzed entirely. So like blatantly blatantly like the chakra potency or the strength of the chakra has relativity or like scales to like the physical body. If it goes up, if the chakra potency goes up, then the body physically goes up. If the chakra potency goes down, the body goes down.
I'd say it's like a combination of volume and like density, because
No,
like
density has to get with
density,
volume.
well, like, so you can have more volume without having necessarily more density.
You could have more volume and not have as much density. Yes, you could also have
Yeah,
less
because like,
density and have way more volume.
well, like that's how I would
But
explain things like
they have
Madara.
they tie together.
Well, yeah, but like I would say that's how I would explain things like Naruto and Sasuke, Madara and Hashirama, or like Naruto being stronger than freaking Kakashi at the beginning of the series, or
Yeah,
Kakashi being stronger than Naruto at the beginning of the series.
yeah, because chakra potency ties to your physical body. They're not like they're not like that's what I'm saying. Like when it comes to chakra enhancements, if we're saying enhancement in the sense of they go from being peaceful as fuck, uh, they go from being peaceful as fuck and chilling around the village and being like quote unquote normal human level to then going up and rising to like the point where they like for example Naruto being able to smack like Biju bombs like a blow up fucking mountains and shit. Sure, it could be the enhancement in terms of that fashion, but what goes up with their chakra is their physical stats inherently. Like every single instance of their chakra potency going up, their physical stats by virtue go up as well, whether that be enhancements or in
So
base.
I would say that their physical stats would go up, but like I'll say this for the Naruto smacking like Biju bomb thing, he only did that with like the chakra hands, not with like his actual body.
That doesn't debunk my point at all.
So I just wanted to say that because like there's a whole thing with like we're definitely gonna disagree on this. I say that when it comes to your chakra would naturally just a jutsu wouldn't have to scale to you. So like yeah,
Yeah,
it
it can
wouldn't be
scale
like the
to
same
you,
as him
above
like
you, or below you. As like Kakashi literally says, you could change the power level and range of your chakra of your jutsu. I'm not gonna disagree
sure.
with that. But the Rasengan
Okay.
literally is like you compressing your chakra and spiraling the bit. You're making it stronger. So it doesn't have to necessarily scale to your like raw stats. It could scale above it or below it or equal to it. Sure, I don't really disagree with that. But I'm referring to the raw chakra in your body that scales to your stats. No enhancement, no enhancing like a specific point. Just the raw chakra in your body. If you enhance that, your body goes up.
I'm not sure about that because usually like it's just like a like it's just a blatant like oh you have a greater volume of chakra in your body because look at like Naruto. Like I would agree in Naruto's case, the Nine Tails is also just like got more dense chakra, but like generally like characters just get stronger from having more chakra.
Not necessarily. I mean, like that's a one way of doing. There's a one way of getting stronger, sure, but that's not like usually the case because most characters within the verse can't even increase their volume of chakra to just like higher levels. They just change the property of their chakra, or they just enhance like their own potency of this chakra. Like
Well,
when like natural energy is being imbued into your body, the volume of your chakra isn't increasing. It's just that the strength of your chakra is like Fusaku. I forgot it was Fugaku. I forgot how to say his name. Pa, right? Pa
mm-hmm.
literally says natural energy is like stronger than like chakra at base. So when you implement it, your need chakra not chakra is more. I think yeah, is either more or it's either more or it's like stronger than chakra and base. So to balance this out, Since the natural energy that you're absorbing is becoming stronger than the chakra that you already have, you need to have a greater volume just to balance that out, right? Because like it would be like, for example, let's say that like you have like let's say that you have like a planet, right? Let's say that you have a planet the size of Earth. Then
Mm-hmm.
you have a moon. Then you have the moon the size of our moon, but it's made of adamantium, right? These
Oh
two
yeah.
things, one thing is more denser than the other, the adamantium moon versus the planet, thus it would have more energy to it. So you need something to balance that out that would be equal to it. So if I were to increase the volume of the planet, it would then equal out to the energy of the moon, of the adamantium moon. That's exactly what sage mode does. You have to have a certain amount of volume of chakra to equal out with the energy that you're absorbing, the natural energy that you're absorbing. Thus, Thus, it then makes you stronger. It doesn't increase your chakra volume. It simply just makes you stronger. It makes your chakra stronger because it's fusing this new element with it. So it's just like every instance that we have of like a chakra enhancement, of like the potency rising up, and there's a statement of the potency rising up, it also increases as well. Like the character in question also strengthens themselves. Like the thing in question also like gets stronger. Like um even with like because I do agree that like to like I do agree with a certain extent. Like if you have form of if you know what you're doing, you get stronger. I'm not gonna disagree with that, right? Because like even with the ten tails and the tail of the beast, is literally confirmed that once they learn how to focus what they're doing and know what they're doing, they get stronger. Like the like tail like the Obito was berserk. Like the ten tails was controlling Obito. He had no control of his body, and it's still stated by like the Gyuki and by Killer B that like the Ten Tails got stronger because now he knows what he is doing versus what he was doing beforehand. He was just raw outputting his chakra. He went from like a Biju bomb, like Naruto keeping up with Biju bombs, to then like a Obito, like a Ten Tails Obito. While the Ten Tails in control of Obito's body, just blitzing the dog shit out of everybody. And nobody can really like keep up with them. Like Hiruzen tried to dodge an attack, it blows through his body. Like Hashirama says, yeah, I can't keep up with him. um I'm not near his strength, even if I go like and pull back all my clones and shit like that. So it's like I don't disagree with like the full the focus shit or anything like that, but it's like blatantly every instance that we have of the chakra getting stronger, the character gets stronger, right? Regardless of them using an offensive ability like a Rasengan or Chidori, etc., to enhance their outside output, their physical body themselves without that ability is getting stronger. It's stronger. Like I don't think you could name a singular instance in the entirety of the verse where their chakra is confirmed to get stronger, but their body doesn't. Like even
No.
I'll give you here's a perfect example. Naruto in the Neji fight. When all of his chakra is gone, he pulls in Kurama's chakra, states that it's stronger than it was beforehand, and he goes from getting overpowered by like the 8 trigrams rotation and base to then like literally clashing equally with it, right? And then it's stated, and it's also stated, whoa, he's quicker than he was beforehand. So it's just like blatantly the strength of your chakra scales to your stats.
So the way I always saw it was like my interpretation of things was that they were just using chakra as like a way of that they were always using chakra to enhance themselves in some regard or the other or another. But when it comes to the potency or the volume increasing, so like if you got like a higher volume, they'd be using a larger percentage of chakra, even if they couldn't like use it perfectly, or they would just be using that more potent chakra, which would even with less of it or more of it or the same amount, just be more effective. It'd be like putting diesel versus like regular gas into a car.
Mm, yeah and no, because it's more of a conversion factor. Like I will agree. Like if we're talking about like jutsu specifically, like offensive jutsus, like fireballs, like a water torrent, water dragon, or like a wood dragon and shit like that. The more chakra you put into it, the stronger it becomes. because that just goes into play with chakra control, enthalpy, like I said beforehand. So the more chakra they place into the jutsu, the stronger the jutsu will become because you're concentrating this chakra into a singular point and then outputting it outwards. So obviously, by virtue, it'll be getting stronger, right? But if we're talking about like you just grabbing more chakra itself and your volume just increasing, no, you inherently wouldn't increase. In Naruto, you could convert like characters like for example, like Kakashi's volume doesn't increase, but he gets so used to Kamui, um, he gets like so used to Kamui that he can use it more than once. His volume doesn't increase, but he gets so used to Sharingan and he himself gets stronger that his body can use it more than once. It's like it's just that your chakra, like like I said before, it's just like a physicality thing. Stronger you get, stronger your chakra gets. That's why you can get strong. That's why your chakra can increase. Like for example, like Mike Guy and them. If like the body and the chakra are separate in terms of like potency, then characters like Rock Lee and Mike Guy necessarily their chakra when they imbued more chakra, they shouldn't be getting these astronomical like boost in strength, and yet they blatantly do. Even though like their regimen of fighting, their regimen of training to get stronger is literally just physical training. They do push-ups, do sit-ups, they lift weights, shit like that.
I get that, but the way that I look at it when it comes to is that it's more like a thing of just a control thing. So I could see like the idea for like it being a potency. I think it just makes more sense to be like an overall control thing. That's
I'm
why they do the. That's why when Naruto's learning more, he's just learning greater like variants of like the chakra control thing with his feet. Because just having more chakra control is just going to make him like
but
overall
that's a
like
way
have
to get
higher
stronger.
stats and like
Yeah, that's just a way of getting like stronger, right? It's not that they're like applying this all the fucking time. It's just that that's a way to get stronger. The better you can control your chakra, the more you master, the stronger you get. Like you can go, you don't have to do like physical actions to get stronger. If you're just controlling your chakra, you're good. You could get stronger. That's why like literally like the fucking Byakugo seal isn't you going out and doing workouts or anything. It's just chakra being compressed into a small point and then being released, thus making you stronger. Um what else? The lightning release Zadori is literally just converting your chakra into lightning and then compressing it into a singular state and then like running with that bitch, and it still makes you faster, right? And increases your output at, like with that Chidori. It's like I said before, it's just like too many instances within Naruto. Too many instances in Naruto that just showcases that it's not just a chakra control thing, it's a potency. If you have shit
so.
if you have shit potency and great chakra control, and somebody just has amazing fucking potency, you can't equal it out because their potency will be too grand. Like a kid Sakura wouldn't be able to like run up and damage like Madara with a punch because the chakra control is just enhancing the pre-existing potency, like how strong her chakra is. It'll be like like I said before, it's like I'll increase the power level because Madara is like way greater than anybody in OG Naruto. Madara power level of 1 million in base, like him not and like imbuing it into an attack or anything like that. Just in base, him like with the Sharingan activated, 1 million power level. Sakura in OG Naruto, she weak as fuck, so I'll give her like a power level of 10, right? If her increasing it like massively increases like the power strength, I could even give it 100 times boost, even though I disagree with it heavily. If her increasing like imbuing her chakra into a specific point, like her fist, increases her output by 100 times her stats. It's just 100 times 10, which is 1,000. It'd still be insignificant in comparison to 1 million. So it wouldn't be enough to face off against this like stronger character. So like chakra control itself is still dependent upon how strong the character already is.
So I completely agree with that. I just think that like characters can be completely at opposite ends of the spectrum in ways that like make it basically uncalculable or like unmeasurable. So like when it comes to a character, I think some characters can just have like vastly higher potency, like Madara and Sasuke, and some characters have vastly higher chakra volume. and then they like sort of balance out in terms of like their chakra control. Maybe one would have sloppier chakra control, or one would have better chakra control to balance it out, or one would have way higher potency or density. I just think that these all just kind of balance out. Like there's so many factors that balance out in terms of
I mean,
like
like the only thing
what
that
a
really
character's
balances out,
stats
literally,
end up.
the only thing that really balances out would be like conversion of elements, and chakra control. But like still, that's only to a certain extent. Like how much you could increase like your output via like imbuing your chakra to your fists or your legs, or et cetera, is only to a certain extent. It'll be like running into like an Olympus fallacy to say that like a because a kid soccer is confirmed to have an amazing chakra control. Like a kid soccer can like run as fast or is like relative to like moderate base speed when he like fight up against like the five Kages with the Sharingan that you'd be running into a no limits fallacy to say that. There's nothing that really like showcases like that she could do that with her chakra control. Even with that chakra control, she was still weaker than characters like Naruto and Sasuke in the Land of Waves and in OG Naruto, period. So literally, like, yeah, chakra control takes you somewhere, but to a certain extent. If your chakra potency is shit, your chakra control it means something, but not against the character that you're fighting against.
I would agree, but like it depends on the character. So I just think that these. So realistically, I would just argue that these factors would just play way greater. They play way greater into like how well
I don't
the
think
how
there's
much
a
it affects the character like on a character by character
I
basis.
don't think that like I think that I'm like it depends on which character because like chakra
Yeah,
control is dependent upon which character, sure, but like I don't think like I think you could choose any character, put them up against a vastly stronger character. If they have amazing chakra control, they're still getting shitted on. It's not enough.
yeah,
Like I said
because
before,
the
you'd be running into a no limits fallacy.
well, like that's what I'm saying. Well, I think the problem with that analogy is like when I would say the chakra control, I would say that a character who has relative it's
Hey,
basically like an equation.
Jacob, you don't
So
know what you're talking about. Density has to do with how much mass is in an area. Not it doesn't have like it could be it doesn't have to do with the volume of the thing. How much chakra you have is volume, not the weight of the
yeah,
chakra. As there's literally a difference between all three. But continue, freezing. Continue.
yeah, I would say it's like an equation. So like basically it's like a it's like with like a plus b equals c. You would get like the final number that would be like the stat, but like you could get it from a character having this level of volume, this level of control, and then this level of potency, and then like all those things would all like, and then there'd also be like the output. There'd be like all those factors that
Sure.
would come to like how
Uh,
strong a character would be.
sure,
It's just
sure.
like
And,
I think that
sure.
that
Then
would
I
just
have a
lead
question
to it
for
just
you.
being
Sure. Then I
damn
have a
near
question for
impossible
you,
to
real
like
quick.
measure. What's
I have a
up?
question for you, quick. Let's take Kid Neji for an example here, right? Um, and we put him up against like what should I put him up against? We put him up against Orochimaru. Do you think Jitterfist is working on him?
If
But
he's if he were fast enough to hit it, then yes.
I don't. mm, Okay,
But
big
I think
problem with
realistically, he's getting like stabbed by the sword.
a big problem with that, right? Um, like I said before, if we agree that like chakra control can only take you so far, depending on the character you are, chakra control took him got like Neji Kid Neji to like the level of like Kurama Amp Naruto, which Orochimaru blatantly is vastly above that. And if he's just making a chakra construct and impressing this thing, and we both agree that there's a density of potency to this thing in question, then it really would make zero sense for him to be able to affect. It would make zero sense for him to be able to affect like Orochimaru with this thing in question.
So, well, we're still at the impasse on the density versus like the AP thing. So when it comes to Naruto having like a certain level of density, we don't know how Naruto's chakra density would compare to Orochimaru because Orochimaru would have completely different chakra control and like
Um,
debatably
chakra
higher chakra.
control
Like,
is Chakra control is just the amplification of the pre-existing density. Like him just standing there, like fucking fear hacks the fuck out of Kakashi. And Kakashi says if I faced off against him, I would be dead. Like he'd kill me instantly. So it's like him just there, not him using a jutsu to enhance his chakra or anything like that. Just him, his pre-existing like battle ready self is greater than that of Kakashi. So like at that point, it's like characters like Neji who aren't even near that fucking level yet. If his chakra, if even if he controls his chakra to this level, and he's still on the level of like a Kurama Amp Naruto, who's also not on this fucking level, then it still would make zero sense to say that he will be able to affect Orochimaru.
I would just say that like when it comes to that, it's just not necessarily like a durability thing or like a potency thing. It's more of like him having like so he would be afraid of the potency, but that wouldn't necessarily mean well like it'd be like the quality and the volume and the potency. It's something that you really couldn't compare to the Neji thing with the Naruto thing.
Potency
So
and quality is like the same shit. Quality is how great the thing is in question. Then potency is literally how strong the chakra is. They'll
well
be going
like
hand in
when
hand.
I say the quality, I'm talking about like you agree you can read somebody's emotions via their like chakra, right? So like
If they
Naruto has
connect,
like a sunnier yellow. Well, not only that, like if you have like any sort of sensory, that's why chakra, not chakra. That's why Karin says
when
that.
what are
That's
you
why Karin
referring to?
says that Naruto's. That's why Karin says that Naruto's chakra is a lot sunnier and like nicer, but like chakra, Sasuke is like thick and cold. You can like insight about somebody's like character. It's almost like Nen. Like it's almost like he's like fucking Nove, and he can tell like how fucking psychotic he is via his like aura. On top of the fact that he's strong. So like, man, I think there's like a lot going on in that one instance.
Yeah, I mean, like that has to deal with like the emotions, but he wasn't referring to like how sinister the chakra is. He was referring to like how strong Orochimaru is. He literally says, if I fought him, like he had fear hacks, he felt that he died for a second, and then he said, "Yo, if I fought Orochimaru, I would die instantly." So he's blatantly referring to how strong the character is, not their fucking emotions or personalities. I don't think you could connect anything that has to. I don't think you could connect anything that doesn't have to do with like emotions. I mean, not emotions. I think you connect anything that's like not dependent upon a fight with that scenario. Even if
So
like if he's depressed, he would still
he
have great chakra. Like look at Sasuke.
he has like insight on who Orochimaru is. He's like, yeah, they used to be part of the same village. He should be, if not, probably not friends, but he should be like familiar with his reputation as one of the Sanin. So like, he could just be terrified by his reputation, like where he believes he would be in terms of strength, on top of like his like aura and his like intent via his chakra. But even then, I'd still say that the things that you can do via your chakra, like we've at this point we've said enough that we both agree that an action that you would do via your chakra would inherently just enhance your chakra.
Yeah. Also, I don't
Then
really
like I would
see
say,
how you could like. I mean, like I understand that he has the whatchamacallit, but that doesn't mean that like that doesn't really draw that conclusion that he's like, yeah, that means he's above me. That doesn't really draw that conclusion there. That like Kakashi would just make, yeah, he's above me. He's looking at this character dead in his face. He got hacked. He got fear hacked by the character. Then makes the statement, he could kill me instantly. It's like if he's like having an empirical, if you have an experience with the character currently, got fear hacks by the character currently, and then makes that statement about that character currently. It makes no sense for why he'll go off of like previous known information when all these events happen in that instance.
so I kind of compare, like I could kind of compare that to like let's say you're back in like the fucking 90s and you see Mike Tyson and like for whatever reason you can read minds and Mike Tyson's thinking about like doing some fucking devious shit to you. You probably like get like aura hacks and be like, what the fuck?
Unless I could sense how strong the character is, not
Well, like,
inherently, I'll be like, oh, what the fuck's wrong with him?
well, like he has He doesn't need to set him. He knows about his reputation as a Sanin.
I'm saying already, like they're just going circular. Like I said beforehand, just because you know the reputation of somebody doesn't automatically mean you'll be like get fear hacks by their existence. What the fuck?
So like, if you know somebody's strong and you can tell they have like intentions to do like horrific things to you, then
I'm not gonna get fear hacks.
I would
No.
like if you don't think you can fight them.
If you don't think you can fight them, that's going off the pre-existing notion that he already knew that he could never fight them or he couldn't fight them beforehand. But you had literally no way
Well,
to prove
like
that.
the last time he would have met him would have been when he was like 14, like if
We
that.
don't know if he met him or not. We literally don't know
We don't know if he met.
him beforehand. No.
I feel like it'd be no. I guess we could. I guess if you want to go like, I feel like it's unlikely he didn't meet him, but I guess we don't know for a
I think
fact that
it's
he met him.
likely that he did. It did because like Orochimaru was focused on his experiments when he was in the village, or he'd be out on a mission. It's most likely he did not like meet him.
Well, he would still know of him.
But know them, sure, not meet him. That's what I said. But like
Well, like
knowing
also
of
he knows
somebody,
he's like
I can know.
a
I
twisted
can
freak
know
that
that
like does
King
humane
Vaughn.
experimentation.
I can know that King Vaughn ran around murking people left and right. It doesn't mean that like in character, if I like see him like face to face, I'm gonna be scared of him. Especially if my
So like,
reputation is large itself.
if you're walking like in a dark alley and then King Vaughn approaches you and like it's fucking raining, like and he comes into like the light and he's like fucking smirking at you and he like fucking laughs at you, like or does some like weird shit. You're not gonna be a little fucking off put if you like know about like his reputation.
I'm gonna be wary. I'm not gonna like get fear hacked, which is literally what happened to Kakashi. He got fear hacked.
Well, what he knows that this is like one of the guys that's on par with Lord Jiraiya, who has the reputation of being one of the strongest ninja in the village. They say that only another Sannin can take out one of the Sannin.
That doesn't equal fear hacks. That's
Like,
the
if that
problem.
person is just like fucking unhinged and insane, I think that's a reasonable fear hack. But either way, like, let's say he would have like higher. Let's say he is just like objectively stronger than the kids. Let's say that like we both agree with that. I'm just saying that I don't think that his chakra potency would necessarily be to an extent that we could say that. Like, I don't think that we could say that like his chakra potency that's flowing through his body would like scale to his AP, because like when he's doing an action with it, it's gonna necessarily be like enhancing it. So we don't know if it'd be like cancel
Enhancing
the
by
baseline.
what? With what?
So when you do an action via your chakra, like casting a jutsu or like enhancing your body via your chakra, like you're just
Okay.
enhancing
Do
it
you
by
think that they're
using it.
multiplying their base chakra by what? By like, do you think they're multiplying it by 0?
No, not by 0. I'm just
Okay,
saying like
cool. So you think
we don't know
there's a
what
certain
the.
level of chakra that they have within their body, just existing there.
Sure.
Do you think that this has some form of correlation with the body, as in like their chakra potency just pre-existing in their body has any correlation to their like physical body in terms of like speed, strength, etc., etc.?
Well, like I do agree because like we've said this already. Like I agree that if you have a higher potency, then you should automatically get like probably more mileage out of like less chakra control. But like when it comes down to it, I just think in general, if you're gonna talk about like in a character's ability to utilize their chakra or cast a jutsu, it just wouldn't necessarily be scalable back to their potency. So like you couldn't really like equate AP
It
down
would.
to like chakra
I'm
potency.
not saying that like attacks, as in their jutsus, would scale to there. That was never the argument. Like I said before,
Well, then it's going to be unquantifiable.
that's what's irrelevant. It's irrelevant if we're not referring to somebody using a technique to amplify the output. That's not what Gentle Fist does. That's like, do you think Gentle Fist like increases the output of the character?
They are using like some level of like chakra control, and I would say that chakra control probably inherently like increases the chakra in some regard, especially since like if they're doing like the chakra
Not
blade, that's literally
necessarily.
like a
No.
change in chakra form.
Not necessarily. No. Like it's not
It's
gonna
not like radical
increase
like a
the
Rasengan,
output.
but it.
I don't think it like increases it out. If you're just extending it forward, no. The chakra form itself is not what increases it. It's like It's the methodology behind it and what you're doing with it. Like for example, the reason why the chakra, the reason why the Rasengan's so deadly is not just because it forms as a sphere, but it's also because it's a spiraling compressed form of your own chakra. So this literally all revolves back to enthalpy. How like the greater like the greater like the lesser the volume, the greater the pressure of this thing increases the amount of energy this thing has. So like the strength of this thing is. That's what the Rasengan is so deadly. But like that's not what the gentle fist is doing. They're just elongating the chakra that's in their fingers outside of their finger. It's like making an extension of their own finger.
What? I don't fully agree with that, but let's say that's the case. I'd still say there's like in a way like force amplification since it's meant to like mimic like a needle. So like when you put force into a needle, it's just gonna be higher than like the force that you would put through a punch, even if it's like the same amount of force.
No, it's not. No, it's not.
So like it's well not higher, but like it's gonna be higher per square inch, which is gonna make it like effectively like it's
That's
more.
not
That's
really
why that's why.
that's not an enhancement. That's not an enhancement. Like if you have a sword in your hand or like a toothpick
Oh
in your
no,
hand
like
and you
I
stab
already said
somebody,
like
that's not really an enhancement. That's just a.
I
It's literally just the
I
fact that it's like it's a lot of force in a minute area.
I know,
The
but that would
force
like
is not
increase
being compressed to
the
the
potency of
area.
the attacks as well. But like
That wouldn't increase
when it
the
comes to
attack. What?
so I'm gonna do more damage to you with like a sharp edge than I am with a punch.
Yeah, that doesn't increase the output.
So like I agree, it's not increasing the output because like I already said like I don't want to go through like the rabbit hole because we've been like going back and forth a lot
Yeah.
on like the fundamentals of chakra. But like when it comes to specifically that like the potency would just generally be higher in terms of like the attacks because they're like needles. So it'd be different than like if they were to like punch or kick you. It'd like just have higher
Yeah,
potency
no,
than
I
that.
don't disagree with that. I'm just saying there's not enhancement in the sense of like increasing the output, which was the question that I asked you in the first place. Do you think that the gentlefers increase the output of the character? Which the answer is no. Then
Sure then. Huh.
then if they're not increasing the output of the character, then there's literally no reason for us to like bring up the whole well chakra control can increase their output because they're not increasing their output.
Well, that's why I'm talking about the. That's why I brought that up in regards to Orochimaru. I was talking about that in regards to Orochimaru because, like, while Orochimaru was a stronger character because he goes on and he does things with like better feats, most of the things that would separate him like vastly by from them would be like trying to scale his chakra density to the potency of his like jutsu in terms of AP. But I just don't think that there's like
Yeah, the jutsu. I'm talking
necessarily
about
like
the
a
chakra potency
particular.
in his body, which we already agreed that this thing exists
So
in
like
his
there
body.
is a certain level of potency and density in the body. It's just like I don't see a way that we're ever gonna quantify that.
We don't need to quantify it. We could just qualify it. If we know that this X character is leagues above Neji, then all we have to, and then that's all we need. We don't need to quantify. Like I don't have to give you like the kilograms of weight for the chakra. Just need to grant qualifications. Once I scale this character to this level, leagues above the other character, which we both agree that like Neji and like Orochimaru are not like Kid Neji and Orochimaru are not even the same like faction of strength. Then like it's just like okay, cool. Then if he's not increasing the output of his gentle fist, how the fuck is he gonna affect his chakra network? He wouldn't have enough force to do that.
Because when it comes to he's just attacking the dormant chakra. So like we've been saying this for a while. When it comes to your chakra when it comes to the chakra that's being utilized, chakra that's being utilized that you would scale I think Orochimaru above Neji with, which would be like all of his feats and all the things that he can do via jutsu.
Nope, not just via
Those
jutsu,
things
just
wouldn't
via his
necessarily
physical
scale.
body, like him keeping up with the heroes and like with his physical body.
Well, then we already went through like a lot of that, but like I still argue that his physical body would be enhanced via chakra, just like with
You
the
said jutsu and chakra are different. You
like
said
his
enhancement
jutsu and
via
chakra would
jutsu.
be.
He's not using any jutsu to enhance his own body.
Yeah, his
Literally,
jutsu and his chakra. Yeah, his jutsu and his body would be enhanced via chakra control.
I think they scale
Just
to
like
each
how I brought
other.
up the,
So
I would say that not necessarily, especially since jutsu
give
can be
me an
far more
instance.
costly. So number one, like the Chibaku Tensei
That's a
wouldn't necessarily
technique.
scale
That's
to
irrelevant. We're talking about the body itself. Give me an instance of the chakra potency within your body not scaling to the body itself. Go.
Oh, okay. Okay, that's not what I was trying to say. Because like I was trying to say that you can't necessarily scale the chakra potency to like actions done via chakra enhancement, because chakra enhancement would be them like enhancing and like controlling their chakra,
What do
just
you
like
mean by
with
the
the
enhancement of chakra?
so like well, I'm saying, fuck. Okay, I got like kind of mixed up. There was like some noise in my background that I like got distracted by. But when it comes to them enhancing themselves or reinforcing themselves via chakra, similar to like, remember how I brought the Yuji and Yuta example earlier? So like Yuji is a character in JJK that has like
Yeah, but they
less.
actively, it's
It's
confirmed that they actively reinforce their body. Like they
sure,
literally
sure.
have to connect their chakra, they have to connect their cursed energy with their physical body to make themselves stronger. That's
I'd
I
say
don't see there's like nothing within Naruto that indicates, implies, or confirms that they're doing that at a baseline. Like fuck like
well
the
we
whole like
already
KCM2 or the Raikage cloak shit. I'm talking about they just them. They're not
we
like
already went
taking
over
their chakra and
the
reinforcing their
tree
physical
training.
body.
We already went over the tree
Yeah,
training,
that's
or
the
then
tree
Naruto
training would be
learning how to
equivalent
do
of
the
you
like
doing
water walking.
push-ups. The tree training, like I said before, I said that's just a metric of getting stronger. It's not you. That's not you imbuing the chakra itself into your physical body to make it stronger. It's just a metric of getting stronger. They then increase
No, it's
this. They
learning.
then use chakra control to then increase their already pre-existing speed further. But I'm talking about without that specific enhancement, just them themselves.
So I would argue that when it just requires a higher level of chakra control, like similar to that's why he goes to learn how to walk on water after learning how to run up a tree. It's just a chakra control thing. It's just him learning how to control his chakra to a better extent, which is increasing his
For
abilities to a
specific
far
actions. That's for specific
for
actions.
specific. Why is it for specific actions? Is it
It's literally
like when he
stated
gets
it
his
is for
chakra?
specific actions. What? Like the chakra, you literally just brought up like what the action is for. He controls his chakra for this faction for the action of walking on water. He controls he controls his chakra beforehand when they're walking on trees. He controls his chakra for that action in order for them to boost their speed by using body flicker or to walk up trees for this diversity so they can use jutsus more effectively. That's if that is those are specific actions. I'm referring to the chakra just resting in their body. Fuck them imbuing chakra to their feet to make them faster. Fuck them utilizing a jutsu. Fuck a KCM, etc., etc. Just Naruto just running the hands, or Sasuke just running the hands. Like for example, when they were literally in base, running the hands with each other in the final valley.
So I would argue that that is just like an indication of them using chakra in their base form.
Using chakra and chakra control in the sense of the whatchamacallit is entirely
Yeah, just
different.
reinforcing themselves.
Obviously, they use chakra for any battle. I don't give a damn about that. I'm saying, I'm
So like,
saying, please grant me an instance of them
regardless of the jutsu.
imbuing the chakra on the side of their body with their generality of their body. Give me that instance.
With the generality of their body, what do you mean?
Yes. Okay, like for example, like you brought up Rika, not Rika, Yuta and Yuji. They have to consciously connect their cursed energy with their physical body to reinforce their physical body, make them more durable, stronger, and faster. Right? I'm saying that doesn't exist in Naruto, right? Unless you're literally like I'm referring to like their just their physical body, not in what you call it. They don't need to enhance their body unless they're going up against a stronger character. There's not a necessity to enhance their physical body to this level via like a
So
technique or etc. etc. They just fucking do it.
as I was saying before, like the way that they do it is just like pass. You could say like not passively. I'll say when they're fighting with other characters, even if they're not directly showing that they're enhancing their physicals, they're just doing that in the middle of combat, and that's how I think that's how they jump super high or run super fast or do any of the like extreme like what you call it or do any of the extreme like superhuman
How are
feats
they
that they do.
doing
It's
that?
just them
Are you?
enhancing.
That's what I'm asking you. Like, how? Like, are you saying that like without like imbuing it in their feet or anything, they're just imbuing the chakra into their body and then control, like making it stronger like that?
Yeah, they're just passively amping themselves.
Okay, so they're
Not
passively
passively, but they're
amping.
like not passive. They're not passive. Well, they're
It is
consistently amping
passive. I don't see.
themselves.
I
Make
literally don't see how you can run away from that. It is passive.
it. I well, like it's not a passive thing. That's like they're just like got more chakra out. They're just using they're applying their chakra in combat to increase their physical stats.
They're applying it. Okay, I want to just clarify. I'm referring to like, for example, if like for example, Kakashi and Obito just running the fade. Like fuck the jutsus that they use. Them just running the fade, right? You think they're just like casually applying it to their overall body?
It depends. Are they trying to work on their chakra control, or are they trying to work
They're
on their
just
specific
fighting each
fighting
other. I just
technique?
told you the instance. They're just
Oh,
fighting
like
each
it's
other.
like a fight to the death. If it's a fight to the
It's
death, then
literally.
they're probably increasing their chakra control so that they can like get the edge in combat. So like they're
Based
using their
off
chakra
of
control
what? What
because
scene
as we've
instance are you
seen,
comparing that to?
so like in terms of Naruto training with the freaking doing the fucking training where they walk up the walls and then going
To
on to blitz the vent
imbue chakra to a specific point. Throw that out the window. Talking about their overall body here.
for their
Give me an
overall
instance for
body.
their overall body. For them literally imbuing chakra to their overall body to make them stronger.
So I wouldn't say that the overall body thing necessarily matters. I think the whole thing is that in different instances, they're using chakra in their body all over the place, like for different actions. So that's why they so naturally use like a QB cloak where they have like a large blob of chakra like all over their body or a freaking
That's
any
because they're
other.
going up against faster and stronger characters.
What do you mean? That's because they're going up
That's
against
why they
faster and
use the
stronger characters.
Jinchuriki cloaks. Because they're going up against
So
faster and stronger characters, so they need higher levels of strength. It's like if Goku's going up against somebody and then he goes Super Saiyan. It's because he's going up against a faster and stronger character, so that is a necessity.
but
Or
the
if you're like
characters
Killer B
that
and you just
don't
want to
have a
end the
specific
fucking fight and
So when
troll.
it's a character that doesn't specifically have a cloak, I would argue they're doing the same thing. It's just chakra, as said by Haku, is not typically visible, so they just wouldn't really see it. So they're
Okay,
always
based off
doing the
of
same
what?
thing. It's just
What instance? Give me an instance. If an inference
so
is dependent
like
upon something that already pre-exists, so I'm gonna need that infant. I'm gonna need that
so
instance.
when it comes to Naruto using that body flicker just now, and then also when it comes to Sakura using the punches, in part
Those
two
are
at the
for a
beginning of
specific. That runs away. Once again, you're running towards them using it for a specific limb, not for the generality of their body. She's using it on a specific limb, that being her fist slash arm. He's using it for
why
a
does that?
specific limb, that being her feet. The reason why I'm bringing this up and I'm asking you this is because I'm saying my argument is that just them, they're at a certain level of strength, level, and speed via the chakra potency within their body. It intertwines with their body passively. That's something that passively is there, as it's literally connected to each and every portion of their body. So if their chakra potency goes up, the physical body goes up. You disagree, and you think that there's some form of imbuement of this thing. So I'm asking you, what point in the series shows that this is just they imbue their chakra with the generality of their body actively?
So literally just like whenever the Raikage is using his freaking lightning cloak or any
That's
of those other
entirely
things.
different.
I just said when it
That's
comes
not what
to
he's doing. He's not imbuing it with his
I'd say
body.
that
He's transforming
I'd
the element
say
of his chakra.
I'd say I'd say that when it comes like he's literally cladding his entire body in his chakra and like turning it into lightning style, but regardless, when it comes down to it, I just say
That's
that
what
that's
makes him
like
faster.
an
The lightning
enhancement.
style transformation.
I'd say that that's like I say that that's just like a more advanced version of what everybody else just does in base.
Okay, I'm asking you based off of what? You then use a specific
Based on like the
jutsu.
other because of the
Look,
other implicate, because like there's like a bunch of characters that just use the chakra like in different instances to increase the freaking power or speed of their body in specific moments.
that doesn't apply towards what that doesn't apply to the argument that I'm like the burden of proof that I'm applying onto you, right? I'm asking what showcases that they imbue their chakra onto their body. You're just referring to them making their physical body stronger via technique, right? Which is cool and all. That can exist. That doesn't really grant the conclusion of them doing that in base without the need of the technique. That's what I'm saying.
Oh,
If you
then
believe
I was
that
never saying
concludes it, there
I was
must be
never
some
saying
form
that
of
they're doing it.
evidence
I was
for it
never saying that
without
they were
that.
doing it in base.
Hmm?
I was never saying that they were doing it in base.
Yes, you were.
That's
You
part
literally
of the
said that you're
reason.
doing something
That's
that's
part of
similar
the.
to that in base. That's literally what you said.
Oh, okay, wait. Okay, I thought you meant like baseline when they're not controlling the chakra or fighting. So the reason why they're doing I don't know, that's just like literally the reason why Naruto goes on to learn to do the same thing with
Or,
that's
or
why
you could just,
with
you
freaking
could hear me
Jiraiya
out here.
after
Or he just wants
what?
to get stronger, and that's just a method of getting stronger. Controlling
Why is
your
it a method of
energy would
getting
just be a
stronger?
relation. The chakra that he's controlling is still related to the chakra that pre-existing within his body. Thus, if he makes this chakra stronger, since it's connected and linked to the rest of his chakra, he would get stronger inherently.
I
So,
think it makes a
him
lot.
controlling his, learning how to control his chakra better and further, would just make him stronger.
I think it just makes a lot more sense that he's getting stronger because he's controlling the chakra better throughout his entire body, which is how they fight and do
Never prove that he's
superhuman.
doing
Like,
that.
let me think about it.
Literally cannot. There's not a singular instance in the
I don't
entire
know.
verse where in base he's just doing that. He does it in specific. He either A does these two things. He pulls Karama's chakra with his chakra to fuse, or B, he just connects and he can not even connects. He controls specific points of chakra within his body. Never controls the entirety of his chakra, then imbues
I
it into
ne-
his physical body. He never does that. Nobody ever does that.
I never said that.
You
So
literally
like
did.
what I'm talking about is them putting chakra into their body parts to make them stronger in the moment. So like they can imbue it into their entire body and get stronger in their entire body. But I'm not saying put the entirety of their chakra in there because I believe that when you use your chakra, it just uses up like stamina. Like
Okay.
it just basically like
Do you
is
think
burnt.
do you think that they're doing that when Naruto when do you think that like he's like just like imbuing chakra into his feet or his arms in order to make like in order for like Kakashi to be stronger when he's facing up against like Obito? You think he's doing that
Yes.
based off?
Why? Like the examples that I listed, where characters are just increasing their stats via like their chakra.
Okay, that doesn't draw the conclusion. I hope you understand that like using other characters with other power sets doesn't draw the conclusion for this
This is the
specific
base power
character.
set.
The base it's not the base power set. If you bring up like characters like the fucking Raikage, what?
So the
Also, like that
Raikage
doesn't
just does
prove that
that,
they
but then
do that.
he
It
has his
doesn't.
lightning cloak, which makes it like far to a
Yeah,
far
that's
greater
not that
extent.
blatantly wouldn't be his base anymore. He's literally transforming
Well, like
the
that's what
elemental. He's transforming the very elemental nature of his chakra. It's not base.
sure. That's
So,
why
but
it's different when he uses his body flicker. That's no longer base Raikage. But when it
it,
not body flicker, when he uses his lightning cloak, it's no longer base Raikage. I'm
that is what I
assuming
just
that's
said.
like
Yeah,
an example.
that's
But
what
like
I
when it
just said.
comes to like Tsunade, when it comes to Tsunade and
Was the
Sakura and
rarity
characters who use
the two things that
so
are rarities?
they're just doing it to a greater extent than everybody else.
Yeah, those two like literally are the rarities. Like not even though no, it's like confirmed that like them punching and kicking with that amount of strength, that is rare in the entirety of the verse. It's not that they're doing it to a further
I
extent.
agree.
It's that combat style is rare. Like not every character, not even a majority, is going around like imbuing chakra to his fist or legs to increase the output of their kicks and punches. Like Kakashi,
I'm
even like
saying that they're just
there's
not doing
Kakashi
it
and
to that
other
extent.
characters note that that's a rare fighting style. So it's like I don't see how you
Well,
like.
he says that it takes like an extremely precise amount of chakra control to do that. But when it comes to that specific, I'm not. I think it's never implied that nobody else enhances their physicals like in base. What they just say is that they just do it to like a crazy extent. That's like the whole implication.
Yeah, there's nothing that really like showcases that characters, the shinobis, imbue chakra into their fist and increase their output in general. Nothing, literally nothing.
So that's the reason. That's just the reason why they learn chakra control and get stronger, or why Naruto.
They learn chakra
Um,
control for their jutsus. Literally. Like that's literally what we tell. That's literally what we're told
Not only the jutsus
by
for your physical
Kakashi.
strength.
Literally says, "You learn this, you'll be able to effectively use any jutsu. It's specifically for jutsus."
Well, look at freaking Naruto and Sasuke when they didn't have any jutsu. Kakashi thought it would be better to teach them how to run up a tree and
I don't
control
know
their
when the
chakra
fuck they didn't
better.
have any jutsus. I don't
Rather,
know what you talking about.
what? Okay,
Like the
what
first
jutsu
thing
did
that
Naruto
Sasuke
have
does
in
against
Milan?
Kakashi is like fireball jutsu. There's literally, and then what he does, what Naruto does against fucking Kakashi is shadow
So
clone jutsu. There's no reason for him to say,
what?
yeah, they have no jutsus at all. Like what?
So what jutsu did Sakura have?
What jutsu did Sakura have? Like the basic clone jutsus and shit like that.
So how is that gonna? How is it gonna help her to have
For
like
later on, they're growing shinobis. So obviously,
this
it's
is
going to
so
help her. It's going to help her for future events as she learned how to control her chakra properly now. It's like, for
that
example,
doesn't work.
it's like, for example, if you're like in elementary and I properly teach you algebra, it's going to help you in the long run because now you know how now not only do you know how mathematics work fundamentally, even if you don't have a singular variable, you also will be able to ace future on. Like for example, if you're in middle school or high school and you have to take algebra or pre-algebra, you'll be able to ace the fuck out of that because you're already used to this thing. The same logic applies to Sakura. She learned proper chakra control now, so later on, like for example, when Kakashi states that he taught her Kenjutsu, right? Later on, you could effectively use these things easier. Like it'll be easier for somebody to use like other jutsus later on if they have proper chakra control versus like somebody who does not have proper chakra control.
So I get that idea for like the meta teaching. It just doesn't apply for the specific situation he was in. It would have to
What?
be a more so for the situation that they're in, he's trying to get these kids to be as strong as they possibly can. Why would she be stronger by having that than like having
Yeah,
like
I already
a
referred
jutsu
to
that would
like you
actually
controlling your chakra better makes your chakra overall stronger because they're linked. I already like talked about
so
that.
I would so if you're gonna go to that, then I think I would say like a stronger inference here would just be that if you're getting stronger or faster by having better chakra control, it'd be because you're applying that chakra to your body in a better way that would make you stronger or faster.
Not inherently, no. I'm like
I would say
inherently it
like
can
that would
make
be
you
a
stronger.
lot
It can
stronger
make
of
you
an
stronger. What's
inference
it
than
called?
just saying it's
But
potency.
like, but like the argument that doesn't really make sense because naturally speaking, if they're controlling their chakra, not in the sense of implying and imbuing, because what he taught them was dealing with their feet, right? And they're used to imbuing it with their feet, right? That wouldn't be like a referral towards them having a new fighting style where they imbue it into their fist. Especially when like
So
characters like Naruto, when he's going up against Neji, he's just flooded with the chakra. When he's going up against Haku after Naruto, Sasuke gets like multiple needles in his neck, he's flooded with it. Even Naruto, when he's talking to Jiraiya, says, "I don't know. I was just flooded with chakra and suddenly got stronger." Like it's not like
so
them imbuing chakra into a certain point of their body. It's literally just the chakra pre-existing in their body enhancing their strength. They can then enhance it
well,
further. I don't
I
agree with
think
that. I don't disagree with that. But them just it just pre-existing in their body, yeah. They're already at
I think
that. They're already at a certain level because of that.
I think the problem is it's a little bit of both. So like maybe having like a larger amount of chakra is gonna like automatically enhance to some extent. But then like when it comes to having higher chakra control, like that just makes all the difference in any case.
Like I just said, it can be both in the sense of you can enhance your physical stats further with chakra control. Like the body flicker is literally doing that. It enhances your physical speed further. That's exactly what Shidori does. It enhances your physical speed further. That's what the lightning cloak does. It enhances your physical speed further. I'm not disagreeing with that. What I'm saying is that there's a difference from enhancing what you already have further versus what you already have. I'm saying they already have this certain level of speed and strength. I literally gave you instances where the character questions not imbuing it into a certain point or using a jutsu to enhance their strength. They just tap into this chakra and boom, their physical body just gets faster and stronger. Naruto had no chakra at all. Then he's like, oh, I could pull in Kurama's chakra. He pulls in Kurama's chakra, and it's stated by him and by Neji that he got stronger and faster. Like, it's just like blatantly, it's not the factor of. It's literally not a. It's literally not a factor of them. It's not just a factor of them imbuing it to certain points of their body. It's just the fact that they could just have it in their body, and boom, they'll be a certain level of strength.
So I don't think that that's necessarily how it works because when it comes to chakra control and chakra potency, like I don't know, like it's just hard to quantify either of those two things from
No
one
need for
character
a
to another.
quantification. Um,
Well, yeah, like especially we're gonna say like
why do I need a
so
numerical value if I could just show you the difference in strength?
the whole thing is like wouldn't that be a quantification? I didn't say a numerical value.
A numerical value is a quantification. What?
I feel like you can give a quantification without giving a specific number.
No, you can't. The quantification is a numerical value by definition.
I guess
Qualification in how strong the thing is. You can't really grant a quantification, sure, but qualification, yeah. I'm saying that all I really need to do is just like all you really need to do is just grant a qualification. I granted you said qualitative values. Naruto, not him imbuing into his feet, not him imbuing into his hands, stated to become stronger and faster just by having Kurama's chakra surging through his body. He states it, and Neji states it. It's then shown later on when he has KCM1. He just activated KCM1, Speed Blitz's Killer Bee, and Speed Blitz's Kisame. And it's confirmed,
So
yo, I didn't even know I was this strong. I mean, this fast. I accidentally went too fast. Now my feet is stuck in the fucking wall. Like, it's just, like, time and time again, if they're not referring to him just imbuing it into a certain point of his body, they're referring to the chakra just existing in his body. So it's like, it would be crazy to say, well, it's them enhancing their body, their speed or attacks, et cetera, via imbuing it to a certain body or via a technique, when we have time and instances when that blatantly wasn't the case. My guy just punches a
that's not
wall
what that
and
is.
it breaks down. My guy doesn't have the fighting style of just punching, like imbuing chakra into his fist and punching it and punching. His fighting style is running
You
up on
just
you and just
assume that.
punching you.
So we just have a different way of looking at it. I think that mine, where when you control the chakra and you get stronger via controlling the chakra, like it increases the potency and like
I
and strength
never
of your
disagreed
actions.
with that. Agreed with
So
that.
like we both agree. So like on that at least, I just say that it's a lot more consistent to say that they're applying that chakra to their body in and using techniques to like get greater effect from it. I'd say that's a lot more consistent than saying
I
that
asked
just
you, when
having
are they
more
applying
dense.
this technique? And then you're like, well, in these times where they use a specific, when they imbue the chakra into a specific point in order to whatchamacallit. And the reason why they learned that is so they could use that to enhance their speed. They don't
Well, it's
ever
not
just imbue
specifically
their
just for
own
that.
chakra into their physical body. Like they learn how to imbue chakra to their feet, which is so when Sasuke goes to Gitaku, he literally says imbue chakra into your feet, and then he gets faster. Like this is like they learn these things for those instances. Naruto learned how to walk on water, to have better manipulation over his jutsu, for the Rasengan, and like pulling in on Kurama's chakra, right? Those are is literally four things that need this chakra control for it. Not their physical
So
body, just the chakra pre-existing in their body. Those are two entirely different concepts. I give you instance upon instance
genuinely,
upon instance and showcase you the distinction between the two. It's just like, well, I see it differently.
well, it's not just an I see it differently. There's multiple things that I. So another thing I was gonna bring up the last time before we went back on another topic was the freaking what's it call it? Was the specific situation with Neji and Naruto. I'm pretty sure when Naruto gets chakra from Kurama in that instance, he's he's literally doing a hand sign
To pull
like in
in
the
the
middle of it, like
chakra.
show
It was specifically
to
to
pull in
pull
the
in the
chakra. Why?
chakra into his body. He weaves the
Why is it
hand sign when he has
so
no
he's
chakra,
exerting it through his body?
and then because he has no chakra, he needs to fill his body up. That just confirms my
I
point.
would say that that I
My
would say
point
that
is that chakra
that's it
potency
confirms
scales.
mine.
My argument was that chakra potency scales to your physical body. So he gets stronger chakra that he states to be stronger. He gets faster and stronger, and then it's shown that he gets faster and stronger. He only is controlling the chakra into his body because he didn't have it in his body.
So when it comes to him like controlling it in his body, I'd say that that's just showing that he's enhancing himself via said chakra, and that's why he's physically stronger and faster.
Okay. He's enhancing himself because he's accessing a stronger form of chakra that didn't actually exist within his body, right? That is entirely different
He's
from
also
his own
controlling said
chakra.
chakra.
Huh?
He's also using chakra control in said chakra.
What do you mean by that? Do you mean imbuing it into a physical, specific part of your body, or just him pulling it
So,
into his body?
well, like in that instance in specific, like he's imbuing every portion of his body with it, because like, yeah,
To
every part of his
refill
body is being
himself.
imbued.
It was specifically
Are you saying
refueling
it's only
himself. He didn't
refilling?
have any chakra left. That's the
I
argument that
know.
we're running into. You can't equate
So
that to him having chakra and then him doing that. Those are
I
those are
said
distinctively different.
the only difference is we get to literally see the chakra because chakra is generally invisible.
No, the only difference is that one
Yes.
side didn't already have this chakra. This is from a pool of chakra that is already stronger than what he usually has, versus him just regularly having his own chakra. That's the difference.
I'd say that
He isn't literally, it's like, what he's doing is like pouring water into a empty pool. He's not literally grabbing it and then like making it go everywhere. The byproduct of him pulling it into his body is it spreading throughout his body.
how would it wouldn't it just spread throughout his body if it's like coming from the nine tails to him? Like we
That's
see this
exactly what's
literally when
happening.
we see this. Well, like he's doing a hand sign in this specific scenario, but when it comes to other situations, like remember in part one when he got hit by Karama, and then all of a sudden, like even though he was like laying back in the water, the chakra started to build up and bubble up and just come into every part of his body, even if he didn't like control it. Why would he
That
need to?
doesn't,
Why would he need to like
because that's just a
do a hand sign to gather
byproduct
it?
of putting it in his body. It spreads. What? I'm not saying he
Then why would
needs
he?
to
Then
control.
why would he
I
need to
never
pull
said
out
that he
more like
needs
by
to
doing a hand
control it
sign?
for this to happen. We see times where chakra just, Krama's chakra just imbues, it gets into his body and just spreads across this chakra network. That's not what I'm arguing.
Sure.
I'm saying that when he's pulling this chakra in, it's not chakra control. It's not chakra control in the sense of him increasing its output. It would just be chakra control in the sense of he's manipulating it for it to enter his body.
I'd say that he's probably just letting it enter his body and then trying to mold it so that he can use it in a fight.
I don't see how you could prove
I
that.
think that because he's in the middle of a fight, I'd say that that's a
That
stronger
doesn't mean he has
inference
to
than
mold
just
it
saying
into a fight.
that's
What?
a stronger inference than him just like
And
just sitting there and
you're running
then him
into
just like then him
I
just
hope you
pulling
understand.
then him
You're
just
literally
pull,
running
then him just pulling
into
more
a wall of
then him just pulling
assumptions.
more
You're like,
chakra into
yeah,
his body.
he's molding the
Why
chakra
is
of
that?
Kurama that is already hard
You're
for
running
him
into
to
more
manipulate.
assumptions.
I'm explaining why. It's already hard for him to manipulate Kurama's chakra at that point in time in the first place. You're then saying he's pulling in the chakra and then manipulating the entirety of that chakra for this
I'm not saying he's
specific
pulling it in
action.
at all. You're the one that's saying that.
That's what you are saying. I'm just saying it just floods into his body.
You
That's what I've
said
been
that
saying
the
the whole
hand
time.
sign. You said
Strong
that
man
the
of
hand
will.
sign. You said that the hand sign was to pull in the chakra. When I asked you what the hand sign was, I think what I'm saying is that
What did
he's
you say?
using it for fighting.
Yeah.
When I asked you what the hand sign was,
You just
you
said,
said it was so
dude,
he
I'm not
could.
gonna hold you.
I
It's
said
just
that he's
weird.
using
It's
it for
weird as
fighting.
hell. I just said that you're saying that he's pulling in the chakra, then molding it for a fight. You
I'm
said
not
that's
saying
all I'm
he's
saying.
pulling
You're
in the
saying that.
chakra. I'm
Then
like
you
the
then
chakra.
say,
Like,
well,
I'm
you're
just saying
saying
the
he's just pulling
chakra
it
is
in.
entering
I'm
his
saying that
body.
he's
I'm
using
not
it for a
saying he's
fight.
pulling in the chakra.
So
I'm not saying he's pulling in the chakra. I'm saying that the chakra is entering his body and he's molding it.
how is
You're
he
saying that
doing
he's
that?
pulling
How
in
is
the
he
chakra.
doing that? How is he doing that?
Then Ninetales is doing that.
The Nine Tails is doing that. Then what?
The Ninetales is putting the chakra in his body. The Ninetales doesn't need his consent to give him chakra.
Vice versa.
And like what?
He doesn't need.
That
Okay,
just
if he
that
doesn't
just proves
need
my
the consent
point.
to the ninth, okay. If it, no, it's not. No, the
Well,
fuck it's not. You just so now we're lying. Freezing, you're actually lying.
asked. He
Freezing.
literally
You no,
just
no, no, no.
asked.
You just lied out
What
your
did I
ass.
lie about?
You just said, yeah, that's my point to when I said that Naruto doesn't need the consent of the Nine Tails for him to have the Nine Tails power. You said that's your point, but that's not your point because
No,
you
okay.
said
I
that it's
misspoke
the
there.
Nine Tails that is giving it to Naruto.
I misspoke there. So like I was mostly talking about the first thing you said. So like when it comes to the Ninetales thing, all I'm saying is that he is using that hand sign to fight, while the Ninetales can just put chakra into him. It's just a different thing.
Can you prove this? Like, is this
Okay,
some
let me
form of
pull up
evidence
the
within
let me pull up the first Naruto.
No, hold on,
Let me
wait,
pull up the
stop,
first
stop.
Naruto versus Sasuke.
You gotta let me ask you what to prove before you try to bring up anything, right? Can you prove that they quite literally like actively mold their own chakra to like enter battle? Can you prove that?
I gotta think back to like specific moments where they're just doing a hand sign before they like do a specific action so they can like mold chakra. So like we all
No,
so
it's
we
not
both
just to
agree that,
mold chakra to fight. You're saying that he's molding Kurama's chakra so he'll be battle ready. I'm saying prove that is what they do in Naruto.
So in Naruto, when you use hand signs to mold your chakra, it helps you with it just helps you with chakra control. When there are instances of characters going and doing like a hand sign, like even Naruto doesn't typically need to do a hand sign before he does like a Rasengan, but sometimes he does a Rasengan and he does a hand sign beforehand to help him out with chakra control.
I understand that. That's not what I'm
Well, I'd
asking.
say it's the exact same principle here.
That's literally not what I'm asking though. I mean, you're granting like what helps chakra control instead of like explaining or like granting an instance where they literally manipulate their chakra for battle. Not like using body flicker, not them imbuing chakra into a feat, not them using a jutsu, them molding the chakra pre-existing in their body for fight. That I'm asking for an instance that proves that.
I would say that like I'd say if you're going to body flicker or use the like Sakura Hinata technique, that's literally what they're doing. They're just molding.
No, it's not. They're not molding the entirety of their body. They're literally stating they're manipulating certain points of their body for
chakra in their body. Sure.
They're not manipulating the entirety of the chakra in their body. They're manipulating certain points of their body.
They can do it in parts, and I'd say they can do it in the whole thing.
Okay, I'm asking. Okay, so at this point, I'm gonna hit just razor the shit out you because I literally keep asking you, give me an instance where they're doing that entirety of their body for the sake of fighting.
I know, like I'd say that's like
you keep
every fight,
going into like specific points. That's not the burden. If you're saying, well, they can do it for this, I'm not asking if it's possible. I'm not asking for a possible world. I'm asking for an instance of this being the case. Or this
I know. I guess
supporting the argument. There's a difference between the two, between molding, because you're saying that he is molding the chakra krama that's in the entirety of his body so he can face off in a fight. I'm asking you, based off of fucking what does the narrative support that being the case? You're going into, well, they can imbue their chakra into certain points of their body to increase their output or to do X, Y, and Z. That doesn't prove the point. They're already in a fight when they're doing that. That doesn't prove the point.
I'm thinking genuinely, like, I genuinely don't know why you would like assume otherwise.
There's nothing that showcases otherwise. That's why. There's no evidence. Hitchens razor. I'm not gonna argue or even like bring up an idea that has no evidence for it. There's zero evidence for it.
Well,
The
like,
evidence
there's
you're
the
bringing
evidence
up
of
is literally
characters
them
using it
being
in
inside of
portions
a
of their
fight
body.
doing something else other than what you said. There's literally no evidence.
Well, then, regardless, like, I don't know, show evidence of like fucking Orochimaru doing any more than just like exerting chakra in like one part of his body when he's like fucking
Yeah,
ninja
no,
himself.
my argument goes off of the not even a pre-existing idea, but consistently it being shown that a character gets access to more potent chakra throughout their body, then they get stronger inherently. My argument is that potency increases, their physical body increase. So as long as this is met, this criteria that I presented is met, which I've already like granted multiple instances of that being the case, as like fuck, like literally like Naruto states verbatim, I don't know, I just chakra just flooded my body and I got stronger. He's not saying because he's imbuing into his feet or anything like that, or him molding into this different shape or for this different
That's because he
property.
doesn't need to
That's
say
the
it.
reason why. He's just saying, yeah, this thing happened and I got stronger. If it entered my
So
body, I got stronger. So literally all it
I would
did,
say,
all it needed to do was exist inside of his body, and his body inherently got stronger. Thus, the criteria that I placed of body, not body flicker, but chakra potency just existing in your body increases your physical stats would be met off of that evidence alone.
no, it wouldn't. So like the reason why I disagree with that, like look at the I think a great example of this would be Sage Mode. When it comes to Sage Mode is something that increases the power of your jutsu. It increases
Mm-hmm.
the
I
power of
don't
your
disagree with
physicals and
that.
increases.
What's the purpose of this?
So when it comes to Sage Mode, just having the stronger chakra in Sage Mode increases like
Overall
increases the
stats.
potency of the it increases overall stats even of
That
the
proves my point.
freaking no, it doesn't prove your point because when it comes to the
What's my point?
your point is that you think that having greater chakra potency is something that would necessarily increase the stats of the character. But
Okay.
what I'm arguing via the
Repeat what you just said about the Sage
Can
Mode.
so what I'm arguing with the Sage Mode is that in the case of the Sage Mode, it's not only the potency, they're also doing things like I think you're trying to isolate the potency itself, but there's other factors at play like the chakra control. When it comes to a jutsu, are we going to say that just having stronger? Are we going to say that just having stronger potency means the jutsu is stronger and the jutsu doesn't require like chakra control?
It becomes stronger via imbuing more chakra into it. Because like I already said before,
but
it's
that
an
doesn't
enthalpy.
like
It's an
negate the
enthalpy.
chakra,
It's an enthalpy
the
thing.
chakra control
Since you're
in the middle.
imbuing chakra, since you're imbuing a shit ton of chakra into a small point, the energy output of said thing would make it stronger. So, logically speaking, if you do this thing, the jutsu itself would be stronger, which I've never disagreed to. That just keeps running back to the point that I made about that being the enhancement of the pre-existing chakra. That is the enhancement of the
So
pre-existing chakra, not the chakra
I would
existing in the
agree that
body
the
and then being at a
pre-existing
certain
chakra has been
stats. Like I
enhanced,
said
but
before,
that
if
doesn't
it
mean that they're
enhances the
not.
pre-existing
That
chakra, that
doesn't
then
mean
means that the chakra
that
itself
doesn't mean
has
that
to be
it's
of a
solely
certain
the
level for
chakra
the chakra
potency
attack
itself.
to be of that level.
That
That's a
doesn't mean that it's
necessity.
solely. That doesn't mean that it's solely the chakra potency itself.
I
Just
never
because,
said that the attacks that they
just because.
distribute is just because of the chakra potency. Never said that. Never
So
implied
you
that.
say that you say that getting stronger, they get stronger when they have a chakra potency. I'm saying that that's like a misnomer. So when it comes to them gaining stronger chakra potency,
I'm about to turn this
they're
into Tasmanian
becoming
devil.
far more. They're becoming. I think it's becoming like just like the diesel versus freaking regular gasoline example. One is more efficient with the in terms of being a fuel source. But that doesn't mean that
All I'm
one is
hearing
going to
is
be
5 plus 5 equals 10, which I never disagreed with or never said anything like that. I'm cool. It could
sure, but
chakra
like
control could
you're
play a
assuming
part
that there's no
of.
you're
I'm
assuming that there's
assuming that
no
what?
chakra control when they do. You're assuming that there's no chakra control when they do like basic actions, like in the middle of a fight. Like if they do like a
That's your burden to
superhuman
prove that
action,
that is the
if
case.
they're doing like a superhuman action in the middle of a fight, it wouldn't. So like if they're
Yeah,
moving at like high speed, if they're
my
moving at high
argument is
speeds, they're
really
easily.
simple. There's an absence of of evidence of different characters like Might Guy or Kakashi. If they're like punch or kick, they're just it's them imbuing chakra into that fist or their kicks. I'm saying there's an absence of that evidence, so we cannot say it is the case. I keep asking you, okay, what points towards this? You either A, use the minority, or B, use something that does not prove that point specifically.
Well, you
There's
can't
no
say that
evidence to
body
prove that
flicker.
point.
You can't say
That's not
that
going to
body
say the
flicker is
point
the
is true.
minority. You're saying you can't say that body flicker is the minority. That's like a general technique
Not
that
what my
almost
argument was.
everybody uses.
Not what I said.
Well, like you said, the minority. One of the examples that I gave was body
I said
flicker,
two
and
things. I
another
said
one
the
was,
minority. You see,
and
to use
one
the minority,
another one
or
that I
you use
used
something that
was.
does
Can
not
I
apply to
finish?
the
Can I
argument.
finish? So one was body flicker. Another one was what's it called? Another one
Yeah,
was the Sakura thing. I
yeah.
just argue that
That's the minority.
when it comes to the Sakura thing, it's not the minority. It's just they
That
do
is.
it to a far greater extent than anybody else in the story
Which that
because they're
runs back
talking
to
because he's
you have to
talking
prove that.
because he's talking about how it requires a crazy amount of chakra control. He's
Doesn't mean
not
that
saying
everybody else
that
does it as well.
he's not saying that's how everybody does like the superhuman feats. That's why characters
That's what's in question.
fuck.
Go ahead, prove it. Give me an instance of that being the case, of some form of indication for that.
That's why when characters just get a larger volume of chakra, they just automatically get stronger.
That doesn't prove your
Like look
point.
at Killer B.
You said that
Look at Killer
soccer is
B.
doing
So
soccer is doing
who
what other people are doing, just to a far
so
greater extent. That refers to
so
that's saying that like every other shinobi is punching and kicking by imbuing chakra to a specific point to increase their output. You bringing up the
so
fact that their
when
body
it
gets
comes
flooded with a new volume of chakra doesn't prove that
when
point
it
because
comes
that goes
to a
over the
character like
overall body
Killer
of their.
B,
That goes the overall body, not them imbuing it for output of their attacks. That's just a
so when it comes to a
byproduct
character
of being
like
imbued
Killer
with this
B,
new volume of chakra,
when it
which goes
when it
back
comes
to
to a
my point.
character like Killer B, would you say that this is a character that would be who do you think would have a higher potency in terms of their chakra, him or Gyuki?
Him or Gyuki? While the Gyuki is inside him, the Gyuki.
So I'm saying individually, like between these two characters, who would have a higher chakra potency?
Um,
Your answer has to be Killer B. Don't think of. There's no way
I'm
you're
gonna
going to
say
say he
what?
has more
No,
chakra
it's
than
not.
Yuki.
Wait. Do you think Killer B is above the third Raikage and the fourth Raikage? Which one? No,
He
actually,
beat the
no.
fucking shit out of them, like
Which
horribly.
version? Which? No, they didn't beat the fuck out of him.
Wark.
They fought for
No,
days.
I'm saying Killer B would beat the fucking shit out of like the third Raikage.
Okay, we're talking about Wark by like base.
Like
Yeah,
I'd
sure,
say he beats the dog shit out of both him and his son.
sure. Killer B can like beat. Oh, sure. If we're
But
talking about
regardless,
Wark
like
version, sure.
so Killer B is just blatantly stronger than the Eight Tails. That's
Yeah,
why he has
that's his chakra
control
potency
over
would be
him.
greater. I
So
think they
yeah,
scale to
his chakra
if-
potency should be greater. But like when he gets Gyuki
You just said
increases
individually.
yeah. But then when he gets
So if
Gyuki's lower.
Gyuki is
Gyuki's lower.
without
Gyuki,
if
can I
Gyuki
finish?
is without
Can I finish?
Killer B, he
Can I
is
finish?
weaker.
But like
Thus,
I'm
if we
saying,
break up, yeah, go ahead,
he
finish.
has higher potency. He has higher potency. So if he has higher potency, then
Mhm.
adding the volume of Yuki, making him stronger,
Bro,
like
why are we being
Yuki.
weird now? Now we're just
What do you mean?
being
Why am I
weird.
being weird?
Why now
How
we're
am I
just
being
being
weird?
weird. The argument was that individually, when I said inside of the Gyuki, when Gyuki's inside of Killer B, Gyuki is stronger. You said no individually, drawing a distinction between Gyuki being inside of Killer B versus him not.
Yeah,
I said sure,
sure. Yeah, I
outside
agree.
of Killer
Well,
B,
like I'm
Gyuki
already
is
done with that portion of the
stronger.
argument.
If we're saying Gyuki inside
I'm
of
moving on
Killer
to like a
B,
different
Gyuki
point.
is stronger. So it's
We
irrelevant
already
to bring
agreed
up
on
the
that.
fact
I'm
that
moving on
yeah,
to a
he's
different point.
stronger, but Gyuki's volume increases his stats. But that's irrelevant to the
So
point.
Yuki's volume increases his stats. Like that's just to show that Killer B just gets a greater volume of chakra, and that automatically just makes him stronger.
It's not the fact. It's not just the fact that it's greater volume, because the volume in question is greater in the sense of the strength of it. It can have more chakra, sure, but the strength of it is greater than his own. As tailed beasts
No, it
confirmed
can't
multiple
be.
times that they become stronger when they're in a host versus them by themselves.
Well, that's because they use their tail beast chakra to a greater extent than the tail beast do, because they're generally smarter than the tail beast. But
Yeah, you could grant
regardless,
me nuance. You could grant.
when
It's
it
not
comes
even
to
just that they're smarter. It's just
when it
that
comes
like
to Killer B, him on his own has greater potency than letting in like that higher volume of chakra but lower potency of chakra in Gyuki
I don't think
would
that
be
is lower
something.
potency when inside of what you call it. No, that would be a contradiction.
So they even if they both like share a body, you do agree that they have separate chakra, right?
I don't disagree that they have separate chakra, but they're linked. Thus, if one gets stronger, the other gets stronger.
That's not exactly the case because they can flow into each other and amp or not amp. But like when it
They're
comes
linked
to
without that. Even without them
I'm not
flowing
sure.
chakra into each other,
I
they're
know that's the
still
case with
linked.
Naruto,
Their
but I don't know if
life
that's
is
necessarily
linked
the
to
case
each
with Killer
other.
B.
If Naruto dies, Kurama dies. If if Killer B dies, the Gyuki dies. The only case where the Gyuki doesn't die and the tailed beast doesn't die, but the Jinjuriki does die, is if the tailed beast is ripped out of the Jinjuriki. That is the only instance. But inside of their Jinjuriki, if Naruto got his head blown off, Kurama also dies. Their life, their everything for them is linked together. So if Naruto gets stronger, Kurama would be getting stronger. If Shukaku's inside of Gaara, if Gaara gets stronger, Shukaku gets stronger, and vice versa.
Sure. But I'd
All
say
right,
that's not
cool.
very relevant to the point where like when it comes to Killer B, he still gets like stronger when he has a higher volume of chakra, even if that chakra isn't as potent as his own.
All right. So, okay, let's go over this because you just conceded to the fact that that would be the case. Cool. Gyuki, before the war arc, Gyuki, without a tailed beat, without a Jinchuriki, was already stronger than Killer Bee majority throughout the majority of Naruto, right? Because he's going toe to toe with he was going toe to
Wrong.
toe with A and A, third Raikage and fourth Raikage, and then was going
So
relative with the third Raikage for days, right?
that's
In his
wrong.
prime. Cool. Then
That's
he
wrong.
gets this power and it gets
The
increased
reason why that's
by him
wrong
getting
is
sealed
because if
inside of
he
Killer B. Then if like I
so
said before, if
the
Killer
reason why
B
that's
if
wrong
he
is
gets
because
stronger,
if
the
Killer B is a perfect
if
Jinchuriki, that means he beat up Yuki,
hold on.
and
What the fuck? Which
he
of
would
these
have had
objects
less
have a
health than Naruto.
brim? Mm, mm.
So that would mean that he
Also,
would
that doesn't
have to have a
necessarily mean
higher
that he beat up
potency.
the. That doesn't necessarily mean that he beat up the what you call it. He doesn't
Yuki,
need
yeah, that
necessarily. He doesn't need to beat up the tailed beast in order for it to be a perfect Jinchuriki. That's not a necessity. It was.
well, like, how did he teach Naruto to do it?
Yeah, he taught Naruto how to do it because he told Naruto that because Kurama specifically was a special case. They kept telling him Kurama is a beast of hatred, so he's not going to listen to you. You have to beat him.
Didn't B and like the Eight Tails already start off on bad terms?
They started off on bad terms. That doesn't mean they have to fight. There's two entirely different things.
Isn't that like the whole
I
point of
don't even
like
think they
him
did. I
doing?
don't
Isn't
think
that
that's
the
ever
whole point of
stated.
him also doing the waterfall of truth? Isn't like the whole thing? I gotta go back and read that. I'm pretty sure like the whole implication is that B beat the fuck out of the Eight Tails, and that's how he became the Eight Tails Jinchuriki,
Now that's just
or
the
like a
property.
perfect
The
Jinchuriki, a
property of
perfect
the tailed
Jinchuriki.
beast by itself is that like if you have hatred in your body, whether that be towards the tailed beast or not, it corrodes you. Use that against you. But once you get rid of that hatred, you become one with that hatred. Because Naruto didn't even get rid of the hatred, as it's shown within like Boruto. When right before Kurama died, he was like, "Well, you killed my parents," so he's still salty about that. He still has those hated feelings within him. It's just the fact that he's one
I
with it
don't
and he
know.
completely accepts it, right? As shown, literally, it's shown when he's like in the waterfall of truth. He's fighting up against himself, which is the embodiment of his own hatred, and he hugs himself. He says, I accept the fact that I hate him. I understand
Sure,
that I hate him." So he still
sure.
hated him. It's just the acceptance of it. That's just a
Well,
byproduct of what you would call it. If
what
you
I'm
accept,
saying
like,
is that
that's why Himawari, who has no hatred, is a-okay with the tailed beast. She's literally a-okay because she don't hate
I
anybody.
don't read Boruto, so I don't know.
It's all good. It's all good. But like Himawari doesn't hate anybody. She's a gleeful child, right? So like her like accessing Kurama and Kurama being like, yeah, you can use it. She doesn't need to go to the waterfall of truth in order to do the same factions, especially since the cycle of hatred is over. Meanwhile, Killer B, who's a part of that, yeah, that'd have to be the case. There's also the fact that like when you're facing up against them, when you're facing up against the tailed beast, they're just weaker than they truly are. There's those two factors. Because of the seal.
So I agree that they're weaker, like by themselves. I'm saying that Killer Bee defeated the Eight Tails, but I'm looking for the proof.
Yeah. That's still, let's say he did defeat the Eight Tails. As we see from fucking Kurama, regardless, like I said before, the seal makes them strong, them weaker than they actually are. So like him facing
The
off
seal
against
makes them weaker than they
Eight
actually
Tails,
are.
that him facing off against the Eight Tails wouldn't matter if he beats him or not because it's a weaker Eight Tails. Like the literally as we
Wait,
see, like for
can you
example,
find the
in the
statement? The seal
Minato
makes
one
them
shot,
weaker.
Minato reinforces the seal and it suppresses Kurama's chakra. That's literally the
Yeah,
purpose of the seals.
that's because he's like suppressing it and like stopping it. When you're fighting the tail beast, they undo the seal.
Not entirely, no.
Not entirely to the point where it's like they're out, but like you take off like all the restrictions.
It's
So I
not.
don't know.
It's literally not even all the restrictions. That's not even all the
I
restrictions.
said it's not to the. I said it's not to the point where they're taking off all the restrictions.
I'm
Because
saying that
obviously,
it's
then they
even
just
towards
fucking
their
leave.
stats. The whole purpose, because we know that it's not all of the restrictions, because the character in question would have got their body like the whole purpose of the seal being there is one, not just keeping it in the body. That's why Naruto still has Kurama even without the seal. Um, it's also the fact that it keeps the chakra or the power of the tailed beast in check. That's why they keep saying the seal suppresses the chakra of the that's why they keep saying the seal suppresses the chakra of the tailed beast. It's not just to keep it inside their body. It's also to decrease their stats so they won't corrode the body in question. So when like Naruto faces off against Kurama, the reason why his body doesn't like, even though he's shown to get overpowered, and doesn't really like, literally doesn't really do shit against Kurama until Kushina comes in and uses the adamantine chains to further suppress him. That's why then, that's why like that's why his body doesn't get corroded by it because the pre-existing seal. The seal doesn't go away when he like unlocks the unlocks the gate. That's not the that's not like what decreases the suppression. His power is still suppressed. That's the whole reason why he won that fight in the first place.
So, like, to
So,
what extent does it actually suppress them?
um, well, it suppresses it to the point where, like, for example, when it comes to Naruto, he could go from like, not even that. When it comes to like characters like fucking whatchamacallit, the Gyuki could go from like, the Gyuki can go from like, winning, not even winning, like tying up against like the third Raikage and the fourth Raikage to then losing to Killer B, who's like shown and confirmed to be like weaker than like the Raikage up until the
I
war.
disagree with him being weaker than the Raikage.
It's stated by the Raikage, hey, your power's too
I
weak.
think he's
When they
wrong.
because the whole purpose of the lariat, the double lariat, is that they have to match each other's power. And like the Raikage kept saying, I have to suppress my own power to match yours. You need to get stronger. So it's
Yeah,
like,
but
and then
that's when
there's
he's
like,
young.
then there's like things like, for example, he is young, but then there's things like, for example, when he goes up against like Sasuke, Sasuke like reacts to a Gyuki amped Killer B and literally jumps over him and does multiple backflips over Killer B. But then a faster and stronger version of like Sasuke is fight up against the Raikage and the Raikage blitzes him. So like
Well, that's not a good fight because like the whole thing is Killer Bee through that fight so that he could get away from his responsibilities.
no,
Yes.
he didn't throw the fight. He got hit by the Amada. He literally tried to one. We see him try to end the fight right then and there. The reason why, the reason why he like acts like he's something else is so he won't get fucking captured. He knows he's like, oh, those are the Katsuki, and then he like puts himself into a tail. He literally says it was a gamble. It like stated by Killer B and the Eight Tails states that it was a gamble to do that in the first place. He did that to get away from the Mataratsu and get away from like getting captured by Sasuke and the Taka members. Because if he did, he would have literally, which is shown literally right after the fight. If he did, he would have been sent to the Akatsuki right after that, and then his chakra would have been taken out, and the tailed beast would have been taken out and sealed, and he would have died. That's why he was trying to evade, not get away from responsibilities. That's just a byproduct.
Hmm. Well, I'd say for that part anyway, but like still Sasuke going on to fight the Raikage and do better, that kind of doesn't really attack the point when like what's in question is whether or not Killer Bee is actually weaker than the Raikage. So
Okay, so
I don't think that
I
it
don't think you
really
understood the argument
scales
then.
to the fourth.
Okay, it's really simple, right? If we're saying that base Killer B is above the Gyuki, then he amplifies himself. But Sasuke's still reacting. He literally is still reacting and keeping up with this Killer Bee as he literally jumps over Killer Bee and does multiple flips while he's still traveling, while he's like barely, while Killer Bee's traveling minute distances. Then that would then mean that the Killer Bee here would be relative or under that MS Sasuke. Sasuke then gets faster than that and stronger than that afterwards. But he goes up against the Raikage and the Susanoo, which is literally above his own durability and his own power, is getting cracked in one. I'm not gonna say one shot. Is getting heavily damaged by him, and he's getting blitzed. That would, by virtue, showcase that the Raikage is above. The Raikage would indeed be above that of Killer B. Killer B when he went up against the Taka members.
Well, like I there's also like the other thing of Killer Bee was also like playing with them for the most part. Like he literally stops to like write rhymes in his book.
That was in
He
base, so that's irrelevant. That was in base. He amps
sure.
himself.
I just
There's
say
no
that he
like toying anymore. He amps himself, trying to murk him. That's the whole purpose of him like running back to Sasuke and caving his chest in. He started trying to
do you
murk
think that a
them.
character
He summons into his eight-tailed beast. Wee throws out a tailed beast bomb. He literally tries to one-shot them when he transforms. So like we can't
do you
even
think that a
say that they're
character can't
holding
like
back. He's holding back to that extent anymore. If he amplifies his base, thus he will be stronger than what his full power base would be, and then amplifies his base again.
so do you think that a character can't amp themselves in terms of like going into a new form and still hold back?
I think that there is instances, I think there's minorities of it, like some Goku type shit, where the whole purpose of transforming is to test out like Krillin's ability and how strong Krillin became. Sure, if we're talking about instances like those, but I don't think that could be applicable here if he's already showing like he's above these characters in question and he amplifies his strength. If you do say, I hope you understand though, if you do say that they can increase their strength, but still decrease their strength, that unironically proves my point.
Well, proves your point in what regard?
Okay, my argument was beforehand is that the chakra potency scales to their body, and the reason why like Naruto's not like all that strong when he's walking around is because he lowers the power level of his chakra. So if you then say this thing in question, which is amplifying the body, which is the chakra potency of Yuki, mixing with the pre-existing chakra potency of Killer B, makes him stronger, and he can still hold this power back. That then means that this power level is being decreased by Killer B. Thus, you would just be
No,
conceding to the point that the power level can decrease.
I never disagree that their strength can decrease, especially like from their combat strength. Like I disagree with the idea that their combat strength is like their base. But regardless, when it comes to when it comes to the whole Killer B thing, the whole point of the Killer B thing was that B would have higher potency in terms of chakra than the Gyuki. But when it comes to the Gyuki would just have like way fucking higher chakra in terms of like volume. So he would just get stronger by having a larger potency of chakra. So I would say
Which
kind
one
of
do you
like
think is which one do you think is better, or stronger, right? Even though you did disagree beforehand about the what you call it decreasing. I asked you what is if you're going from being
well,
strong.
I think you kind of missed
I,
like the nuance of
I
what I was trying
asked
to
this
say.
question. No, I didn't. No, I didn't. Because I asked this question. I
So
said,
like, can
if
you explain
hold
what I was actually exactly what I was trying to say?
hold on. Because I asked you this question. I said something very simple. I said, okay, if you go from being like a regular human level to then being able to like to destroy mountains, et cetera, what is that? That would be like you said. That is them strengthening their chakra or them strengthening themselves. I said, okay, cool.
Yeah.
So if the opposite occurs, what is that? That he said that is them going back to their regular selves. I said, wouldn't you agree that's weakening since it's the opposite of strengthening? You said no.
So the reason why I'm making like the distinction is entirely because of like the idea that their superhuman like strength would be their baseline.
You said the superhuman. Wait, are you saying that you disagree with the baseline being superhuman strength, or that you're
Yeah.
saying that the baseline is the superhuman strength?
I'm saying I disagree with the baseline being superhuman strength. I think they go up to that level of strength when they're fighting. And then
Okay,
like when they're not
so
fighting, their baseline is just them
then
being
you would agree,
normal human.
regardless, you would agree that just making sure if they go from mountain level to human level, regular human level, that is weakening. You agree with that, right?
Sure, but not in the sense that I was talking about. Like it's different ways of using like there's
Cool.
very different meanings to like what
Yeah,
that
you,
was.
you think that the chakra potency doesn't decrease, just the physical body, which I graded multiple things that like showcases this.
Sure,
But
but
like the
like
whole
when you
Gyuki
do
shit,
an
right?
action with your
The
chakra
whole
potency,
Gyuki shit,
it
right? The
just
reason
changed
why it
like the whole
increases his
thing.
power, even though I don't think that's, if, let's say that the Gyuki is weaker than, let's say the Gyuki for some reason is weaker than that of Killer B, right? Even though that doesn't narratively make sense. Let's say that's the case, right? The reason why this weaker being is making this stronger being stronger is because of the compression of chakra. As we see, rather it be Yuki without Killer Bee or with him, Yuki's so large that like small portions, like smaller little landscapes are like dwarves to him, right? Are small people to him, right? It's
Hmm.
all of that chakra shrinking. It's keeping the same amount of weight, but it's shrinking down to a insignificantly smaller size, right?
I don't know if
Which
it's
goes
actually
into
shrinking.
density, which then increases via enthalpy, increases the prowess or the strength of said chakra. That's
I
why
don't know if
Killer
it's
Bee would be
actually
getting
shrinking.
stronger.
I don't know if it's actually shrinking. Like when they go into the seal, are they necessarily shrinking, or is there like a or is there like a separate space in their body?
So you think the volume is increasing?
Did I say the volume was increasing?
That's what I'm asking you.
So if he has a certain amount of chakra, and we would say via Killer B being stronger than the Eight Tails, if we're granting that, that Killer B would have higher potency than would have a higher potency than the Eight Tails, then the volume would increase, but not necessarily the potency.
So the answer would be yes. The volume does increase. The character's volume does increase because if you're imbuing a larger volume into your own, the volume would be increasing. So if you so you don't think it's a density point, you think it's just a volume point.
Yes, that's why I brought up Killer B.
Okay. Mm, I disagree with that heavily. I disagree with that heavily.
I just think it's like a
Like
like extremely. I think it's a far more complicated thing than people give Kishimoto credit for on
I
that
think
in
you're
terms of like what has
overcomplicating it.
been
I'm gonna be
written.
so honest with you. Because like the
I
points,
think
it
you're
just runs back to
oversimplifying it,
what
and
you
that's
said
my
about
problem.
me. There's a problem what you say about me. You said that like, yeah, I need this statement for this thing because you could just say anything. You're doing the exact same thing. The difference is you're not really drawing points you're not drawing data points from pre-existing or what you would call it that correlates to the thing. You're drawing specific points. You're drawing specific points towards other shit that doesn't conclude about
So
the base physical body. So that it's just
so
really
I
weird.
think I think that this I think that my statement at least about the I think at least my statement about Killer B is enough to say that it's not just the base physical body that matters, like, and it's not just like the chakra density that we were talking about, like being the thing that increases your strength. I would say that if you agree to all my premises, then like it would come to the conclusion that your chakra volume also matters as well as your chakra density.
It matters, yeah. Significantly, no.
I would say it
This depends.
significantly
If we're just
matters.
talking about the raw volume within it, the raw volume within your body is not going to increase your stats. Like even you beforehand, you was like, yeah, it's like one of the reasons why it was like Kakashi has like less chakra than Naruto, but was stronger than fucking Naruto, right? It's just like
So
it's not just that. It's not. And I'm not gonna say it's not just that because I'm not saying that you're saying that. I'm saying that volume has like an insignificant portion to it unless you're focusing that volume to a small, minute point, which would just be a
the
density at
way
that point.
the way I understand it is there's a maximum output that you can have in terms of how much chakra you have, which would lead to you capping off by getting stronger at a certain point. But if you just have a larger amount of chakra, you can afford to expend like your max output of chakra over and over and over and over
Yeah,
again
that has nothing to do
without
with the
like
amplification of stats. That just has to do with the stamina
that
of the
would just make
character.
you that'd be a way of you amping yourself.
No, it's not. That's just you going on and on. Like we're talking about amps as in being physically stronger, as in punching harder,
So
moving faster, etc., etc. If I'm
if
just
I use a
capable of
higher volume of chakra,
if I'm
I would
repetitively
punch harder.
utilizing a technique over and over again, that's not enhancing me. That's my stamina. That's how long I can do this thing or how many times I can do this thing. That's not the argument.
I
Also,
agree.
we know
I
that it's
agree.
compression of the chakra of tailed beast because every time they regurgitate the argument or they regurgitate the topic of like the tailed beast versus them being inside of a host, they keep consistently talking about the concentration of chakra and the focusing of chakra, which is quite literally
I
compression.
agree that it's like I agree that it's like a potency thing to an extent, but there's also like a very underrated volume aspect. You agree that if you put more chakra into a specific action, it's automatically going to make it stronger, correct?
Via enthalpy. Yeah, which just goes back to my point about
So
potency.
if they put more chakra, so so if you want to say entropy or whatever when it comes to like them doing a specific action, which I'm not sure, you know, like we got whatever. Let's just say that that's the case because like more or less that kind of explains what's going on there. When it comes to just putting more chakra into a specific action, that would automatically make you stronger. It's not like analogous
Because of
to
what?
Kakashi versus Naruto.
Because of what?
Yeah, it's not analogous to Kakashi. Well, one the B thing that I was talking about, but when it comes to the
It's because of enthalpy.
Kakashi,
You're,
also
you're
so
imbuing imagine pouring a
that's
lot
like a
of
whole other
water.
thing. I'm not going
And,
to argue like on the entropy point, like that more or less like gets at what's being shown there. So like let's just say that that's the case. But like when it comes to when it comes to Naruto, if he has a I think if he's using more or less chakra, and he's packing more chakra into there, and that's making that more dense. The chakra density of said strike would automatically just not scale to the base amount of chakra that he has, because when it comes
Running
to the
back to the
density of the
original,
chakra,
nobody disagree with that. I don't see the purpose of you keep bringing that up. Obviously, that plays a
well,
factor
that's
into that.
why.
That incomes it. That's not. But the problem is, that's a difference. There's a difference between enhancing an
That's why I
attack.
don't want to equate AP to like
That's not
your
what's
chakra
being
density
done,
thing.
though. You're referring
Then how
to
else are you finding
enhancing
chakra
the
density?
outputs of a technique, not boom, boom, bow, bow. You keep running through, you keep continuously run towards technique, 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 where they specifically focus a shit ton of chakra into a singular point, thus increasing the output. No
I would
shit.
say that's just how they fight.
No, ah, based off of what? Give me like some form of, give me like an inference based off of like what we've seen from their punches and kicks. Like what?
Well, as I said, when it comes to the well, I don't think that a punch or a kick would necessarily have to always be that way, but like that's just generally what they're doing if they're in a serious fight to the death.
Okay. Do you know what based off of what means?
Based on the fact that they have shown the ability to enhance their physicals, do you think that the average shinobi cannot enhance their physicals?
Generalization. Holy shit. Hasty
Do you think
generalization.
why is that a hasty generalization?
Yeah, you're saying that because we see them enhance their physicals, that then means the argument of like them imbuing it to certain portion of their body to increase their output applies. That's a hasty generalization, and that's a false equivalency as well. Just because they do, just because they enhance, just because there's enhancements that exist within the verse doesn't mean, generally speaking, the shinobis within the verse pour chakra into specific points of their body in order to increase the output. There must be some form of evidence that proves that this is the case, which there's not.
There's also like literally Lee and Guy when they output more chakra via the fucking eighth gate, and then their entire body just like gets fucking swole with chakra.
Yeah, that doesn't the art that doesn't prove your point because that's not them in the entirety of the fight doing that. They're not running at you, pouring chakra to their feet with the chakra the newly chakra that they have and kicking you with it.
I would argue
No.
that it's something like
Also,
I
that's
would argue that it's
still a
something
rarity.
like
Barely
I
anybody
would
uses a gate.
so I know well like I would argue that when they're in base, they're not doing anything different. They're just expending more chakra via the gates.
They're just they're blatantly shown to be faster and stronger.
So that's why they're
It's just
expending more
confirmed
like that.
that
So really
via
quickly, by
activating the gate.
expending more
Holy shit, that
chakra,
just proves my point even further. All they do
how
is
does it prove your
activate
point
the
even
gate,
further?
chakra pours into their body, and they get stronger.
Yeah, by them like having it like controlling it throughout their body. Do you think they're
They're
just
not
like letting it
controlling it
wildly
throughout their
flow?
body. You literally have no way to prove that they're controlling it throughout their body. It's like a gate. It's like if there's water behind a gate and you open up the gate just, the water just flows in. They're not,
If you're
it's
not
not you,
controlling the,
it's not like you're
if you're
using a
not,
device to
I
manipulate
know,
the
prove
water
that
to make it
it can
flow in.
enhance you without you controlling it.
Can I prove it that if they can
Yeah.
enhance it without controlling it? Yeah, it literally confirms that all they're doing is opening up the gate. They build chakra to a certain point of their body to open up the gate, then chakra floods into their body.
So what they say is they get more chakra. They don't say that all that happens is they just have more chakra and they get stronger. The gate gives them more chakra.
And what
It doesn't
happens?
mean that I would say that they use it and they manipulate it and use basic chakra control to fight better. But you're just gonna say that like
Literally, the statement is they use chakra. Literally, the statement was they use chakra to open the gates. Chakra floods into the body, they get stronger. That was the statement. I literally don't. You're drawing extra information in and pointing towards this, trying to point it towards this conclusion when the statement doesn't say that, nor does any point of the series ever apply that to the entirety of the body without it being like a fucking transformation of chakra or this excerpt like external value, not even this external value, just like this transformation of the entirety of your chakra.
Well, like the difference between a transformation and base is typically your chakra is just invisible.
No, because
Yes, that's
stated,
literally what Haku
it's
says.
stated by Kakashi and Yamamoto, not Yamamoto, but Yamato, that transforming the elements of your chakra makes this thing stronger. So it's
Sure, but
not
that
just
doesn't attack the
it's
point
not
of.
just the no, it's not just the it's literally just the chakra itself. Not it
So
could
like
that's not
we
that's
would.
excluded. That's not just towards the attack. That's just towards the chakra itself. So it's not, it wouldn't be specifically vortex, etc., etc. Just towards anything that is chakra. If you transform it into a different element, boom. Guess what? Now it's like stronger than it was before, and now it's stronger than it was beforehand without it. So
Sure, but that has
The
nothing to do with
Raikage's chakra
their
becomes
chakra not
stronger
being
because of the
visible.
elemental transformation.
That has nothing to do with their chakra just not being visible. So like,
That doesn't attack. Well, I didn't give a damn about the chakra being visible or not. I'm saying that the difference
so we
between the
would
two.
see it cladding their
I'm
bodies
saying
if
that the difference. I'm saying cool. That's one difference. But that's not the only difference. Is the fact that it's transforming the chakra. The chakra being transformed into a new element is stated to be stronger. So obviously, when he has the regular chakra versus him having coated in lightning chakra, him converting his own chakra to lightning chakra, his regular chakra is weaker. That's an entirely different point versus like that's what I'm saying that there's
yeah,
this
but I wasn't
factor
talking about the
or there's like an
Raikage.
external factor of them like quote unquote you the tail beast or this outside external factor, but them by themselves they're not controlling the entirety of their chakra to make themselves stronger.
I
What they
never
are
said that
doing,
they
what
like. I've never once said that like we have said that multiple times. I've never once said that they're controlling the entirety of their chakra. I'm just saying that they're like controlling like the chakra in their body, like around their body. So like there's an internal storage of chakra, and then there's like the external chakra that they like coat their body with.
when the fuck what are you getting from the coating your body with that shit? Where the fuck are you getting that from? They don't coat the entirety of their body with that shit. What? It's literally a part of every portion of their body, down to the cellular level. It's already
That's what
there.
chakra
What are
enhancement
they
means.
coating themselves with if it's already there in every portion of the body?
So it's under the skin, but then it goes around their body.
It's literally that the whole reason why the Rasen Shuriken is so deadly is because it cuts the chakra network down to the cellular level, and it's delicately intertwined with the
What
organs,
does that have to do with like
meaning it's
them
a part
coating
of
themselves?
every portion of your body.
I agree. So, well, I'd say that it flows through every portion of your body, but that doesn't mean that it's not coating you. What?
That literally means it's coding you. What? What do you think coding means?
So, I do think it's also coating. So, I don't think that. I think you're kind of talking past me at this point. So, what I'm saying is that they are actively putting it out of their body to coat themselves in combat, but you just assume that it is just a thing that happens innately just because it flows through their body.
That's
I
why I
don't
asked you, what
know.
do you think coding means?
So, like, you would agree that if something is flowing through your body, like, are you coated in blood right now?
Am I coated in blood right now? Blood isn't a part of every single portion of my body, so I think that's irrelevant. But
Pretty
no,
much.
no, it's not. My skin doesn't have blood. My nails don't have
There's
blood.
blood right. There's yes, your nails have blood. There's
No,
blood
they
under
don't.
your nails. There's
There's
blood
blood
under your
on
nails. I'm pretty sure if the blood in your fingers like
my.
gets cut off, like your
Oh
nails
my
can die.
god. Oh my god. There's blood under my nails. My nails are connected to my skin. You peel it off, you're peeling the skin off as well. You're rupturing the skin. So blood is let out. It's not literally,
Yeah,
your
the same
nails
way I would
don't
say that
have
chakra is let
blood.
out.
They're connecting something, they're
So,
connected to something that seals blood in your body. So you fuck that up, you
so
fuck the
they
skin
also
up,
like
so it's
they're
let
also
out. The skin doesn't
so
have blood, your nails
so
don't have blood, your teeth don't have
well
blood.
like there's blood that keeps them alive. Yes, It's like a plant. Like they're drawing from like the nutrients and minerals and like other bullshit that's in your body that's inside of your
So they
blood, and
don't
that's what
have
keeps them
blood.
alive.
If they're drawing from things that
I
are
would say
within
that's
the
them
blood, that
having
means that they
blood.
don't have the blood. That'll be like saying that, like, that'll be like
Either
saying the
way,
fucking
like,
wood. That'll be like saying trees have light. No, they don't have light.
but
They convert light.
whatever. Like even if you want to like split every hair on that, regardless, when it comes to the blood flowing through like almost every portion of your body, that doesn't mean that all those portions that they're flowing through are coated in blood. The chakra can just be going through there, but then afterward, when they go into a combative situation, they just coat themselves.
Based off of what? Was it ever stated or shown that they coat themselves in chakra?
That's what happens whenever we see a character like powering up with their chakra. There's like a
No,
cloud
that's
of
just the
chakra that.
force of their chakra. That's why you see shockwaves coming from their fucking chakra. That's the force.
Why is it the force and not just
I
them
just
being
explained
clad in
why. Because you
chakra?
literally see the ground, like the ground, the dirt pushes off the fucking ground. It literally is the force of their chakra.
So why can't the force of their chakra come out when they clad themselves in chakra?
Would have an instance of this being the case when Neji's using
So
he's
like
using chakra.
the instance would be
The
any
only time
instance
we have
where
an inference of like
I don't.
him, and the only time we have an inference of him
We would
like
have to talk.
utilizing
The
chakra,
inference would be
like there's
any
chakra
inference of what
coding
we
outside
just
of his
talked
body
about.
is when he uses the rotation.
We,
When he uses like 8 trigrams rotation. The only people that surely like truly like coat themselves in chakra are the Jinchurikis. Like for example Naruto. We see him coat himself in chakra, but like when he's fighting
well,
up
that's because
against
everybody
with
else's chakra is invisible,
chakra itself is
as
invisible.
stated by Haku.
Okay,
Well,
yeah. So
not tailed
chakra
beast
itself is
chakra, and
invisible.
not like
Why do we think the tailed beast chakra itself isn't invisible without
because
it taking
people
like a
can see
solid
it. That
form?
well, like really quickly, the reason why it's not invisible is because Haku literally says when he's fighting Naruto, generally chakra's like invisible, but it's like a fucking thick fog like around him or some shit.
Yeah,
Does
because
he
it
not
creates
say
an
that?
avatar, as we see from like any fucking form of tailed beast. It creates an avatar. Thus, when you see it out, when like the what? Actually, no. That just goes back to what you call it. On what I said about potency. He's saying, yeah, generally chakra is invisible, even though it's generally within your body. But you see, it's like a thick fog when she sees it. They're referring to the potency of its chakra. It's so potent you could see it. It's like, for example, like air versus it's like regular air on a sunny day versus fog. They're literally the same shit, but you can't see air. But when you see fog, because it's thick enough for it, it's potent enough for it.
Sure, but
It's
like,
still invisible.
would you say that that version of Naruto is just stronger than like Orochimaru because his chakra can be seen, but Orochimaru's chakra can't be seen?
I don't think that's the point. I don't think Orochimaru
I think
has
that
like
that
his
kind of
chakra.
breaks down the
My
idea.
point, no,
I
hold
think
on,
that
wait.
breaks
My
down the
point is
idea that
that it
chakra
doesn't
potency
leak.
is all it is.
My point is that it doesn't leak out of his body. Orochimaru's doesn't
Why
coat
not?
his body. I don't think that there's
Why
literally
not?
nothing that my argument. You keep asking me why not. My argument is off of the absence of evidence. If there's no evidence that supports this, we wouldn't see it. Oh, we can't go off of
I
it,
would
right?
I
I,
would just argue that
when
like
what
the tail
scene do
beasts
we
are
have like
doing the
some form
same
of
thing
inference
that
for that?
so I would just say that the tail beasts are doing the same thing everybody else does. It's just they
Based off
have
of what,
thicker
man?
chakra that they have thicker chakra. Like why do they all go to this one? They have thicker chakra that is visible instead of just being invisible like
Based off
everybody
of what,
else's.
man?
We've already seen like many different what you call it examples of enhancement. I just say that this is something that is happening everywhere all the time. It's just to different extents.
Yeah, you're talking about special enhancement. Yeah, you're talking about if special enhancement. Yeah, this must be some form of reference without that special enhancement that proves the point. You're
So
saying, well, the enhancement.
it's special because they're making a whole thing about it, and like in a lot of these instances, these characters are learning these things as a much more seasoned ninja like Kakashi. you'd be doing these things on the fly super casually, and you wouldn't need to go through like as much of a like deliberate thing. Do you think that Minato has to focus on I gotta put the chakra in my feet before he goes on to like
We don't
do a
even
body
see them.
flicker, or
We
do you
don't
think
even
he's
see their. The problem with that, we don't even see like their face. What you call it. They say I got the chakra in my feet. It doesn't affect the area or anything like that. Like they literally, if
what
we're
do you mean it
saying
doesn't
yeah,
affect the
chakra is
area or
invisible,
whatever? That has nothing to do
it's
with what it
weird.
says.
We're saying yeah, chakra is invisible. I think he's coating his body with it based off of what? Nothing.
Because
Literally, you
doing
can't
what
infer that off
they're
of anything if
doing.
it's fucking invisible.
They're just
Like
doing what
what?
everybody else. So why do all of the tailed beasts in particular, not tailed, why do all the Jinchuriki in particular gravitate to this technique?
Gravitate to what technique?
The technique of cladding their body in fucking chakra.
Because it's an aspect of a tailed beast. It corrodes and
No,
affects
because
your
that's
own
something
body.
everybody's
That's the
doing. It's
whole.
just now you can see the chakra.
That's what's in question. We know for a fact. We know for a fact that it clawed your body purposefully because he creates an entire avatar, passively creates an entire avatar off of his off of the pre-existing Karama chakra. He does it multiple times. That's something that's just an effect that occurs. They literally even confirm that it's like armor around your body. Sasuke confirms that, and then the Sakura Hida novel they confirm it, and it's further confirmed when like characters go up again, like when characters like for example with for example Orochimaru goes up against Naruto. It's like I can't even get it past his chakra armor. It's literally when it comes to Tailed Beasts, it's literally chakra armor around their body. But we don't get this
Yeah.
same statement or even a similar statement or indication for literally anybody else that doesn't have a tailed beast or a special ability that literally creates armor around your body.
Well, like, yeah, I agree, but I also think that Naruto characters are kind of squishy, and I think that like piercing attacks generally like kind of fuck them.
Okay, if we're saying that the tailed beast chakra cloak around their body is the same shit as the chakra cloak around around the shinobi's body when they're in a fight, then the squishy parts of their skin wouldn't matter because they're covered in armor.
Yeah, so that's a thing for them. I'm just saying generally. Well, yeah, I agree with that.
Oh, so if like I said before, it would be like saying, well, it would be like saying, for example, this guy, let's say Danny, a guy named Danny, he's covered in a suit of bulletproof armor, and that's supposedly invisible. He's supposedly covered in a bulletproof armor that's supposedly invisible, right? And
Hmm.
you say, yeah, Danny has a bulletproof armor around him. I said, based off of what? I don't see shit. And you said, well, we know that he has a bulletproof armor around him. It's just invisible. And I asked you based off of what? He's like, well, you see that
Well,
guy
because
with
of
a
the chakra.
bulletproof vest on his body? Yeah, what about it? He just has what he has. Okay, based off of what?
Well,
He's just
like
doing
that
whatever
would be
else he's doing.
analogous if we
Okay,
all
based off
produce
of what?
bulletproof vests like out of our bodies.
I hope you understand
So
that the
really
analogy
quickly,
doesn't
when
have
it
to be
comes to
one to one. It doesn't have to be the creation of this thing. It still fits. The
well, like
armor, chakra, regardless of how you see it,
it makes it
the
far more
chakra,
absurd when that's a thing that you have to have or not have.
no, that's not a
I'd
necessity.
say
It's not a
so.
condition that needs to be met. It doesn't need to be a thing that the analogy doesn't have to have something that is needed or not. As long as there is a concept within the analogy that is
Well, then I'd say
comparable,
it's
with,
disanalogous.
as long as the analogy, if you believe that, cool. You just don't understand analogies at that point because the purpose of
I
an
understand
analogy,
analogies. I just think you
the
just use a
purpose of an
disanalogous
analogy
analogy.
is to compare two things that are not the same but has similar concepts. The similar concept is question is both characters supposedly having an armor around their body that we can't see, regardless of it being generated by the character or not. Doesn't matter. Both of them has this supposed armor around their body. Then you bring up that the absurdum comes into play. Well, their skin is squishy. What their skin is made out of doesn't matter if they have a armor around the entirety of their body that's protecting them. What?
Sure, like, but I'm saying that most of them are squishy. Some of them have the armor, like the Raikages. Which the Raikage, like, I'll say this: the Raikage and his dad are kind of fucking weird because they're just the ones with like the fucking stone flesh, but they're like unique for that reason. But like, and then they have like the fucking lightning cloak on top of that, so they're like their own thing. But everybody else, like in the verse, is probably just different. So
Yeah,
like,
you think their
okay,
chakra
we would
armor,
agree.
the
So
chakra
you would
aura
agree
around
that
their
the
body, you
chakra,
think that's just squishy? Based off of what?
I just said, doesn't have very good like penetration resistance. The
Okay,
reason why
based
I
off
would
of
say that is
what?
because of based off of Naruto being able to cut Zabuza and being fearful of like things thrown by Genin that probably don't even like imbue them with chakra at that point.
Okay, the Zabuza in question like divided his fucking chakra. There's a weaker version of Zabuza, and multiple times, like he's making a fucking water ball of chakra and he's focusing his chakra on. He's literally focusing his chakra on keeping Kakashi inside of the water prison, and then he, on top of that, creates another literally creates another creates like a mist clone or a water clone to keep the people in check. So it's like it'll be disingenuous to use the fact that like Zabuza was fearful of these blades from Guineans as if this wasn't a weakened Zabuza.
So he might be weakened. Why do you think he'd be weakened to the extent where characters that should scale massively below him are gonna reasonably do anything to him? This is a character
Yeah,
that would
because the
reasonably
division.
scale
I
to
just
like
explained why.
fucking
His
Akatsuki
chakras
member.
being. I just
Even
explained why. His chakra is focused on somebody who scales to him. That is the prime focus. Because the rest of his body would obviously be weak if he's focusing said chakra on keeping the water prison in check, so it could be strong enough to keep Kakashi there. And then on top of
so
dividing that chakra evenly to create a water clone. It's clones literally, when it comes to like physical clones, you divide your chakra evenly to create this new clone, right? And your chakra decreases more and more depending upon how much clones you make. So he's doing two things: one, keeping somebody in check that is as strong as him, if not stronger, and then the other, he's dividing that chakra, dividing the already pre-existing chakra that he didn't focus, again by via the creation of the water clone. It's like made enough justification as to why these characters who are using blades against him will be able to damage him.
so how much do you realistically think a water freaking prison
Enough
entry could
for
realistically
Naruto and
take for?
Sasuke to damage them.
So would you say this would be like 50% of his chakra or
I
something?
can't give you a quantification. There's no way I could do that.
I'd say that there'd have to be a reasonable quantification because if he
There
was
cannot be a
going to
given a
be if he
quantification. There's
so
no need for it
the
either.
reason why it's likely not. I think you're afraid of this for like specifically this reason. When we
I'm not
get into
afraid of
like
anything. I'm telling you, you can't quantify it.
the nitty gritty of like how much that could have like taken away from his chakra. Like let's say it's worse than the freaking Chidori. It's like taking away 50% of his chakra, which is unlikely since lightning style in particular is like a really like highly draining move, right? We agree that lightning style chakra is like particularly draining to use.
Sure, that can be the case. I don't really think
So
this
when it comes
matters.
to
I personally don't think this matters. It's not even that the lightning style
if it takes
is.
50% of his chakra,
I
why do you
don't
think
think
the
this can
half
be
power
applicable.
Zabuza?
I don't think,
Why do you think?
one, we can't grant a quantification because we don't truly know the number. You're just trying to
So
grant, you're trying to throw out this
that's a
random
it's an
quantification here,
extremely
saying that
it's
this
an
is
extremely
needed in order to
it doesn't
justify the whatchamacallit, but
it
quantification is
doesn't
not
make
needed.
sense
I,
for it doesn't make sense for like the situation for it to just be he's low on chakra. It's
yeah,
just
it does.
his
If
skin
he's
is susceptible
focusing
to
on the
piercing.
water prison, yeah, it does. What the fuck? He's literally trying to keep a character that is as relative to his stats, if not stronger,
So
in check. It makes sense
why don't they
as to
just run up
why
and
his
beat the
chakra
fuck out of
would
him?
decrease because of that, and then even decrease even further via him creating a water clone.
Why don't they just run
I don't
up
have
and
to
beat the fuck out of
grant
him
you a
like Sasuke
quantification at
would?
all
So why don't they just run up and beat the fuck out of him if he's that weakened?
because of skill.
What do you
I
mean
said
because
I
of
didn't say he
skill?
was way weaker than them. I said he was weak enough for them to damage. Regardless, there's still skill, there's still experience that comes into the play. So they run up
Yeah,
on
but if you
him,
have
thinking
one
he can still
arm
beat them
against
up.
three
He even
people,
says that I
you're
could
kind of
be
fucked.
weakened. Let me grab
So
this statement because he says something like, "I could be
do
weakened
you
and
think
still
even
beat
a
y'all up."
UFC fighter could reasonably beat up you and two of your friends like without the use of one arm?
If me nor my friend can hurt. If me nor my friend
Of course, it
has
can
nowhere
hurt.
near the
It's real
experience
life.
as him. Like for example, let's say like Um, I forgot his name was Jai White. There it is. Let's say that we
Michael Jai
take
White.
Jai
Yeah.
White, right? He has one arm, and he's faced it up against like an amateur boxer, that that's like 100 fucking pounds, and another amateur boxer that weighs 100 pounds. He's still fucking winning. He has way more experience than
Well,
them.
like let's say, well, like it's already at a point where you can damage them. So like it'd probably be somebody who's like at least somewhat relative to you in size, because like we agree that your actual size doesn't necessarily matter. So Chio is like way weak, smaller than the Raikage. That doesn't mean she's gonna necessarily
I
lose to
don't give a
Chio
fuck
because
about. Oh my god, that just. I'm not.
so
My
like
my analogy isn't
when it
saying the
comes to like
character
if we're
size is
going to
this
compare it to
much.
like
What?
if we're going to compare it to like a chakra potency thing and a chakra control thing, like
Dude,
your
oh my
ability to
god.
damage somebody, your ability to damage somebody would likely be more of a
Yeah,
thing where
obviously, if I'm using a
likely
real
more of
world
a thing.
example, I'd have to use the real world version
So yeah, it'd be
of something
somebody who's
akin to
like
that.
generally
So
like
that is
equivalent to you as a
size.
human.
Size, mass, how much mass you have
Yeah, it'd
dictates
be
if you
someone
could
who's
damage
generally
this
equivalent
person
to
or
you.
not within our reality. So obviously, if I'm going to
So
use
like
Jai White, I'm going to use somebody who has less mass than him, but still be able to damage him. Like a guy, like now his mass is
which would be
significantly
somebody
decreased
more like
because
on par with him
one
because like
arm is fucking gone, right? So two guys who are 100 has 100 pounds on them could be able to damage them if they run up on them, they start punching them. Yeah, they could damage them, especially if they're boxers and they're trained to know how to
oh, you
output
say
more
having
energy than a
pounds
regular punch
on him.
via the maneuverability of their own body. What?
Okay, I thought you were saying 200-pound guys because like Michael Jai White looks like he's like fucking 260.
I shit you not, he's 210. But I shit
He's
you not, he's 210,
210.
220.
He's fucking. Is he short? Like how tall is he?
He's like 5'10.
No fucking way.
Let me get it. Michael Jai White. Wait. He's 215, 220. But he says
I guess.
Michael Jai White's average weight is around 230 pounds, but he trims down to 250, 220 when working on camera.
Yeah, he looks huge.
Yeah, how much does he? Oh, he's 6'1". I think he looks 5'10". But yeah, he's 6'1". I wasn't that off. Cool. But yeah, I could just up it up. That's all good. You don't even need to be relative to damage somebody that's 220, unless they're like Francis Ngannou, but he's literally built different. Jay White isn't even a real fighter, based off of what fucking John Jones says about him. I beg to fucking differ. What are you talking about, Tony?
Oh, I haven't heard what John Jones said about him. John
John
Jones like
Jones literally
respects him.
glazes Michael Jai White. Like he sparred with him and everything. Michael Jai White
That's
goes to
fucking
MMA.
crazy.
He literally goes to MMA. What's like teaching people. I'll say like what, whatever.
I
But
genuinely like go back and forth on whether or not I believe that like
we could
whether
up
or not
it
I believe
since
that when
he's
it comes to
230. We could up it to like 180, 180, 150.
okay.
They can still
Yeah, I
damage.
was
Like
saying
if
like
you're 150, 180, you can still damage somebody that's 230, 220. Um, but yeah, if like there's two of these guys as amateur boxers, they're 180 and they literally just started martial arts like a year ago or something like that. Versus Michael Jai White's like 20 plus years of training. But are you 260? No, I'm 166 pounds. But and Michael Jai White only has one arm. He's still winning the fight. He's going up against amateurs.
one arm. Like
Yeah, he still
if
has
if you're
that
getting
one
jumped by
arm. He still
two
has that
people
feet.
with one arm, I don't see him doing it with one arm because like he cannot block. So he's taking at least one punch every. If they're jumping him properly, he's taking at least one punch for every interaction
They
that they
don't
have.
have much experience. They're not going to be doing that. But let's say they are.
Why aren't they punching him? Especially when he's
But
got a.
let's say
It's not
let's
just
say
one
that
arm.
they
It's one arm. It's one arm,
let's
and
say
he has to stand in one place.
he has to stand in one place. Yeah, he's still gonna
Yeah, that's
smack
the
them the
thing.
fuck around. They're gonna throw a punch. He's gonna dodge the punch and punch them in the fucking face. What?
He's just got so many less options than they do at that point. It's
Yeah,
damn,
no, no, they
like
do have
like
less.
that's pretty much impossible to win that fight.
They do. Wait, wait, no, no. It's not impossible, but they do.
It's
He just
highly
does have.
unlikely, but yeah.
He does have less. He does have less options than them because he's standing in one place. But he's still gonna. He's still gonna either A, win, or B, like he has to move out of the spot, which just goes into what he's talking about, on what
I'd
goes
say that'd
on
be
with
like
him.
an exponential debuff. I'd say if I had a twin brother and he was like exactly the same strength as me, like I might have a chance against Michael Jai White if he had to stand in one place. Like, let's say we stick his hand in cement and he's physically stuck to that one place. And like, let's say he's got his posture up, so he could still dodge and do whatever, and he's only got one hand. I don't see him beating. Like, I don't see him winning that.
Yeah, I mean, like he would, and specifically because of his legs, and if they get too close, they get too fucking close with their will, they'll be boxers. They're getting hit in their fucking shit. Meanwhile, when it comes to like what Naruto and Sasuke did, they purposefully kept their distance away from him. Purposely kept their distance away from them. They was like, yeah, we're gonna use ranged attacks to deal with them.
No, no.
So
Realistically, they could have just chucked a bunch of shuriken at him.
that's basically what they did.
Yeah, but they did like 8 diversions. They could have just like kept it simple and just kept throwing shuriken.
I mean, like, if they're this intellectually smart to make this plan, I think, honestly speaking, especially with somebody who's like, who has this basic ass knowledge. Holy shit! The reason was because the water he makes a water clone, and they have to get past the water clone first.
He made a water clone. Oh, okay. I must have forgotten that.
Wait,
I
did
think I
he
do
just
remember
take
water
down
clone.
Sasuke immediate? Hold on. Yeah, he makes a water clone, and then the water clone like beats down Sasuke immediately. Like literally slant like two shots him, and they use a shadow doppelganger. They try to jump like this water clone, and he like splits through them, and he was like, "Well, this is the only thing we could do." He said, Naruto literally says, "This is the last thing that left that might work." And then they use the windmill shuriken, and then he's thinking that it's gonna hit him, and then it won't goes past him. He's like, "What the fuck?" At least this time you've had the sense to zero in on my true form. And then he grabs it. He said a second shuriken, jumps over it, he
Yeah,
jumps
Naruto
over it,
goes
and then
behind the
like the
back and
kunai
throws
comes
it.
in. Literally, he couldn't like if they try to throw a whole bunch of shurikens, the fucking the water clone Zabas is just gonna deflect it all.
Okay.
So that's literally the only thing. It literally says that's the only thing that might work. So, but yeah, like he did. I think this is like I don't need to get to like a numerical value of the percentile for Zabuza being at a certain level. All I have to do is like grant like a reasonable amount of reasonable argument as to why like he would be up their level, or like relative enough for a blade to damage him. Um,
I
which
don't think
is
so. Do you think if Naruto was down on chakra or Sasuke was down on chakra, that Naruto, Sasuke, or Sakura back then would be able to do any damage to him whatsoever?
nope. I think they would be too fucking
Well,
weak, especially since chakra amplifies like. At least if you could like agree bare minimum that like their chakra amplifies their durability, if like his base here like reach themselves when they're weakened with low chakra is massively below their like casual selves, then like and like Zab is just like arbitrarily above that, just at a level enough for their casual selves to damage them, then most likely their weakened selves wouldn't be able to do shit. Since chakra and at bare minimum enhances the exterior as well. Especially with your argument of them having a coat of chakra around their fucking body.
yeah, I'd say that's like a combat thing. But
Yeah,
like when it
that
comes
just
to
be two. That'd be 2 points of armor on their skin muscles, and then the chakra cloak that's around their body that's invisible to the eye. Like it would make zero sense as to why like this like massively weaker versions of the character could do the same damage or do relative damage.
so when it comes to Zabuza. The reason why I asked that question, I'd say that Zabuza is like a war arc level character. Like he's scaling to Kakashi like during the war arc, just based off of the Edo Tensei stuff. So, and he's also like he scales to Kage, like he's just reasonably like gonna be in a similar level like as Kakashi in part two.
I don't think Zabuza scales the Kage. If you're talking about Kaku, sure, but like Zabuza, no. Like he one tap fucking Zabuza. Like I don't think Kakashi was actually trying when he saw like Zabuza and Haku. He was more of like he's more of sad at the fact that their bodies that he buried himself, and he respects these characters as true shinobis. He buried these guys and their bodies were desecrated. That's why at the end when he murks them, when he murks both Haku and Zabuza and they're sealed away, he says, "Now I'm really mad. I'm about to use 1,000 I got 1,000 jutsus in my arsenal. I'm about to use all of them bitches." I don't think that he was going all out against Haku nor Haku nor
Zabuza.
Zabuza, especially since before when Haku like comes out of the mirror, like they're like they can't like at this point in time, how like when they're like going when they can't speak or anything like that, they can't hold back. Their whole purpose is murking everybody there. They literally cannot hold back. Haku not speaking or anything like that, can't speak. Her mind is like out of there. Rushes at like these random shinobis with Zabuza in them, and like Kakashi, Might Guy, and Rock Lee intercepts him for a further distance. So like blatantly, like Kakashi at this point in time, and the war arc is like was holding back via like the mental nerve of seeing these guys who has their bodies desecrated that he respects, like fighting on the side, without fighting without like without consent. There it is.
You can argue a mental nerf, but I wouldn't say he was holding back at all.
Okay, based off.
It doesn't make sense for him to hold back
I just
because
explained why
he
I
would
would.
want to. So he would want to get them out of there. So like, if he doesn't like the fact that their bodies are desecrated, wouldn't he want to stop that faster rather than like extending
Um,
it?
I mean, like you'd have to get over that mindset first, which he does at the last interval of the fight when he one shots both of them.
Yeah. So you can argue like, as I said,
But
you can argue a mental nerf, but I wouldn't say he was holding
beforehand,
back.
no. But
So
beforehand,
like,
no, I don't think so at all.
so you'd say that he would hold back because
It-
of that, or he would be held back.
yeah, because it'd be either held back. I mean, both of those things are the same. So it's just a decrease towards your original stats.
Sure.
But it, regardless, like if it's like holding back, if it's like holding back in the sense of like an active thing, I'm saying that it would be the case. It would be the case via like I said before, he's trying to get over the fact that somebody's desecrated their body first before coming to the conclusion of I have to get rid of them now.
Hmm.
I don't think that's an immediate thought process of his. Especially since he doesn't finish them off until the final portion where he concludes, yeah, I have to get them out.
Yeah. I'll say this too. When it comes to the mental nerfs, yeah, when it comes to mental nerfs, I'd say that mental nerfs are actually like a pretty good example of why characters are probably constantly enhancing themselves with chakra.
I don't even agree with that because like a mental
So,
buff could do the same shit without the active without activating it, like without like you thinking I gotta get stronger. Literally, you like seeing somebody like you getting a resolve to like an ideology or something like that get you stronger. Like Neji's over
well,
here. I'm
like,
not Neji. Rock Lee's like um Rock Lee's literally like Rock Lee's crying over Neji's body. Mike Guy says, "Bro, Neji is dead. I understand that, but you crying over his body is not gonna help him come back to life. Avenge the fallen." He gets up, wipes his tears, and then blitz his motor and splits through his ass.
hmm,
So it's
sure, but
like
like,
I don't
I'd
think
use
that's
the
an
example
act
of
of. I don't think
Naruto in
that's
part
enough
one.
justification. It's just the fact that chakra is mental inherently. Literally, it's a
Well,
mental
like, there's
aspect
definitely a
inherently.
mental aspect. Yeah, I agree because your physical,
So
mental, and spiritual energy. But like, what I would say about the mental thing is if you have the reason why characters get stronger is because they're utilizing their chakra better. That's why Naruto goes from being a character who has one of
That's
the
not the only
weakest
reason, though.
genin.
It's one of the reasons.
I would say so. Okay, one
I
of the
don't think you
reasons would
could.
you say?
I literally don't think you could. That's the problem. You keep running it to a burden of proof. Sure, there's instances where the character's training, or then it's shown, literally shown, the character's chakra manipulation gets better. Like for example, like Tobirama confirms I can't do what Naruto did, and Naruto literally like in that instance shares his chakra with everybody in the Shinobi Alliance, right? There's instances like
And
those
then
where
there's
his
a
chakra
novel
control
statement that
like
says that he couldn't do it
shows that gets
again.
better, or there's another statement where like beforehand he couldn't control his Krama's chakra properly, and like KCM2 would like die out, which is what happened when he like clashed with the tailed beast bomb with the other tailed beast. But then like in the war, after sharing the chakra with everybody, Sasuke, who can see this chakra manipulation, states Naruto has perfect manipulation over all of this chakra. Yeah, there's indications of this, but I don't think you could like prove that there's some form of indication of like Rock Lee getting better chakra control in the middle of like of battle
I would say that's probably what a mental amp or a mental nerf would be. So via the
based
so
off of.
Naruto already had an insane amount of chakra just by getting a mental amp during the freaking Gara fight. He goes from not being able to freaking summon anything bigger than Gamakichi to summoning Gamabunta. That would just be him using his chakra to a far greater extent.
Okay,
Like his strikes are also increased. Like there's so many like other like mental amp aspects that he gets just by getting a friendship amp there.
yeah, I don't think that's like deals with chakra control because as stated from like characters like Jiraiya, summoning Geba Bunta doesn't have to do with chakra control. It literally has to do with chakra quantity. It
So
has to do
like
with the amount of
he
chakra you have. It's like the Shadow
sure,
Clone
but your
Jutsu.
output is a control
Shadow
thing.
Clone Jutsu literally has nothing to do with the chakra controller potency of the chakra. It just has to do with the amount of chakra you have. That's why, like,
Yeah, but
Boruto Sasuke, who's confirmed multiple times to be equal to Naruto, can't summon 1,000 shadow clones because he doesn't have enough
sure,
chakra. He has his chakra strong enough, just not enough, right? Just
sure,
not
but
enough volume.
when
Like,
it comes to your chakra, like being able to output a certain volume of chakra or control a certain volume of chakra is a chakra control thing.
yes and no, but it doesn't yes and
Well,
no in
like
the sense of
that's why
yeah, it's
Kisame
like chakra
complements
control. The yes is
Jobi.
like yes is a chakra control, but at the same time, it's literally like a light switch. Because when it comes to hand seals are literally light switches for Shinobi. It's like a get yeah, excuse me. It's like a light switch for a Shinobi. You weave these hand signs, you can fucking use the jutsu. Even in the warg, Ino asks, "What's the simplest Earth style jutsu that everybody can learn here?" And like they like weave the hand styles for earth wall jutsu, and then the earth walls erect from the ground. Literally, it's just like the hand seals. That's how like the chakra control in and of itself. Like without that hand seal, or like without like these specific motions, no, they're not manipulating the entirety of their body or anything like that.
I'd say manipulating the entirety of their body. What I'm saying is that, well, I believe that that's what's happening, and that's why they get physically stronger at mental amps. But regardless, when it comes to the chakra control thing, like the fact that just using a greater amount is a chakra control thing, and we just see that Naruto is blatantly able to output like a higher amount of chakra when he gets a mental nerf, mental amp. I'd say that's just an argument for him just having better chakra control during that.
Yeah, like I said before, that portion is not about chakra control. Him summoning Gamma
Well, like
Bunta
your
is not
output is
about chakra control. as in it's
Your
not a
output is a chakra
necessity.
control thing.
Like you could have the basic chakra control, you could have the basic chakra control and still do this thing. Like if we're just the argument was that he got better at chakra control, not that he was using chakra control. Obviously, if you use a
No, I'm
jutsu,
saying that that's
you're
better
using
chakra control. The amount of chakra that you can manipulate at once is a chakra control
okay,
thing. Your
okay.
output, I think not everybody can just control like a
He
max
could
output
already do
of
that.
a certain amount.
He could already do that. He could already
Then why
summon
didn't he do
Gamabunta.
it in his training?
We literally see him do it in his training. He got thrown
Well, he
off a
needed
cliff.
Karama.
He got thrown off a cliff and then summons the bitch.
He needed Karama.
He had already had Kurama's chakra inside of his body. What? When he went up against Gara.
He had Karama's chakra before that, and then he
Yeah,
got a mental
that
imp
shit
after
didn't
that.
gas out. Do you think it gassed out?
So, like, why was he unable to summon Gamabunta? And like he got Gamakichi, and then he went on to summon Gamabunta after getting a mental
Pretty sure
imp
that shit was it
because
was
he was
literally a
doing a
mental
high.
nerve. That
He
nigga
was
was
doing
shaking his boots after seeing Shukaku. Let me grab
so.
that scan. Oh, that's the whole whatchamacallit. She's gonna try to run up on Orochimaru and gets like fucking one tap.
Shizune had an interaction with Orochimaru. I actually don't
Yeah,
remember that.
I think it was Orochimaru or Kabuto. They entered the village. She
Oh, it
rushed
was
on
on
him.
the.
Yeah, they rushed. They entered the village. She rushed at him immediately. Got fucked up.
Oh, during Konoha Crush. That's funny.
Nah, it was before Konoha Crush. It was when like Orochimaru. It was right after the Chunin exams. It was when Orochimaru asked Tsunade to heal his arms because like Tsunade can like heal the souls, heal souls too.
Yeah,
And
that's after Konoha Crush.
yeah, no. Wait, Konoha Crush, my fault. Konoha Crush is like basically the Chunin exam. They're basically the same shit. My fault, my fault, my fault. Mm. His opponent is quite good, perfect possession. So that's the monster that's inside him. It's huge. He's going to go with the doppelgangers just now. And then he poofs. Yeah, he says he uses his chakra up with the doppelgangers, and then he focuses in, and then boom, he summons the bitch. Yeah, the training's finally paying off. I can do it. Blah blah blah. Did he still have the shadow clones up? Because everything for the shadow clones come back to the user. It's like stated by like characters like Hashirama.
Oh yeah. Well, it's also
No,
stated
they're
during the
gone.
Sharingan training.
Yeah, no, they're gone. They was definitely gone. Yeah, that just means that the shadow clones are fucking gone. Like even when the shadow clones that was near Sasuke are even gone. So he just summoned his fucking shadow clones back.
So he could have done it the whole time, but he just didn't have like all his chakra.
Yeah, he literally states, "Damn it, I used all my chakra up." Like, because he was thinking about summoning Gamabunsa, and he was like, "Damn it, I used all my chakra up." Summoning the clones, and as just stated by characters like Hashirama, like when you desummon your clones, your chakra comes back to you. It doesn't just dissipate; it comes back to you. So I
Okay,
desummoned
can you
this
show
clone
it?
and just summoned the bitch.
Okay, can you show me the panels though?
Yeah. Let's see. Oh, which panels? The panels of what?
Oh, like his chakra disappearing before he like, you know, like gets it back.
What?
His chakra disappearing before he like summons Gamabunta and like gets his chakra back.
He says here, like, blah blah blah, 2,000 blows, blah blah blah. Doesn't matter. Ain't over yet. Finally happening. What is that? His opponent is quite good. Okay, finding the very perfect possession. So that's the monster that's inside him. It's huge. He says like here. He says like here. Damn it. I used up my chakra with those doppelgangers just now. Then he focuses in and then summons Gamabuta. And then, like, as we see the doppelgangers that was around, the doppelgangers that was around like fucking Sasuke just are gone. And then boom, he summons Gamabuta. So like I said before, like when it comes to shadow clones, I could get the statement from I could get the statement that Hashirama makes. That it was Hashirama and Tobirama, who's literally the progenitor and the creator of shadow clones and clone jutsu. He like literally they state, I don't even think that if you gathered your chakra back from the people from desummoning the clones that you made, you would still not be strong enough to beat like Jubito. So literally when you desummon clones, your chakra comes back to your body.
Yeah, no need to grab that. I already know that one.
Yeah. So it's just like, yeah, he literally just desummoned the clones. As I stated before, he could have been done it. He just had the clones up. He desummons the clones. He is capable of summoning Gamma Bunta again.
Then I guess that doesn't necessarily show that he would have better chakra control just via his
Yeah.
mental state.
I will say that, like, I mean, like, I can't even say you could prove that via that. Because I was going to be like, maybe, like, this will help him out. But, like, it's like right before this, like, he's like, this, half possessed Gara says the look in his eye change. And then he's focusing on, like, protecting Sakura. Then summons his shadow clones. His shadow clones are getting obliterated. Literally getting obliterated by fucking by not Shukaku, yeah, Gara possessed Shukaku. Still getting obliterated by him. That explosion hits him, and after the explosion hits him, bro, like Naruto literally locks in, and it states, when people are protecting someone truly precious to them, they can truly can become as strong as they must be. You will get stronger, and then boom, and he's he's summoning unbelievable amounts of chakra. Is this really? And then boom, like Shadow Clone appears. So like it's like stated like twice in the same chapter that he did get stronger. Like dead ass got stronger. Which is
Oh
confirmed,
yeah,
which is then confirmed by the fact that he goes from getting literally dog shitted on when he summons these other clones to then summoning more clones and dog shitting on Shukaku, Gara, Shukaku possessed Gara. So it's
yeah.
like this does loop back to my point before, and like I said, the chakra potency just in your body can be like amplified, can be like it can increase in like power level by itself, thus by virtue increasing your own strength.
I would say that's more like a chakra control thing. So even with I think another example of him having more chakra control would be in chapter 1, where he gets the mental amp to protect Iruka, and then he's able to do the 1,000 shadow clones.
He already
Rather
knew
than
how
just
to
saying he
do it.
doesn't know.
He states that he knows how to. He says there's only one jutsu in the entirety of this scroll that I mastered. He already knew how to do it before that.
He already knew.
Yeah, let me grab that. He literally says, Aruka, I'm glad you're here. I'm not even gonna paraphrase it. I'm just gonna read out what he said. He's like, let me like read this out. Damn, this shit tilted. He studied for 12 hours. I ain't studied for 12 hours. What are you talking about? But like, yeah, about time, nosebleed, I found you. No, you fool, I found you. I guess you have got me too, blah, blah, blah. Wait, I'll show you. Wait till I show you. I never dreamed some of the shinobi arts are so amazing. If I showed you I mastered these techniques, you'll have to have me graduate. Uh, blah blah blah. So you came here to master the genjutsu, ninjutsu. What's up with that scroll you're carrying? A master Mizuki told me about it and about this place. Damn, hold on. He said if I learn the techniques of the scroll, Yeah, become the whatchamacallit. Where is the statement? Because he never says, as you show here, he never said that he couldn't do it. He's like, yo, let me show you what I could do. It immediately pops into like a whatchamacallit. And then he stops. He's like, Naruto, huh? Like he's like here it's implying that he can do it. And then like afterwards, he just stops to talk about this role.
Isn't it a thing to where like he can't always do the 1,000 though, like he did in chapter one?
No, that's not really a no. There's never been a thing that he couldn't do 1,000. That's literally dependent upon chakra amount. Not really like it's not dependent on the chakra control, like precise chakra control or anything about that. Like I said before, I agree that any jutsu needs chakra control for to perform, but that's like it's just a bare minimum chakra control is needed for this jutsu to perform this jutsu. It's just that not everybody can do it because of the amount. Even like Kakashi says, it's just the amount of chakra you have. I could do the shadow clone jutsu, but I can't do it like you because of the amount of chakra. It's like a light
Yeah.
switch. Once you activate the jutsu and pick the amount of let's say there's a light switch that allows you to pick the amount of watts you put into the light bulb. You just turn the watts to like 1,000, and then you flick the light switch on. Boom! It will showcase via like the brightness of the light bulb. It's the same logic with the shadow clone jutsu. You just pick the amount that you want, and then you activate the jutsu, and it'll split your chakra. It'll split your chakra by that much.
Hmm. I'll say this: I can't remember like the specific example. It's been a while since I've actually gone through Naruto specifically, but I thought there was always like a thing in part one where he couldn't use his max output for yeah for it and get to like 1,000 all the time. Like that's like a mental amp thing usually.
I mean, I am gonna be like rereading Naruto. So if I do come across that, I'll just tell you, or like I'll DM you, or that'll be on Discord or TikTok, or I'll come to your live and be like, bro, you was right. That was a thing. But from what I remember, I don't remember that being a thing. I just remember him never fucking using the bitch. I don't remember it like
Hmm.
being stated or anything like that. Him saying, "Yeah, I can't do this thing." It's just that he just never did. Like the only times he
All
truly
right.
does use it is when he's in a forest. Which, other than like Zabuza, other than like when he's facing up against Zabuza, he's like he doesn't really. I think when he's facing up against Zabuza, he's not really fighting in a forest. Like Sasuke, he just gets beat the fuck up on by Sasuke, or he's beating up on a Sasuke. So 1,000 clones are needed. But people like Mizuki, who's like confirmed that like a Chunin could one shot a Genin with a punch. Like, where's the statement? Because like Mizuki literally says, "I could kill you with one punch." There it is. Loudmouth Bright, I could kill you with one blow. He said, "Bring it
No,
on,"
that
and
just
then
sounds
like
like
he
self
gets him
glaze.
into amped. I don't even think it's self glaze because like the stronger you get, that like your rank, unless they're like the exceptions like fucking Naruto and shit, your rank genuinely dictates like how strong you are as like a shinobi.
I would agree, but there's like some nuance there, so I wouldn't say that's like because he could kill him with a punch means that like any other Chunin would be able to kill like a Genin with a punch.
I mean, like Mizuki's like literally the average tuning. He's dead as the average tuning. So if he's like referencing like the whole point is like Naruto's a Guinean, so I could just not even a Guinean, like a Shinobi Academy member, so I could just one shot him. So it's like if like there's like the preconceived notion about Naruto, and he's like go ahead and do it. Naruto actually has strength way beyond that, and then beats the fuck out of him.
I don't know. There's just like a thing where characters just have greater strengths and weaknesses. So like depending on the jutsu you know, sometimes your genetics like the Raikage and like some other shit, like your physical stats, your abilities, and like the things that you do are just, like you're just gonna have like a way different stat distribution. So just because like he could like one shot somebody with a punch doesn't mean that like other tuning could.
Uh, I mean, like the problem with that is, like I said before, he's just the average tuning. He doesn't have any genetics. Not even like his character profile really says that. He's literally just an average tuning. So if like the average tuning, like if like there's no like genuine like difference or distinction between him and another average tuning in terms of physical stats, then if he could do it, then
We don't
another
know that
tuning could do that.
because like when Shikamaru becomes a tuning, does that mean he's like equal to Mizuku?
He's not an average
Mizuku? Or
tuning.
why is he not an average tuning?
He's like, for example, like he's competing against characters like Taya, who can still compete against Jonins. Like
Well,
he's
special
not.
Jonin, which aren't as great as like regular
That even
Jonin.
makes it worse because the special Jonin are above the regular Jonin. The special Jonin are
No,
called
special
elite.
Jonin.
The special Jonin are called elite Jonins. They're
Are the
literally
special
above
Jonin not
regular
like
Jonins.
elite? Like, are they not just like elite in like a particular thing and just not as good? Let me look up like the
Yeah, let me
like
grab that.
Jonin
What you would call it?
definition. I thought there was like a whole thing about like you'd assume like a special Jonin or an elite Jonin would be better, but like it's actually like they got the title of Jonin just by being like a specialist in like one particular category, even if they're not like that great. Other than that,
I mean, like that's
like
kind of
what's his name?
that's like, but that's like Jonins in general. Though. Like Jonins in general are like you can't be like a ace unless you have like this certain aspect to you. You literally can't be like
One Trick Pony.
yeah, you can't be like a no, you have to be a one trick pony or like a two trick pony. You can't specialize. You can learn different shit, but you can't specialize in everything. That's why there's infinities in Naruto.
True, but like that's part of the reason why I say that him killing somebody with a punch is not the same as like somebody else doing it. But like, there's also the thing of like when it comes to a character who's a tuning, like I just don't think that one character's stats would be scaled to another one. So like, you would agree that part two, like Shikamaru's probably beating part one Jirobo, right?
Part two Shikamaru was beating part one Jirobo. Yeah.
Like he's not gonna lift up Chilji with one arm with like, is he? Like Jirobo did.
In terms of like physical strength, most likely not. No. But in terms of like if they
So
what
yeah,
like if both of them threw a punch, if both of them threw a punch, I think like Shikamaru is doing more damage.
I doubt that, but possibly.
Here,
It depends on like
yeah,
what
because like
scaling he would get
they
for his
go up
physicals
against
because
the
he doesn't have
Jonin.
many physical feats.
I'm like, that's where the whole chakra potency comes from. Like, even the whatchamacallit, like, it's like stated by Sakan and Ukon, Drat, here we are in such a hurry, and what are we doing? Kicking our feet up? It can't be helped. Fighting in our second state took a toll on all of us. The tough part is being unable to use our bodies for a while. Well, they were joning, and two of them to boot. If we'd held back, we'd be dead. So literally, like the strength of these characters, like all four of these characters, came into play. It's like the curse mark amplifies you by like 10 times your original curse mark prowess. Um, so like their strength came into play, and then they just like literally like grant like they grant like not a distinction, but like they granted like an implication of there being a level of Jonin. Say, well, they are Jonin, so we had to do this thing. Versus like for example, I think his name is Genma saying Sasuke, you are like you're literally tuning it. He's told Sasuke to go after Gara. He said that you're tuning level, so do something useful. While referring to like fighting Gara. So it's like blatantly like on average, like there are levels, like there is tuning level, joning level, etc. etc. It's just the fact that like there are like exceptions to the rule. Like Boruto is a fucking guinea. Like he's not a tuning, he's still a guinea, and yet like he's still like competing against like characters like Boro and shit. Or if we go off like the anime, he's like competing against like Deepa and shit. So like yeah, there's exceptions to the rule, but like I'm going off like the average tune. I'm saying the average tuning would just one shot the average. I'm not even gonna say Guinea. I'm gonna say Shinobi Academy member because like the preconceived notion is that like Naruto is a Shinobi Academy member in chapter one.
Hmm. I'd say this though, like when it comes to the whole like shinobi thing, like even though there are levels, I'd say that the levels like more refer to almost like a video game build. Like this character may not be as fast or strong as this character, but they have like this hacks or this whatever that would make it so that they were like more dominant overall, and that would make them the same level as this character, even though they're not necessarily going to be like equal,
Well,
like
I don't even
equated in
I don't
sense.
necessarily agree with that. If I don't even agree with that if like they say, well, there are shinobi while referring to their power, because like the cursed mark phase 2 amplifies your power by 10 times. That's stated by like that's stated by like Kiba when Sakura Ukon entered their their second phase, and it's also stated by Jirobo that the cursed mark phase 2 just amplifies their stats by 10 times. And then like saying like Jirobo and them saying, ah man, I don't like how we had to use our second phase, and then like Kidomaru was like, well, they're Jonin, so we had to. So like blatantly, they're saying this power was a necessity. That amplified their full strength was a necessity for them to actually contend against the Jonins. So blatantly, there's
Well,
still
that,
be like
that
a level to how stronger Jonins.
well, that doesn't really mean anything about their stats. It could just mean that something about like what the Jonin were going to do to them based on their jutsu or whatever thing that they had is something that would they would need to like. So in a fight, increasing your stats is never going to be a negative. Like it's always going to be a net positive to be physically or physically stronger or whatever. So as a precaution, it'd be reasonable for them to like go all out against the Jonin because Jonin are not only going to have generally higher stats than Genin, they're also going to have like what's it called more
They could
complicated,
have
more
better.
powerful, more
They could
dangerous
have
jutsu.
better abilities. I think on
Yeah.
average, fuck. I think on average, sure. On average, they could have more complicated abilities, sure. But I think like the problem is, which I said before, those abilities would be like wouldn't necessarily like matter if the potency of said abilities aren't up to par. Now, if we're talking about like an average Jonin versus like the Sound 4, the potency of their chakra, of them enhancing their chakra via jutsu, like via the out, like enhancing their output via jutsu, is it gonna be like necessarily enough to cover a gap if like a character becomes like, for example, 10 times stronger than them?
Well, like a jutsu is realistically like a jutsu could scale like anywhere, like compared to you, realistically.
Mm, there's a over exaggeration, but it could. I think it's an over exaggeration, especially if like the reason I'm saying this is because I don't think it can scale anywhere. Like characters with better chakra control just can't like upscale themselves massively to the point where like somebody that they was losing to they can now keep up with or anything like that. I don't know.
Well, like you're not gonna keep up just via having like a better jutsu unless that jutsu like has like the weird property of like making it so that if somebody's like slower, quicker than you can like see their moves moving slower and then like keep up and like track them better. Like unless that was like a specific property of said jutsu, like I would say that that's the thing. I'd say it's a thing of like if you have a higher durability than me or like an equal durability to me, if I use a jutsu, like I could realistically one shot you even if you're stronger than me because the
Um,
jutsu just outscale both of us.
if the jutsu's strong enough, yeah, but I don't think that a regular on average Jonin can make them so makes their techniques strong enough for it to be 10 times greater. I don't think there's a qualitative like argument you could make off of that, nor a quantitative one. There's nothing that really supports
I think
that.
it so like one example would be like you would agree that even without chakra, the Raikage should just probably be more durable than Sasuke.
No. If we're talking
You
about
wouldn't
both of
say
them
that like
without
at least,
chakra, if we're talking about both of them without chakra, sure. If we're talking about
yeah.
both of them with chakra, no.
I think it's potential that
That's what the
like the
version.
Raikage without chakra might be more durable than Sasuke with chakra, like during the freaking five Kage summit. Like
Don't
outside of
think
his
you
like
can
Susanoo.
prove that. I don't think you can
Like
prove that.
I'd say it's possible. Like I think that that's a possibility. I'm not sure if I would
I
like
don't
go
think the
all the way of trying to
possibility.
prove it, but like But like I'll say this: when it comes to Sasuke is able to pierce his or lightning cloak and then dig into his flesh with a Raikiri.
Okay. What does this prove?
That would one shot Sasuke and blow a huge hole in his body.
The Shidori?
Yeah, so like a Chidori, it might be like
I
an
don't
S
think
rank
that
jutsu, but
proves
like
the
you could just
point. That doesn't prove the
make a
point.
jutsu
It's
that would
like if
like
it's
vastly
like
outscale you.
uh, it's like I don't. I'm like, yeah, I don't disagree with that, but that's not the regular Jonin. What? That's literally Sasuke's
Sasuke
like
isn't.
Sasuke's Sharingan. No, Sasuke's not a regular Jonin. What the fuck? Not even
I know.
near.
Well, like he's literally a Genin, but like what I'll say about that, but like
No,
when
I'm
it
talking
comes
about
to
even at
a
his
regular
level.
Jonin,
His
they're more
level's not
likely.
even there.
Oh yeah, he's above a Jonin, but regardless, when it comes to Sasuke, like there are going to be more characters at the Jonin level that are going to have insane S rank jutsu or any like weird shit like that. So that would be a reason why they would like
Don't agree with
probably
S rank jutsu is like the extreme of extremes. But like I don't even think more complicated
okay,
jutsus
maybe
like
A
war
rank.
jutsu. Sure, like like
They're probably gonna have like
more
more of the like really insane like high potency jutsu.
yeah, like high potency jutsu. Sure, but like I don't think, like I said before, if a character's like stronger than if a character's like stronger than you, then like your chakra controllers simply just match what they are doing. So like it's still
So
dependent upon like it's still regardless of how you see it, it's all still dependent upon potency. Like your jutsu's literally is just only your jutsu's literally is only like that or only that strong simply because the thing in question, like your own chakra itself, is that strong. So it'd still be a chakra potency process. If they believe, oh, their jutsus could damage me or like affect me up like really badly, that would then be them conceding to the fact that the base would scale to a certain level of would scale to them like relatively, if not be stronger.
I disagree because I'd say that a jutsu can just vastly outscale you. Do you think that Kakashi could reasonably tank a Raikiri from Sasuke like in part one?
In part one, yeah. Unless
I
like
disagree.
unless we have like some form of inference of like it being like to the level of like a low Kage level being.
I don't
Which
know.
I don't know how you prove that.
Reasonably, like when it comes to well, if we're gonna talk about low Kage level being, like look at how it's matching Naruto, who literally like fucking one shot Kabuto and like did insane damage to him that freaking Kakashi couldn't like recover from, and Kabuto and I think Kakashi are like literally just compared and like called equals multiple times.
There is a slower and weaker version of Kabuto, especially since Kabuto confirms from beforehand that he was like expel. It's like shown from beforehand, and not only that he doesn't have a lot of chakra, but he was expelling it via fighting against Tsunade. So I don't even think that's like a reasonable argument to be made if this is like a weaker version of it. Version of it.
Well, like there's also the X factor of like the Chidori being more of a piercing thing than the Rasengan, which means inherently it's just gonna pierce more and go through. So even if he is weakened, like I don't know, like to what extent are we saying that he's weakened to why
I mean,
like
like
it would go from like
let's
one shotting him to
let's
not doing
say
anything?
let's say let's say that like for the sake of the argument, right? Let's say that like it's like sure like a strong enough jutsu could do so. You're still using the minority because what the Shidori does is just like it takes a massive amount of chakra, imbues it to your arm, then transforms the jutsu. The average shinobi doesn't have a massive amount of chakra. And not only can they do that, not only can they not do that, they also can't use the Shidori. So like that's two forms of amplification that the Shidori is going through. Massive amount of chakras in a small point, and then transforming that chakra into an element. Those are two amplifications there, which, like I said before, regular shinobi cannot use a Shidori. So I don't
So
see.
like,
You're still going back to
I'm not
using the
saying
minority.
specifically.
I do agree.
I'm not
I'm not
saying
gonna.
specifically a
I'm
cheat
not
order.
gonna.
I'm
Hold
saying
on.
just like any kind of potent jutsu.
I'm like that. I'm like your one example for this being the case is like literally a point. Not even a point. Excuse me. Your one example of that being the case is the fact that like Shidori, like Shidori could damage Kakashi, or like the Rasengan could damage like the Rasengan could damage Kabuto, which both literally takes a massive amount of chakra and imbues into a small finite point. That doesn't really help your argument in the
Well, like
slightest.
when it comes to that, there's just like chakra. There's just like a bunch of different like a Joni could really realistically do basically anything to like create something that's
Nope.
of that sort of. So we see with Killer Bee and with Asuma, they both use chakra and chakra natures in their weapon so that they can make it like extremely lethal. They could do something like that, or they could do use any like no, because like in Naruto, that's the thing about
You're
Naruto, because it's jutsu and everybody has basically like their own magic spell that they could use. Like it could be any number of things that this character could pull out that could be like of that lethality or
yes and no.
potency, and they're probably just
Yes
like
it
not trying to risk it.
yes and no, but you're still using the minority to justify your argument. Like Killer Bee and Asuma, like one of the strongest, is stated to be like one of the best combative shinobi in the entirety of like OG Naruto and the Leaf. Like it makes no sense to use him. Killer fucking Bee, like a Kage level being who's like has enough chakra control to like perfectly manipulate the eight tails like chakra so he can make a tailed beast bomb and shit. That doesn't really prove your point. That's still using a minority to argue for like why or like some forms of rationale as to like as to why like these irregular shinobi can like amplify their shit to that level.
Well, I'd still say that when it comes to the like minority point, the freaking what's it called? Jonin are automatically part of that minority. They're like the upper echelon of like characters in the series. Very few characters reach Jonin level.
Nope. They're not a part of the
That's
they're not a part of the reference point.
they're
They're not
not
a part of
the
the minority.
they're not the
They're not a part of
elite
the
elite, but like
yeah, they're
that's where
not
all the
yeah, but
strong ass
you're
characters are.
literally using the elite or this thing that like Jonis don't have to justify the argument. Using like characters like
Well,
Naruto
like
Sasuke
elite
who
Jonin could
have a
have
massive
anything.
amount of they have a massive amount of chakra for this to be the case for them to do this, or use characters like Kakashi or like not Kakashi, Asuma and Killer Bee who confirmed to be above the elite of elites.
Yeah, but like what characters do we have like examples of anything they do like outside of that? And even then, they were fighting the elite of the elite. Those two guys that they were fighting were two guys taught by Minato to do the fucking flying Raijin.
Yeah, they were the bodyguards of Minato. They weren't elite of the elite.
Why is that not elite of the elite?
What with that?
Wait,
Four guys have to
wait,
do
isn't the one with the stick in his mouth? What's his name? I forgot his name. People glaze the fuck out of him. Isn't he literally a special Jonin?
Genma.
Yeah, Genma. Isn't Genma
His
literally
name
a
is
special
Genma.
Jonin?
I don't think he fought
Yeah.
Genma. He fought two of them. It's like stated
No,
that
I'm saying the
they fought. It's stated that they
Sound 4
fought
fought
and
Genma.
killed only two Jonins.
They killed.
I don't
They said
remember
they
that
fought
ever
and killed them. I
happening.
thought they fought Genma. Didn't Genma like spit his chopstick thing at them, and then
Yeah,
they like
that's
they
in the
fought?
start. That's in the start of it. There was four. If you remember that scene, there was literally four of the shinobis there. There were four shinobis there. There's Genma and three other shinobi. He sees a kunai, he stops it. Then they like say that they fought and killed like two of the shinobi. I mean, like Genma and like
Yeah.
another one left the scene.
Well, regardless, they were fighting the elite of the elite. Even if you want to say that that's like whatever, but we don't have many examples for anything less. I would just assume that when it comes to like these characters that aren't being shown, these characters that are lower, they would be doing exactly what the elite of the elite are doing, just to a lesser extent. So maybe they'd only have like one jutsu, if any jutsu, that would be doing something that's like that much higher than their own potency. Because like look at realistically, when you get to be Jonin, that's when you're gonna start pulling out like some of the crazier shit in verse, because that's like we're pulling out like some of the crazier shit in verse, because that's like where all the
Unless you're talking about literally the like elite of the elite, like Kakashi, then I'd say no. Like the only one in that entire squad that you could even argue that is the elite is literally Genma. Literally, Genma is the only one.
well, he was there, so he justified it. I don't know.
Yeah, like I said before, like he literally ran back to the whatchamacallit. Let me. I'm on the whatchamacallit right now. I never imagined the mission would take this long. So exhausted. Yeah, I'll go see what's up, right? Come on. Crud, things are about to get complicated. Then they try to one of them stops, and then the other one, yeah, you're Orochimaru's. Dude, from the direction you're headed, you're on your way to Konoha, and then they immediately they see him, and then immediately summon their curse marks, and then blah blah blah. I'm talking. Look at this. Damn, they lost by like hitting these niggas with kunais and shit. But they didn't lose by that. Genma survived. Genma didn't fight them. It was only two of them. The other guy fucking died though. They didn't fight and kill
Okay.
both of them. They fought killed like they fought and killed one of them. But they both fought like two of the Jonins, like individually.
I know. I just reasonably say that when it comes to like encountering a Jonin, you'd probably just be expecting the worst. So like if you encounter a Jonin, you probably take it far more seriously, just
I
based
think
on the fact that these are the people that would reasonably have like all the craziest
I
shit.
will say the special techniques and shit are like consistently like belonging to like the literally like Kage level beings or like Katsuki level, etc. Or, like low Kage level beings and shit like that. Like for example, Haku having like ice mirrors belonging, like he has that shit. Like um there's like how can I say this? Hmm. There's like for example, I could use Yagura, but I don't feel like fucking using Yagura. Yagura's a bitch. Fuck Yagura. There's like characters like Yugito like by herself. And there's like characters like Asuma being trained by fucking monks and shit. And having like a special kunai that's like that's perfectly compatible with chakra. They're literally like shit like that. They're like it consistently it's like the elite of the elites are special. Right? Like they're like special prowesses or like backgrounds, etc., is what helps them. You know, like an average Joni wouldn't be at that level. So I don't think they would have like this, especially since it's like so hard to create something special. Like even Kakashi like barely fucking made the Raikiri. Like it doesn't really make sense at all for like the average Jonin to make something like completely special. If like even the elite Jonin is even like struggling to make this shit.
Well, the reason why he struggled was because he was trying to make a lightning style Rasengan, but he failed and made a Chidori instead.
Uh, well, he failed at that, then made the Shidori. It's not that like it accidentally created the Shidori.
I thought that that's like verbatim what he said. I thought like during the um he says that he failed to make a lightning a lightning style Rasengan and ended up like that. Like that's a failed Rasengan variant. That's what how he got it.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it was the like. I have to grab that. I don't feel like fucking grabbing that. But
I'm
like,
looking.
yeah, he tried to add lightning. Let's say we could. I mean, like we could say that like he tried to apply lightning to the Rasengan and it fucking failed, and it created the Shidori. which doesn't really make sense in my eyes. But we can say that it doesn't really matter to me. Still, that kind of still proves my point. Like that the strongest of the strongest try to do like special shit, and they like barely fucking do it. He had to act. He accidentally do it while simultaneously trying to do a special technique. And still, like, even though Ikiri itself is still special, as it uses a massive amount of chakra to do so. The Jonins don't have that shit. Kakashi, with the Sharingan, barely fucking has that.
Well, the Sharingan takes away from his chakra. That's why he got stronger when he lost it.
Yeah, that's why. Yeah, that's why I referenced. That's why I referenced him having the Sharingan. Because without the Sharingan, he just blatantly has a greater volume of chakra. Because the chakra isn't constantly getting drained. But
Hmm.
we've been really at this shit for hours. I'm not gonna hold you. While I will say that like, I'm probably just gonna like me and you could just ask for like people like the competent debaters to like judge the argument, and like I feel like the whole live recording is like registered completely. I'm just gonna post this on YouTube, and then like you could just hop into my YouTube and like send them the link for it so they can like judge the debate, because
Sure.
this has been going on for a while. Like we've just been on the same topic,
Yeah, I guess.
but
Yeah. All right.
all right, all right. Well, I'm gonna end the live now. My ass is like 11% on this fucking phone, and I'm
I'm saying
hungry.
I'm at like 7. Peace.
Yeah, but I appreciate you coming up here. This is exactly why I was just gonna let you know this, Freezy. This is exactly why like I can't really come into your lives anymore, because like when I'm talking to you, it'd be so fucking civil. Like I
Oh
apologize
yeah.
for yelling beforehand. I kind of got anger issues. I'm just glad I didn't insult you, but it'd be civil as fuck when I'm talking to you. But then, like, while I'm be talking to you civilly, Schmitty would come in and ruin the whole fucking shit. Like, he would start being like an ignoramus towards me. Even though I'll be civil towards him. That's why I can't really join your lives anymore. But like, when I'm just talking to you and you alone, it's so fucking civil. But I
Yeah.
appreciate the
I'm glad
conversation.
it did stay civil. Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah. Appreciate the conversation. I'll catch you around. I might join
that,
another time for another topic. Maybe a Dragon
yeah,
Ball topic.
yeah. I appreciate that. I'm a what you call it. I'm gonna hop off the live now. My shit at 11%.